Welcome one and all here to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for 2026. This is week number 1 of the European qualifiers. We are very early in the year and already things have gotten mixy. Last week we had North American and the Indian qualifiers, and this week we're looking to a whole new set of regions. This broadcast will be focused on Europe. My name is Nfinity, and I'll be casting today alongside a couple of fine gentlemen, one of which we're bringing back for Call of Duty Mobile. It's Cmoore. We had you on a couple of CODM broadcasts before over in Europe, Colin. It's nice to have you back.
We're still in Europe. Well, I think that, I'm excited because this is my first time getting to commentate over Worlds for the qualifiers. It's a big deal, and we're looking forward to seeing who's going to be qualifying for Worlds here in COD Mobile this year, and I'm just happy to be here. You said it's early in the bracket, early in like the qualifications for the World process. It's also early in the morning for myself and Verdict. So guys, go easy on us.
Yeah, this is hilarious because last week, obviously, we were in North America, and so I was casting like deep into the morning. We finished at like 4 or 5 a.m., something ridiculous like that. This time around, y'all are with me, all right? This is my time zone. I've had a coffee. There will not be a single yawn on broadcast. I am going to be perfectly fine. Everybody else here, both on camera and behind the scenes, it's like 5, 6 a.m., something ridiculous like that. So y'all are struggling today, all right? You're all going to have to deal with this.
You can rope me. I haven't even had a coffee. I'm not going to be yawning. I'll be okay. I'm just, going through my morning routines.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I'm excited, mate. This is my perfect morning. Okay, like in Hot. Have you seen Hot Fuzz? Right? It's like, what's your perfect Sunday morning or something? It's Saturday, right? But my perfect Saturday morning is dosed with some coffee and Call of Duty Mobile, and we're gonna get both today. I've had my coffee. It's time for some Call of Duty Mobile. Of course, if you guys weren't here last week, let's start talking about what is ahead. This is week number 1 of the European qualifiers. We've got 3 weeks of action interspersed in kind of dual week format, and this is what we're looking at for not just this weekend, but also what's ahead of us for the summer split and the entirety of the season ahead. If you don't know how these qualifiers work, we have teams competing for those all-important World Championship points across 6 weeks of competition. That's 3 weeks per region, and we're going to have each weekend split up into 3 days of action. When day 1 happened yesterday, that was a single elimination format. We had all of the teams come in, play up in that big brawl single elimination bracket, and we brought it down to our final 16 teams. At that stage of the competition, we've shaken things up. We've put them into a 16-team separate double elimination bracket, and that is where we're starting today. Tomorrow, we will be down to our final 6 teams, and we'll culminate in our best of 7 grand finals. The top 16 teams, at the end of the qualifiers, will be making it to that all-important summer major. And then, of course, looking down the line, we have that summer major. We do have the top teams in each region compete for the title of major champion and even more World Championship points. And at the end of the year is the moment everybody has been waiting for, the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2026. It's going to be an exciting time, Cmoore. The best of the best throwing down. No matter what game it is, it's always a fun time.
I mean, you cannot argue with seeing the best of the best in Europe, or the best of any region go head-to-head, and not to mention for a little bit of prizing too, Brody. I think one thing to look forward to seeing these teams, play for a chance in the World Championship. It's another thing to see them play for the grand total of $2,500. Second place, not going to go home empty-handed. Neither will third or fourth, but everybody this weekend is looking to grind out to those best of 7 grand finals, walk away with the $2,500, and just try to put themselves in the best position for their region going beyond just this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And as is always the case, right? I mean, it's kind of a dual setup here, right? You don't just win the prizing, you do have those World Championship points, which I would argue at this stage of the competition, like, yeah, it's nice to walk away with a little bit of dough, but it's also very important to place highly to get as many points as humanly possible, because, again, at the end of those 3 weeks of competition, or 6 weeks in total if you also include the other regions that go on kind of in that bi-weekly fashion, it is important to have those points. You want to be as high on that tally as possible come the end of the qualification stage. So that's it. That's a look at the formatting. That's a look at the prizing. We can start talking a little bit about the match that is upcoming, because we are starting today here in Winners Round 1. And the best bit about my job is to get a look at the teams and seeing, all right, who's where in the bracket right now, what match is going to kick us off and look pretty good on broadcast. I have chosen Lux Eterna going head-to-head with 117 not found. The beauty of this European sort of side of things, Cmoore, is that, at least for me, there are always names here that I recognize and have played for years of competition. These two teams ahead of us are no different. Lux Eterna versus 117 not found. They're filled with names that have been around the scene for a really long time. I know you've casted a little bit of European COD Mobile before. Are there any names here that you kind of stand out to you looking at these teams?
I think for 117 not found, I'm just excited to be able to kind of commentate over them yet again. I mean, obviously, I'm going to be looking forward to like Kuda, Yuck joining in, playing for this squad. For Lux Eterna, not so much. However, for day one, it was very kind for both of these two teams going through that single elimination bracket. Neither team dropped a map, 3 O's on either side. You know, for Lux Eterna, they take down Zligano, if I say that correctly, OTG 141. 117 taking down Eclipse and Infernum, both having, relatively, like, in their own right, an easy matchup heading into what is now day 2, and this is where things get a little bit more difficult for them. Like you said, I mean, now you're kind of jumping into a bracket with a little bit more notable names, and this is where you got to kind of step up your competition to see if you can, continue to work through that winners round 1 into winners round 2, or if you're going to be making a losers round run today.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's worth saying as well, I think, comparatively to last week, I think we are going to see some more competitive matchups. I think this one could be competitive. There's a kind of lot up in the air with these two teams. But I would say the thing is of last week, if anyone was kind of here for North America, if you guys in the chat were here for North America, you remember that the early rounds were pretty much 3-0s all the way through until pretty much like the winners bracket final. I don't think today's going to be that, but I think there are going to be some lopsided matches, and I'm hoping that this is the least lopsided of the lot. So I'm going to start talking a little bit about our teams here. I'm going to start the conversation, I think, with Lux Eterna, because I think Lux Eterna is a really interesting roster. So obviously, again, the beauty of this kind of European competition is there are a lot of names that have been in competitions over the last few years and have been kind of around the ground. There's also a lot of names, as we learned last week in North America, that, you're looking at these kind of new names coming through. For me, Helios Prime, a great name. He's been on a kind of around in European Call of Duty Mobile for a really long time. Has had history with the likes of Sanger and Nazen in the past as well, and those are the names that really stand out to me. They are, I would describe as kind of like challengers, right? Like teams that aren't quite in the upper echelon of European CODM, but they could be, like, with the right roster. And I think the question for me, Cmoore, and obviously you've seen this, not just in Call of Duty Mobile, but in Challengers and in other formats in the Call of Duty universe, as it were. New players can definitely change the way that rosters play, right? I mean, it's that new talent coming through that we're really looking for here.
And it's not even just the talent, it's the idea of, okay, yeah, we can run off of what 2025 World Championships looked like, but the change in format in terms of just how a roster is brought together for 2026 also changes up what to expect for a lot of these teams. So it's not only are you bringing in new talent, it's just how does that talent really fill into your roster, filling up each role, and then looking to shut down some of the more notable names inside of Europe. So I think for everybody, you look forward to the Cinderella run. It's just how do you format your team to make that run?
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking for these newer names, shall we say, right? And I guess the question for me is, I don't know much about Fino, I don't know much about Lord, and I don't know much about Mori. Just because I don't know them doesn't mean that they're going to be players that aren't going to be any good. We've seen that in the past with European players. I think the most prominent one last year was Sawo. That's going to be a story that we will 110% be taking on a little later on today as we see him and his team in exclusive compete. Just because it's a name you haven't heard before does not mean it's a name that's going to be bad in the game. So, hoping to see a lot out of these Lux Eterna players. For the other side, though, 117 Not Found is a storied name in Call of Duty Mobile, Cmoore. They are a team that's been around the grounds for a really long time. And looking towards their roster, obviously there's a few different changes from the regular 117 Not Found team. Grizz, Lucky, Daytel, Kuda, and Yuck, and a name that I will definitely not be saying on broadcast, and I hope that's not their player name in-game. We've had worse, I'll say that much. But 117 not found. I think looking at some of these names, for me, standout players, gotta be Grizz and gotta be Lucky. Lucky is a player that going as far back as, like, I think it was Omniscience back in, like, Season 4 of SPS. I'm doing real deep cuts here. Is a player that's been pretty damn good with a sniper rifle, so I'm excited to see more of him today. But for me, the big one in the current meta, Cmoore, you and I, we had a discussion about the meta, right, and kind of where things are at right now before coming into this broadcast, how important the R9 is, how ridiculously overpowered that shotgun is. I can't wait for you to see it. I cannot wait for you to see the R9 in action because your mind is going to be freaking blown. Grizz is going to be the guy, and you get somebody like him up close and personal with that R9. I gotta imagine he's going to be the biggest problem for Luxaturna here in this game.
No, and I have like a little bit of, I'd say, history with COD Mobile, but not to the extent that you do, of course. And I think it's different when we're just so used to not, like, I'm so used to not seeing like shotguns just period in general. So it's, you know, when we jump in and we see it, I'll be a little bit surprised. I've been watching a tad bit though, bro. I've been keeping up with some things, and I've seen the R9 and what it can bring. I know that Grizz is going to be cooking here for his team, and I think that really puts a lot onto Luxaturna to really kind of step up in their own rights to see if they can shut down a player like Grizz. And you know, that's what we'll be looking forward to today. It's just how do these players match up against each other. It's a big winners round 1 match. Hopefully these players have been warming up and getting ready for the day. For me, I wouldn't warm up at this time of the morning. It's only 7 a.m. for myself.
It's
but
early.
For these players, it's in the early afternoon, so we're going to be able to see if they can really step up.
Yeah, 100%. It is interesting, isn't it? Europe, you know, it's this early on. I will say, knowing esports players, right? And COD Mobile is relatively the same. Knowing esports players, okay, this is early for these guys, all right? These guys wake up at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They're like, oh, I can't believe it. I had a really late night last night watching some anime rubbish. You know, these guys, they got horrible sleep schedules. Okay, this is early for them, all right? I think I might be the only one here with a regular sleep schedule. Even that is in tatters after the amount of
anime rubbish.
Yes, I did. I'm
Don't
coming
you
for
play
everyone in the chat
Persona?
right now. I did. Listen, Persona is not anime rubbish, okay? I will not have this. All right, now listen, guys. If you're not already aware, we are just waiting for the vetoes to come in right now, and then we'll get the game started. So we'll keep you guys updated with what's happening with those just in chat. Listen, okay, I see this in the chat right now. Just because this is an official broadcast does not mean I am completely disallowed from interacting with the chat. And you know, we'll get this out of the way right now. Okay, listen. We as talent, we got to speak about the game before we get into the game. Okay, we have to, as you guys say it, yap. Because if we could just get the game to be underway, all right, we would do that, right? Look, we would have the game on the screen right now. We don't have that power, okay?
He literally just texted me saying like, hey, this guy just said, let's start the game. I think we should hold it for another 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's totally on me. All right, guys. Now, listen. I need you to understand. Okay, I need you to understand, chat. We will be in the game soon. We don't have the power to decide when we're going to be in the game. Okay, that's my minute. That's a minute version of the rant that I normally would come out with. But I'm being nice today, Cmoore. I've had sort of an epiphany recently that I have to be nicer to people. Okay, most people, not you, but most people.
I think it's a change when it's your time zone. You know, you're never nice when it's not your time zone. So it's a good change.
100%. You know, it's my time zone. It's just what it is. I'm just feeling a lot better because of it. So we're just waiting on the maps to come through right now, guys. They are taking a while, apparently. Teams take so long to do the vetoes nowadays. I don't know why they do. So we'll have that for you guys here in just a second. While we do, obviously, talk a little bit more about the meta that we talked about, Cmoore. Obviously, again, you and I had a conversation here about this and kind of where things stand right now. Those weapon rolls last week. So for those of you guys at home who don't know, maybe this is your first time watching the World Championship qualifiers, or even just COD Mobile in 2026 in general, those weapon rolls have changed from 2025. So previously, last year, you had 2 sniper rifle players or marksman players per team, or let's be honest, it was just basically 200 players, and 2 heavy players per team, basically just 2 shotgun players. And in that it's set up right now in this current meta, having 2 R9 players or 2 Tundra players would be insane. It's totally changed the way that these teams are kind of composed now that they're down to, you can only run 1 Tundra player and 1 R9 player per team. Those players are going to be everything in today's matchup. So if you didn't get to watch it last week, that meta conversation, Cmoore, I mean, just sniper rifles, so damn important in COD Mobile. You really got to be on your ball game.
And before you ask me a question, I just got to go into the fact that you've already seen a couple of these regions play, and you've already been paying attention to a lot of how these role changes have affected maybe the ladder, what we're looking for region to region. Have you noticed that in like North America last week? Was there a big change because of these roles in terms of who you were looking at for teams?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, so the thing is, because it's been settled for a while right now, we've obviously had CDM, so we've had a few events where it's like, yeah, we know kind of what the meta looks like in its current form, but at the same time, I don't think it ever gets old seeing the importance of these players. Like, I think it's less of a crutch now where it's like you can just have 2 Tundra players completely dominate Search and Destroy. Like, a 1 Tundra player has to be a little bit more important in their positioning on the map in Search and Destroy. You have to be a little bit better at playing your life in Search and Destroy, because if you lose your Tundra player out of the round, that's it puts you at a disadvantage, especially if there's still one on the board for the other side. The same, I think, especially goes for the R9 players now. Like, the R9 is the most powerful weapon in the game. It's honestly got the most ridiculous range in the world, and I would be shocked if it isn't either nerfed or banned very quickly. But the R9, I think right now, like, having an R9 player alive, your R9 player is probably the most valuable player on the damn map. So it definitely, I think, has shifted the power for sure. And hopefully we'll see more of that today. So right now we're just waiting on those vetoes again, guys. Apologies for the delay. I wish that we had the vetoes ready to go, but we don't. We can talk a little bit about the team's rosters. I just found out apparently he was playing under that very naughty gamer tag, and it's Kirby, which doesn't surprise me to the little bit. Kirby's he's just Kirby. I don't know how to describe it. It's Kirby playing under that gamer tag, so shocking. Oh, see, are you good, Cmoore? Are you good?
Just drop my pen.
Okay, I thought you dropped your mic or something.
I might actually not be yawning, but my motor skills apparently aren't there right now.
This is a really funny story for everybody on broadcast right now. This is the level that we're getting to. Just very quickly here. The other day I was playing a COD match. I actually play matches, believe it or not. I do play the game. And I literally at the start of the game, we're loading into an overload, and my mic falls off the mic arm. I adjust it slightly, and the mic just falls off. I'm like, well, I guess I can't com right now. I had to restart the game. That was fun. Anyway, what we're going to do, guys, while we wait for the vetoes to get underway, is you don't have to listen to us yet. We're going to go to a quick break. On the other side of this break, we've got more Call of Duty Mobile. We're going to start the day with winners round 1, and we're going to have those vetoes for you. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2026, this being the European qualifier #1 for the summer split. I gotta find a way to, like, you know how, like, Phil Coulson in Iron Man 1's, like, the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement Logistics Division, or whatever it stands for, is like, we're gonna shorten that down. I gotta find a way to shorten that down, okay, is the point. Anyway, we have a little bit more to talk about here with our first match of the day. We're coming up with Luxaturna versus 117 not found in winners round 1, and we have some maps to show you guys for the beginning of this one. The beauty of COD Mobile, Cmoore, is that these maps are very strikingly similar to mainline. We have casted years of this, and no matter what Call of Duty we're playing with, and we are starting on a map that's been in pretty much every COD for the last, like, my entire life, pretty much, even though that's not true, but it feels like it. Hardpoint Hardpoint will kick off this best of 5.
It's probably one of the best hardpoint maps ever created, in my opinion, too. It's just so traditional. It just feels so good, especially when it's, you know, created for 5v5 just in general. It also fits, you know, COD Mobile very well. The rosters, the pace that's being set, the specialists that are involved. I think Hacienda kind of brings it all together very, very well. Also, Brody, I'm no rocket scientist, but you can call it the 2026 COD Mobile Worlds Europe qualifiers. I would say that, you know, we can go into that and shorten it a little bit, in that whole sense. I'm excited to see Hacienda come through inside of to start this one off. I think for myself, it's going to be a great, I'd say, introduction to a lot of these teams, just seeing how this map works, knowing how this map works. But throughout the entirety, I'm excited to cast Coastal for the first time or see standoff control.
Yeah, 100%. I'm really excited to see some of these maps. Obviously, you know, one of the things that I've always said is that Coastal is probably like the second best S&D map that we've had in the last few years. It's been really fun to see Coastal involved. You know what's actually interesting is one of the things that Tana I've always said on these COD Mobile broadcasts is that the COD Mobile original maps are often the best maps in the game. Like, it's wild. I'm really annoyed that Kurahana isn't in the map set in 2026. I don't understand why it's not in it. It was such a good map in 2025. It would be good to see it again, and that is, by the way, the #1 S&D map, and I think anyone who says otherwise is just wrong. You're wrong. I'm sorry, you're wrong. Kurahana was a great map to watch and cast. Not sure about playing, to be fair, but I don't really care about the players. Coastal Search and Destroy is therefore #2, and it's a really good map. Obviously, this is one of those maps that I think we talk about the sniper and the R9 being involved in that meta. This is a really important map for both of those players. So just something to bear in mind. You know, we've seen it a lot already, but that R9, particularly on B site, can be a proper nuisance player to deal with. That's where you're going to have that player located. And of course, you kind of have that Tundra either in the middle of the map or towards that A site. So that's going to be on map #2. Looking further in this series, I think this is the first time I've got to cast standoff control this weekend. I'll admit, I'm not a fan of standoff control. I think it works a million miles better in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy than it does in Control, but that's our map #3. And then, of course, it wouldn't be a Call of Duty Mobile map set without a Summit and a Firing Range in the series to kind of end things off. Firing Range, Search and Destroy. Cmoore, this thing has been in the map set for like 6 or 7 years at this point. I don't even know. I don't even think COD Mobile's been out that long, but this thing, it's never not been in the map set.
I remember playing COD Mobile in college, and that was about 6 to 7 years ago. So it has been out that long. You know, it's interesting too, Brody, how like a lot of maps have taken to certain game modes that have been introduced to Call of Duty just in general, because Control wasn't even in the thought of Call of Duty when Standoff was introduced all the way back in Black Ops 2. And same thing with Summit. When Summit was introduced in Black Ops 1, Hardpoint didn't exist. So it's like when you kind of look at these maps being integrated towards these game modes, it kind of doesn't shock me that, you know, to yourself, you know, Standoff Control doesn't really fit the bill, because a lot of people will remember back in the day when you played Black Ops 2, Standoff felt like a huge map, but, you know, as the game progresses and everybody gets better and the pacing gets a little bit quicker, Standoff is a lot smaller than everybody remembers. And I think for 5v5 as well, you lose a little bit of that map control just in general, especially from the attacking side. It makes it really difficult, I'm sure, to play into 5v5 on a map that is, you know, as small as Standoff can feel.
Yeah, it's a weird one for sure. I think it's particularly interesting standoff control because there's so much open space in the middle of the map as well, right? There's effectively this giant lane that can be a real nuisance to get down. if you don't have the right weaponry to kind of achieve that, right? And you know, maybe you'll have the XM4 or the Odin, and that will help you kind of get down that middle lane. The Switchblade has got an insane rage on it, so you might as well just have that, maybe. I don't know. Either way, standoff control is a very interesting one, and I think it does speak volumes that you don't see it that often. I'll say that much. Like, it's a very often banned control map. For a reason. We didn't see it once. I'm very sure we didn't see it once in NA, but someone in chat can tell me otherwise. Verdict's probably eating his like chicken and waffles or whatever Americans eat these days. Right now, he can tell me right now. We are just waiting on a game issue, by the way, guys, to get underway. So apologies for the delay. Again, the same thing I said before still remains true now, which is that I don't have the power to start the game. Cmoore doesn't have the power to start the game. We want to be in the game, and hopefully we can be in the game very soon. However, I'm really excited to start the series on a Hacienda Hardpoint, Cmoore. This is always a fun one, and I think the one thing that remains true on this map, regardless of what game it's played in, is just the way the map's played, right? This is a very rotation-heavy map.
Yeah, and that's kind of what Hacienda has always been. It's just that's why I regard it as one of the best hardpoint maps ever created back in Black Ops 4. Is that it's just the fact that it really puts in precedent if you rotate early, set up for those spawns, block spawns, and get into those hills for the initial time. That's one thing that we always look at in COD Mobile. It's one thing that we're looking at now that it's introduced with Black Ops 7 competitive rotation. It's one thing that, you know, always stays true with Hacienda, no matter what version of Hacienda that we do see. But across the bracket right now, too, in Stage 2, there's still some stuff to talk about in terms of, you know, Wanted. Looks like they're actually going to be taking down Dissolution and moving forward into winners round 2. They got Few Good Men and Team Saint on the other side of them to see who's going to match up in that quarterfinals. One thing that you're looking forward to, and I think that you and Verdict are definitely looking forward to for our winners round 2, is going to be that exclusive and Animus potential matchup that's going to go on there. So obviously I say potential because even though everybody might say it's going to be them, you just never know.
Yeah, it's true. Actually, this is something I brought up to Verdict, and it's kind of funny. And I didn't realize it happened thrice, not just twice, actually. Is that this is now the second time, at least on broadcast, that we've had, like, the number 1 and the number 2 seed, effectively, I should say, face off in Winners Round 2. Last week, we had it, if you guys weren't here from North America, with Sybarites and Undream going head-to-head in Winners Round 2. That was our eventual grand finals, unsurprisingly. And then even in India, apparently, Godlike and Gallerus were going head-to-head in Winners Round 2 as well. So I don't know what's going on with Winners Round 2 and that upper side of the bracket, but it seems to happen every single time. I don't know why. I do know that the seeding will kind of stabilize after week 1, just because a lot of the teams maybe didn't put as much effort in a stage 2. They just wanted to qualify. They didn't particularly care what their seed was. And that's why you look at something like Animus having the 4th seed, for example, and being that high, or the 8th seed, excuse me, and being that high in the bracket, because it doesn't matter as long as you have enough points to qualify for stage 3. So something to kind of bear in mind. But yeah, you're right. I mean, that is going to be a brilliant matchup. Exclusive and Animus. I can't wait to get into that storyline in Winners Round 2. I'm going to be honest, I'd be shocked if Exclusive and Animus lost to Oxygon and Elite Titans EU, respectively. I don't see that happening. Just going to call it for how it is. But Exclusive versus Animus, I mean, that is, for those of you guys who haven't had the chance to watch Europe over the last few years, that is the storyline in European CODM. It's just Exclusive and Animus constantly battling it out. I think it's like 4 seasons in a row or something to that effect. 4 major European events. I can't wait for that Winners Round 2 match. And that is going to be our target for the matchup after this one. For now, we do have to get into Lux Eterna versus 117 Not Found.
Let's do it.
I've got a surprise for everybody at home, okay? Cmoore, you ready for the surprise? We have a game. Apparently, they're loading into the game right now.
Oh, to me, that wasn't a surprise,
right?
No. Everybody else, that is a
surprise. No.
No.
Okay, listen, guys. I'm going to call out a player, all right? I do this often. I call out players because they deserve to be called out when they do dumb stuff, okay? Grizz, I've just been informed, has to download Hacienda. How does he not have Hacienda downloaded? Grizz, you've been playing this game for years. Hacienda's been in the rotation for years. What are we doing?
Look, Brody, you know, sometimes you just delete the file, or sometimes you just need to update things. Like, it happens. It's okay, Brody. It's okay.
Guys, I'm gonna have a fit. I'm gonna lose my mind here, okay? I don't understand. I don't understand. We will get in a game once Grizz downloads the map.
I'm gonna fly to the UK right now and just console Brody.
Grizz is in the UK! I'm gonna fly to him in a minute, okay? I'm very mad. I'm very mad. Okay, I gotta like de-Hulk myself. I've got to have like Scarlett Johansson here, right? Talking to me about the sun's getting real low or something, because I can't deal with it. See, I can't understand. I don't understand why these players don't have the maps down. I don't get it. What are we doing?
Look, how many times over the course of our commentary careers have we been let down by players in trying to get into maps?
A lot. A lot. I know I keep on getting let down, okay? It keeps happening to me, okay? I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I just want to feel warmth. And I want to feel Hacienda Hardpoint. We're in the game. Let's go.
I know, I'm getting excited to see how each team just tries to kind of pop off to open up this Hacienda. Obviously, you can see Lux Eterna as we jumped into it. Came out to a good start on this P1 rotation, but it's 117 not found, doing a great job at limiting it and already looking at that rotation.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. And we mentioned this very briefly, obviously, going into this map. It's all about that P2 rotation, making sure that you lock that thing down. Right now, it is going to be 117 not found in control. And the thing is in COD Mobile is these spawns, you can get very close to them without influencing them. So you're going to have players setting themselves down to driveway, get towards that back line. Right now, though, 117 not found. They're the ones in control. Let's turn up, trying to hit it.
And it's good for Cmoore to kind of push out from Closet there. Kirby inside the hill. He's going to be overwhelmed, and as you're trying to break this back in, if you're Lux Eterna, you just haven't yet, and 117 not found. Starting off slow in the P1, but Kuda, with the help with the Hellstorm, is going to be able to kind of drop things in for 117 to hold on to it as they read that the spawns flip. They don't truly flip, and the Tempest already invested for 117. Lux Eterna doing a great job at keeping this going, but with those close spawns at a Grizz, it's going to be how can they hold from the front? Can they keep them pinned into these back spawns?
We'll see. There's still a little bit of scrap time here. And now we're starting to see 117 not found going for a late rotation. As is always the case in COD Mobile, you have that 8-second grace period between hardpoints, so you don't have to rotate as early as you would in a mainline Call of Duty game. 117 not found now. Looking for said rotation. They're actually going to win some of these opening gunfights as well, Cmoore. So this is looking pretty good here. Those back spawns in for Lux Eterna, and they're going to start to look to get split towards the other side. Is this going to get red for 117?
Well, you had Helios actually spawn out, and puts you in a pickle if you're 117 not found. So Lux Eterna going to find quite an easy break. Cmoore with the claw, looking to flip these spawns completely back to the vines. Grizz, he finds his with the R9. However, 117 not found now on the back foot. Haven't been able to break this. Kirby's claw gets shut down, and Cmoore's doing a fantastic job back 10 at just making sure Lux has these close spawns. They just continue to come off that respawn, refill this hard point, hold on to what is a slight lead going into the last hill.
Yeah, and as we always know with these hard points, this is the hard point here on Hacienda, where you're going to see a massive investment of everything but the kitchen sink. As far as operators are concerned, you're going to see every single one come out if a team has them, because it is so important to try and get as much time off that hill as humanly possible. And you're probably going to see a lot of smokes, which probably shouldn't be a hard point, but that's a separate conversation for another day. Right now, Lux Eterna looking pretty good. We talked about some of the newer players on the roster, Cmoore. We talked about Cmoore being a player to watch out for, as Grizz brings those equalizers down for kills. Cmoore is currently on 16 kills. He has been a great asset for Lux Eterna.
Cmoore's been fantastic so far, but Grizz still has those equalizers, and you're gonna read the corner, so easy triple for Grizz. He goes down, and 117 have completely flipped this game yet again. Predator missile gonna be invested to see if he can break back in now for Lux Eterna. They need to something. Trophy out for Kuda. Have a little bit of backup here. Grizz in the R9 slides out. He's gonna be shut down, and Helios and Sanga break in for Lux Eterna here. 15 seconds before going to the next rotations, and it looks like 117 want to hit this one through to hold their lead.
Yeah, why not? I mean, again, in COD Mobile, you can get away with hitting for 10 seconds of scrap time, especially on the rotation from P4 to P1.
Yeah.
It is just, it's just very short distance to go, right? And it's also very difficult to lock down, so I'm not surprised to see 117 hit 10 seconds of scrap time. No reason not to, especially in a game with the finest of margins like this. But we look across the board right now. I got to see a little bit more from Kirby. Hasn't hit double digits just yet. You need SMGs to start to activate if you're 117.
It's just a slight lead, though. Very close game between both these squads, and 117 not found. Most of their time really came off of P2, P4. So Lux Eterna, as you're heading back into this first hill, you're looking to hold this high ground. And so far, they've done a great job at that, cutting down this lead, keeping 117 not found away from this hard point, and seeing what they can get off this first hill. But spawns flip for Lux Eterna. They're going to be holding on to the P2 rotation side of the map now with 24 seconds. Do we see 117 not found put some pressure here?
Why not go for it? It's going to be Kirby, the guy that we wanted to see step up. Not going to be able to do so. Cmoore, who is currently leading the entire lobby in kills, swinging from player to player, does damage in towards Lucky, but is not able to find that kill. But even with that, right, it keeps the 117 not found at bay. It allows Lux Eterna to be the first team to touch on new. And look at the amount of utility that Lux Eterna has here, Cmoore. 4 operators ready to go.
Yuck trying to show some fancy footwork, but Sang with the War Machine. Shot in the back. Tempest from Kuda. It's Moore's Claw that's going to get the better of them. Helios invests the Death Machine, and a Fury from Mmoore. That puts Lux Eterna back into the lead. Kirby, his Claw. Now looking for the break back in. 117 not found. Fighting from the front. Hunter Killer Joan into the hard point. And Maury's actually going to find Yuck on the back of it. So absolute chaos here in P2. Lord on the flank. Hits the good route. Gets 2, maybe 3. Kirby shuts him down. And his battle not done yet. Lux Eterna spawning in the backside. This is what they did to 117 not found on the other end. Trying to pin them in the back for these better spawns for the rotation. And you can even see that from Yuck. He is trying to pin them back there, but unable to do so. Lux Eterna now working anew.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not exactly impressed here with the amount of utility that Lux Eterna had coming into that hard point. To still be behind 117 not found by that margin shows that they didn't really have a good P2 setup there. And you got to have, I mean, I think P2 on Hacienda hard point is one of the most important hard points on the map. It's one of the easiest to hold down if you've got the setup right. It's not a good look for Lux Eterna whatsoever. They still do have an operating advantage here going on to the next hard point. And this is Lord coming out here with the equalizers. This is a big operator for him.
Equalizer's going to find 2. Into the hill again. You see split spawns come out for 117 not found, and it is going to be red for the moment from Helios, but Lord wants to push out to Vines. 117 off the back of Kirby. Looking to see if they can get in from 10, and Kirby just punching a hole right through this setup, contesting the hill from the inside of fences. Good shots from Kirby, but it's not going to be good enough. 3 down for 117 not found, and Lux Eterna holding strong on this P3.
Yeah, we talked about this being a good potential series. Lux Eterna showing up to play. They knew they were going to be on broadcast beforehand and were like, hey, we are going to bring our A game. And that is exactly what they've done. Utility looking pretty good now for Lux Eterna as well. EMP in hand for Sunger. That's going to prevent any operators as 117 not found cycle into them for the next hard point. And that foot race is already starting to begin as well. This is a great position for Lux Eterna to be in. You've got to win some of these opening gunfights.
He's got the R9, and he's ready to lock down P4. Like I said, P2, P4, that's been the best heals for 117 not found so far. And even though Chris gets that early rotation, it's still Mmoore to get the better of him. Snaps back with the Switchblade, and Mmoore now for Lux Eterna just go huge in the rotation at P4. Another setup going to be in, and Lux Eterna starting to walk away with a pretty decent lead here.
Yeah, Mmoore just continues to pop off. He shows us exactly why we need to be looking at some of the newer players showing up here in Europe. And he will go down. 117 not found. Double investment of the operators now coming out towards his hard point.
Tempest for Kuda flips back there. Yuck's got the Death Machine, and that's going to soften them up a little bit. Kuda follows it up right away, and that lead that I was talking about for Lux Eterna has already been diminished. Lead change for 117 yet again, as you got 4 players inside the hard point just locking things down. Yuck and Kirby continuing to lay down the hurt as we head into the 3rd rotation.
117 not found somehow still in the lead here. It says a lot about Lux Eterna, what the value they're getting out of their kills right now, considering how much it feels like they're dominating the kill feed. Lux Eterna need to get a little bit more value out of those frags. Can they do it towards P1? 117 starting to chain together kills here, Cmoore. It's not looking good. And now you start to ask the question, do you invest an operator into P1 of all hard points? Because the longer you hold on to them, 117 will get ops of their own.
Well, trophy's going down for 117, but Lux Eterna is still able to get into it. Predator missile from Kuda finds nothing, and you see this battle back for Lux Eterna, playing for the high ground. Good flip out from Lord. And you can see that they're forcing 117 to just spawn all over the place. Nothing really set in stone, and because of that, Lux Eterna don't really know where to focus their gun power, and 117 not found, easily going to be able to break back into this P1, hold these P2 spawns, and again, with this lead, look to put themselves in a winning distance of this map.
Luxaturna now 10 seconds shy of victory here. Or 10 seconds, sorry, excuse me, of closing the deficit. Excuse me, I don't know what's going on with me. 10 seconds to close the deficit between themselves and 117 not found. And they have one player in towards the next hard point. This is a big investment. Sanger comes out with 3, though. Opening gunfights in favor of 117. Lord, can he find value out of this? No! Goes down. That's a huge shutdown coming through from 117.
But it's Cmoore, 43 kills, and he's got the claw still. So Luxaturna are fighting to the very end of this hard point. And you know that if you're 117 not found, you got to be very careful for this one. You do not want to give up a good chunk of time here for Luxaturna because there's still a lot to fight for off this second hill. 3 from the front, and it's a spawn in the back for Yuck. However, Yuck hasn't been able to get in. Grizz, the R9, finally breaks for 117, and it's only a 1-point game with 30 seconds off this hill. Neither team can win, so you have to start thinking about how much you want to invest here.
I love the setup coming through from 117 not found. Why not get out your operators for this 30 seconds? It's a pretty good play. You have Kirby on the other side making sure nobody comes through from Rock, but he's not going to have to come towards the hard point because his teammates have fallen all but one, and that little backup helps out pretty much perfectly. You've got players now spawning out to the Fentis' side, and you're winning the gunfights inside the scrap. That is a great 30 seconds for 117 not found. Grizz now looking to get these kills on the rotation.
Oh, and Grizz shuts him down in arches. He's got Lord to worry about still, but the R9's doing work and unfortunately won't take down Lord, but it's given enough for your teammates to follow up. Lord looking to hold on. He's got some players off the respawn getting into position now, and looks like Lord's done enough. Luxaturna, they're not out of this yet.
Yeah, it does feel like Luxaturna, though. They've been very good at slaying. They just need to stop them some kills together right here. Can Wash get anything out of this Tempest is the question for me. Going to find one, no more than that. The operator value hasn't really been there for Luxaturna, and when it matters most, it isn't here either. 117 not found, just 16 points shy. This hill is super mixy, though. You might not find it.
Helio's still on the inside. He's just contesting outside fences. It's Kuda with the switchblade. He has to reload, and Lord gets the kill. Cmoore inside now. As you just continue to fold players inside this hill. 11 seconds. It's not enough for 117 not found to put this game away. So you look to the rotations and look who's already there.
Good 117 in control. Again, though, you do have that 8 seconds to get across the map. Can Grizz find kills? Yeah, Load was already weak for it. 117 winning some of these gunfights. The equals still has power in it for these final kills.
It takes a little bit of a second for the hardpoint to open up, but it's only 9 seconds left. You see players on either side. It's a 2-3 split, and Sangha Helios trying to get their way in. Wash, that's 2, and the contest has broken. Cmoore joining the fray. Shots on the front, it's just damage in. Wash not able to take him down, and Lord's going to be sidelined. The break for 117, and that's going to be Hacienda to open up the day. Heading to 117 not found.
117 not found. Take map number 1, and if we're being honest, Cmoore, I think they probably shouldn't have done. We talk about how things work here in Call of Duty Mobile, just in Call of Duty in general. You might well get kills, but if they're not relevant to getting the game win, then you're not going to be able to win at the end of the game. And of course, the operator utility was probably not that great from Luxaturna as well. It felt like every single time we turned on board with a player from Luxaturna, there were a couple of good equal plays from Cmoore. That was really about it. Most of the time when we were on board with an equals, an operator from Luxaturna, they weren't finding more than like 1 or 2 kills at most, and that's not good enough, especially when the kills are there for 117 not found. I mean, again, I'm not going to do the maths here, but it certainly felt like, at least in the early game, Luxaturna were definitely in the lead in the kill column.
I mean, just look at the kills for both Sangha and Helios alone, let alone Cmoore, who felt like he always had the claw online. I think it's exactly what you're saying. It's that I think Helios and Sangha, or just Luxaturna just in general, were looking for the perfect setups on a lot of these hills. Whereas 117 not found, a lot of their value came from inside of the objective itself, and that just inherently and like passively turned into time for themselves. So, I mean, you look back at that, I mean, not only were you winning fights inside the hard points, but you were also shutting down the operators very easily from the side of Luxaturna. I think a lot of times we saw some investments from the equalizer from Luxaturna turn into maybe a double kill at best. So I mean, you just got to put some just favor towards 117 Not Found for the way that they're able to handle a lot of these heavy firepower that comes out from Lux Eterna.
Yeah, 100%. Lux Eterna got to figure out that efficiency issue. I mean, look, if we do go to a map number 4, we go to another hard point. Summit is not a map that you can get away with just outslaying and not doing anything with said slaying kills. Like, you got to make sure as we go further into the series that you're finding a little bit more value in terms of the objective off the back of those kills, because that is something that is going to bite you, you know, not just in this match, but I think, you know, we talk big picture Cmoore. In Call of Duty Mobile, in the World Championships 2026, if you want to be a team that qualifies for the Summer Major, if you want to be a team that down the line could even qualify for the World Championships as one of the teams from Europe, you have to fix that. So not a good start for Lux Eterna by any stretch of the imagination. If you're 117 Not Found, you'll be very happy with some of the easy wins you got.
That map 1 was also a 10-point game for 3/4 of that map. So you got to give Lux Eterna the fact that even if that, you know, quality of operator wasn't there for a lot of it, they were still breaking in terms of guns alone, and Mori is a player that you really put into perspective for what he was able to do for a lot of those breaks, just with the switchblade, not even with the claw when he would bring it out. So, you know, yeah, you turn a couple of those kills into hill time a little bit quicker. Maybe it's just where you're using the operators and the mechanics on at least hitting some decent shots with that Tempest. Lux Eterna had some good weight in that map number 1, and I think 117 Not Found, a lot of the time it was that P2, P4 rotation that beat them out. For Summit, I think that if you let that happen again, those early rotations to those money hills, Lux Eterna have to focus on not giving up 117 those opportunities. But to get to Summit, they still have to take a map off of 117 Not Found. So we look to Coastal and Standoff first.
Yeah, 100%. Coastal and Standoff, that's where we're going next. And I guess the question becomes, how does Lux Eterna's Search and Destroy look, right? Because Search and Destroy, you do in COD Mobile have teams that are just good Search and Destroy teams. Maybe that's what I'm expecting from Lux Eterna here. But we talked about those weapon rolls, right? And how important things are on Search and Destroy, having a good Tundra player, having a good R9 player, and let's be honest, every player should be good with the R9. For 117 Not Found, as we saw in that Hacienda, we already knew, and it's not really a surprise to anybody at home, who's going to be running the R9 for 117 Not Found. That is Grizz. He is very good with the R9, if not a little bit inconsistent at times. For the Tundra, I have to imagine Lucky is the guy running it. I think maybe Kirby has a chance of running that sniper, but I'm fairly certain it's going to be Lucky. And so the question comes for me is like, you know, how are Lux Eterna going to be dealing with those two players in particular? You know, can you take Lucky down with a sniper rifle? Can you beat out R9 Grizz in his own game? Because if you can do that, you'll have success here on Coastal. If you can't do that, you're going to be in the bin and you're going to get sold. Which, by the way, for those of you guys who are the uninitiated, is a 9-0 on Coastal Search and Destroy, which is the last thing you want.
Yeah, you don't want to see that whatsoever from any team, not just 117 Not Found nor Lux Eterna. So, yeah, I think going into Coastal, it's going to be important. I think for Lux Eterna, I'd like to see a little bit more focus on, you know, the conversation for who's going to be investing your specialists in certain rounds, you know, especially the performance that we're seeing from some of these specialists. I think I was really disinterested into the output of the Equalizer and the Tempest back in that Hacienda hardpoint. So I look just towards things like that to maybe find some openings versus 117 Not Found. I think that that's going to be big for Lux Eterna. They've showed that in the neutral rounds, without them, you can get it done, and Maury's been kind of that player to get into those early close quarter battles and come out on top, so maybe he could be the one to find some of these first bloods.
Alrighty, well this is a brilliant start for Sunger, a position that you really should check. Generally speaking, you see teams throw some utility down there to ensure that you do have coverage on it, but you've already lost a couple of players. I'll say this much, Cmoore, Lux Eterna are very lucky to even be in the site at the moment.
Kuda's going for the plant right away. Sang a third kill for the round, and Yuck goes down. Kuda won't be able to get that plant off, and it's already just down to Lucky. What a round from Lux Eterna. It looks like they've already gotten 2. So opening up this Coastal Search and Destroy pretty handedly.
Yeah, that was a really weird round from Lux Eterna. I mean, first of all, not checking for the stairway where Sung would be. And even, you know, just getting onto the site after losing a couple of players, very weird. Probably the most European round of COD Mobile I've seen. And we were only 2 rounds deep in towards this one. So, starting things off, Lux Eterna. The action's happening at B. I don't know why we're at A right now. Garrett, go to B. Garrett, thank you. Chris, finding the kills. Couple more coming through. And that's Lux Eterna in for the kills. They've got into the site, and now 117 not found. This is going to be a difficult retake.
In for the plant, too. So, 3v3. You have nade still, so Wash going to open up with that frag. See if you can find anything off of it. In fact, it's actually Lucky. He's going to have a return to sender there. Lucky with the sniper. The Tundra hits his shot. And it's all down to Helios. Swaps to the pistol, but it's Grizz with the R9 swinging around to put it away and put 117 not found on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that just kind of goes to show, again, how important those R9 battles are early on in the round, right? 117 not found, one there is over by B. You get into the B site, there's no real reason to reinforce that site with anything else other than one R9, and they're able to win the round there for. This is a fast hit over towards A. Advanced player in Sunger, though, and this time is predicted by 117 not found.
That's a big first blood, especially after what we saw in round 2. So how do you really take back this map control? Because 117 not found are swarming your side of the map. They have full A control. You got Lord kind of disconnected from the rest of the team. And the retake's now going to have to be on what can Lord do from behind. Grizz instant trades. Helios goes down, and it's 117 not found. Not only getting this post plant in, but they are locking down the kills. Mori on one side, trying to group up with Washed. And he's actually going to find something out of it. A double kill quickly from Mori brings this into a 2 versus 2. Lots of time for the retake. But it's Grizz, the R9, that you really got to be worried about, as he's hiding behind this bomb, and he's in such a cheeky angle. Mori on 6 kills. Gonna have to go above and beyond for this round right now. And as the time just continues to dwindle, Brody, it looks like 117 not found, managing to tie up the game.
Really well played from 117 not found. You can start to see that they're figuring out their strategy a little bit more, and I think that the big read there was on Sunger at the beginning of the round, right? Sunger does something a little bit different. Instead of going straight to the stairway, just goes all the way down A long, is red. And 117 not found. Off the back of that, have the numbers. They know that they're going to be in a 5 versus 3 because one player is almost always going to be inside B. Fast attack coming through on B, and there's not an R9 pushed forward. I don't quite understand why Luxaturna don't have an R9 player push deep forward. That is going to cost them because now they don't have sight control.
Mori tried to get an early nade in there, and I think they just beat the timing off that lethal. Songa now down puts Washed and Helios in such a bad spot, considering it's an XM4 and a Tundra, and a retake that is pretty tough to break, let alone with anything but these weapons. And a 2 versus 5, it just seems impossible. And that's 3 rounds in a row for 117 not found, Brody, taking the lead on Coastal.
Yeah, I don't understand. We'll go deep into this after the game if this is something that Luxaturna do end up losing the Search and Destroy because of, but it feels like on Coastal especially, and just generally on Search and Destroy, let's be honest, you need to have an R9 in play. Luxaturna now choosing to reinforce B. That's not the side of attack.
On a lot of these first bloods too. I feel like they're losing so many of these early engagements in these past couple rounds, and you need to start winning them. Songa, especially after what we saw back in round 2.
I mean, I'll be honest, I think Songa just kind of got lucky with his positioning on those rounds for the kills, right? I mean, he's kind of inventive in a way, but it was all by the fact that 117 not found didn't check for his positioning. Something that shouldn't happen. This time, though, here we go. First Blood. 117 have been so successful at it, and how about that for success, Cmoore? They win every single fight. Couple of kills back, though. Now a 2 versus 2 on site. One player separated.
Bomb just getting planted now. Kirby on an island, like you said, and he really can be the difference maker here. I don't think that Luxaturna will be expecting this flank through the middle of the map. However, Helios does know there's a player missing, and he won't read it properly. Wash quickly trades it. It's a 1v2 to retake B. We haven't seen a retake successful yet for Luxaturna. So can Wash be the one to get it done? He's going to have to find a different avenue into this site. Whereas on the other side, for 117 not found, it's Kuda and Lucky just locked in together to get it done. 17 seconds. Wash's got to make a play. For the XM4, can he get the jump onto this player? Kuda spots him. He just works his way behind the bookshelves.
Oh.
And that's going to put Washed in a sticky situation. 4 rounds in a row now for 117 not found. Full takeover mode on the coast.
It's just those opening gunfights that 117 not found are now winning. That is the key differentiating factor here between their wins and their losses. You can see that in the way that you already mentioned it. Songa has completely stopped his progression. 7 kills is where he's been since round number 2. Different look here from 117 not found again. Looking for Grizz through the middle of the map to find some value. And Luxaturna still waiting, and there's the first point of contact. Maybe Lord can do what Sunger did previously. You are going to find a trade through the middle of the map.
It's a little bit better from Wash, but that's 4 rounds in a row that you've lost that initial first blood. The 117 not found, looking to keep their numbers in this trade battle. Songa, good trade, and he's looking for 2. Yuck, though, just cannot be ripped off this heady. Finally, Lord's going to shut him down. But it's only Lord in a 1 versus 2 now for a retake at, well, it's B yet again. Wash wasn't able to get it done. Kuda and Lucky, the culprits yet again. And Lucky gets that initial information on where Lord will be attacking from. So, 28 seconds. He's got that nade. It's going to force Lucky away from his positioning. Swaps back over, and the Tundra won't miss. 5 in a row.
Luxaturna have to do something different on their defense here. I mean, I think every single round, 117 not found are coming through with something a little bit different. Like a tiny alterations on these looks on the offense is throwing Luxaturna for a real loop. I think Luxaturna need a bold strat on the defense because it's been the same 2-3 split every single time. They're getting pushed down the middle of the map. How are they going to react?
Wash in the corner. Are they going to check this one? XM4 at the ready. And the hipfire's good for 1. Slides out. Wash gets 2. Can he get all 3? No. Kirby stops it before he can put any more damage down onto 117 not found. Lord, though, he'll get in with Songa. Force Lucky into a 1v. And easily Luxaturna going to shut down that round. Stop the bleeding, man. That's 5 rounds in a row. Finally, Lux put it to rest. They put their third on the board to see if they could turn it into anything else.
I mean, finally, they win their first bloods, right? Something that hadn't happened. Shout out to Wash for that round, because he was doing what Sunger was doing at the beginning of the Search and Destroy. And here's where I think Luxaturna are going to struggle, because 117 not found, unlike Luxaturna, do have those dedicated role players, right? Helios, yes, he has the Tundra, but it feels like Kirby, 8 kills, has found a lot of value out of his, and Grizz also at 7 kills with his R9. Again, key players you need to take out of the round if you want to get anything going here. It feels like Luxaturna kind of inching towards B, but Helios already losing that sniper battle. That's not going to help.
It's going to be a fight through mid lost, and Grizz right away putting some pressure down over towards B, really locking down this site with the R9. Like to see Luxaturna force a rotate over towards A. You know that there's just no way you're going to break through Grizz, so you can slowly see them edging towards the side of the map. Washed, the one leading. A little bit of damage onto Yuck, but won't find that kill. What you would do to take him down on his heady, but Yuck is going to win that 9 times out of 10. He's looking for a second one there. Songa, he's got the Tundra now. He's picked it up, and he's going to find the trade.
And Luxaturna have to commit to this now. 117 not found. Technically a 3v3 on the site here for the moment. And now makes it a 3v2, and this is going to get worse, because sooner rather than later, Grizz is going to get involved. If Kirby doesn't find these kills, he doesn't, to be fair. I'm not a fan of that solo child from Kirby.
And you just see how fast 117 not found will react to that rotation to A. I mean, you spend so much time just knocking on the door of B, teasing with the idea of actually challenging this R9 of Grizz. And by the time you make that rotation, Yuck's already in such a hard angle. You lose that first blood through mid. You've already expended just so much that you have no way onto this A site. This is more so a pace I'd like to see. Just run through this A site. You lose 2 players. See if you can get a plant down, though. And already Luxaturna are going to be here to defend.
117 not found. Losing the gunfights here. Cmoore picks up a double. It's going to be weak, but we'll be able to escape. Bringing this down to a 2 versus 2. 117 not found don't actually have that much modicum of control over the site itself. The issue for Luxaturna is they don't know that. They're expecting a fight to come through. Where the hell did that snipe come from? Must have been under. Cmoore just peeks out, and Lucky in a position that, again, they don't necessarily expect. Completely away from the site, brings us down to a 2v1.
Looking to get active here. Lord's going to bring this into a 1v. So the VMP of Lord. Now on the full rotation. Minute left in this round. Still got time to make this happen. I don't think Lucky is going to be any the wiser to this rotation. And still with the Tundra, can he get the better timing versus Lord, who has completely set himself back to the start, back to the initial spawn, and re-clearing his way back through A?
Well, this dance will continue now for a little bit longer. At this point, Lord has chosen his site of attack. Lucky is going to have to expend time actually getting over here as soon as this rock goes down. It's going to be a quick sprint. They're going to have to choose their battle stations. And Lucky has the Tundra and the XM4. Has a couple of options as far as how he wants to play is concerned. But is going to have to sprint here. He doesn't have much time to work with. And that might be an audio cue that goes Lord's way.
Gonna try to see if you can cut some noise. Lord, though, tucked away. He's got the SMG. I mean, this is going to be a good angle for Lord to take. If unexpected from Lucky. On the approach, spots him on the shoulder, slides out, and there we go. Luxaturna keeping 117 not found at 6. A 4th round on the board here on Coastal, staying alive in terms of the competition.
Yeah, that's a huge 1v2 coming out from Lord. And again, it feels a little bit like he got a freebie, right, with that initial push. It was a long time ago now, but Cuda kind of in the 2v1, right? Yeah, puts us in a position where Lucky isn't ready for a trade. Those kind of solo chows, it's European COD Mobile again. Luxaturna, they are wasting no time here. It is a straight hit in towards B.
Wolf nades out right on the doorstep of Washed. First blood goes the way of 117. Kuda gonna follow it up right away. R9 of Grizz on the flank here and B. I mean, there is no entry allowed. You might make your way into the site, but you lose everything on the way. 7 rounds for 117 after what was a long drawn out previous round in the 10th. You go to round 11 and that is so quick.
Yeah, just really proactive play coming out from Grizz. And it's the same proactive play again. It's a double blind play. 117 not found. I've made the call just to hit down mid. It's a 2-for-1 trade to kick things off. And the gunfights are going in favor of 117 not found. Again, Cmoore, it is just different look after different look here for 117 not found. And Luxaturna, I mean, they can't read something if the page of the book is changing every single round.
It's like a new chapter every round that you're reading, and every single one is a plot twist. 117 just continue to lay down the hurt here. A couple of trophies to help you out. It looks like they're going to fight for these spawns. Everybody here from Luxaturna, and they're anticipating it, but losing the battles. 117 showing who's the better team in the search. And Luxaturna got to dig deep for it now. Mori and Lord, 2 versus 3 would be a 2v4. App has completely flipped around, and the bomb is down. I'm pretty sure that Kirby knows that, so Lord's got to go big here. Kirby watching the angle with the Tundra, and it's all down to Mori.
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? Is the bomb wasn't picked up off spawn. The gamble was made from Luxaturna at the start of the round to wait for that aggressive push from 117 not found. They did read it, but if you don't win the trade, the downside of the gamble is you have nowhere to go on the backside of that plate. Mori looking to get some timing. Lucky is watching this angle like a hawk. And Mori is dead to rights, as are Luxaturna here in Search and Destroy. 117 not found. Now storming ahead in the lead in this series.
And it's really going to be shown when we do reflect that scoreboard. But a 9-4 win from Luxaturna. And the only 4 rounds that they give up are pretty drawn out ones. I mean, you even think back to the start of the game when we joined in. It was 2-0 up for Luxaturna. They lose 5 in a row. And they just couldn't get anything going in terms of those first blood battles. Yes, they win a couple more consolation prizes as the Search and Destroy goes on, but towards the back end, I mean, you just saw how much disrespect was coming out from 117 not found, just flooding out those spawns, even on defense, making sure that there was no form of attack that Luxaturna could bring to that Search and Destroy without being shut down.
I mean, it's just the different looks, mate, honestly. It's what good Luxaturna too. It's kind of funny because we jumped into this game and it was Luxaturna that had, more success, right? We jumped in, I think it was around number 2, and Sanger had just got that 2-piece, and it kind of looked like 117 not found to a certain extent. We're clueless. And granted, I think there are definitely moments in there where 117 not found threw situations away. I look back to, I think it's Kirby with like a solo chow out on that A-long. He did that in 1 round. We saw Kuda in the 2v1 with Lucky. He kind of threw it away. Shout out to Lord for winning that 1 versus 2, but I mean, it definitely isn't a situation that 117 not found should lose. They still, I think, need to tighten up their Search and Destroy despite winning it. Like, I think that's a deceptive victory for 117 not found. Like, yeah, the strategy, play calls, being different every single round, that's cool and all, but I think, you go up against bigger teams in the competition like Exclusive and Animus, and that's not going to fly. So, something to bear in mind here as we move further into the tournament, but we are going to be going to standoff control next, and at this stage, you're 2-0 down, backs against the wall for Luxaturna. We go back to what we talked about in map number 1, Cmoore, and it's like that kill efficiency, man. Actually getting some value out of your frags, that has to change here.
And it doesn't really worry me on the terms of a defense for control. Always something that you can feel confident in. You know, as long as you're putting those kills on the board, you feel good. But for attack, it's just how do you break through 117 not found when every round of search and destroy that they showed was a different look, like a different strategy. You know that their playbook's going to be deep on the control as well. So how do you break through these defenses that 117 not found will bring?
All right, well, I think this first round is going to be a real litmus test to see how 117 and Lux Eterna, excuse me, are going to bounce back off of that map number 1 and really that disastrous map number 2. So far, so good, I would say. Lux Eterna doing relatively well at keeping their house in order. 117 not found, though. They are getting players behind enemy lines, and this is going to be my concern, because I think 117 not found are not the team to rest on their laurels. As soon as they find these frags, Cmoore, they are going to push up the map.
And you can already see a little bit of progress over towards A. It's Yuck on the inside with the switchblade in his hand. Mori shuts him down. You do get that first tick. That will be cemented. A couple players inside Brown to worry about. Mori teasing. He slides out. That's good cleanup onto the 1. Mori for 2. And Helios already taking down Yuck. Puts 3 down in the feed. Close spawns over towards Butchery.
Oh.
And you thought for a second that 117 not found would just be able to re-hit that A site right away, but Lux Eterna with another wave of kills, and there's only 13 lives left for 117.
I don't know why Lucky wasn't aiming in his weapon there, but you know, whatever. Washed being a sneaky little beaver, we'll find a couple of kills here. 117 not found, despite them starting this round relatively well. It has been a slow progression ever since, and you're now in an 18 versus 8 life differential, 25 seconds on the clock. I would extend this round as much as humanly possible to try and get an operator in towards round number 2, because it's not looking good whatsoever. You are going to trade things out, but a 6v15, it's not exactly plausible.
Couple streaks already, too, for Lux Eterna that, I mean, you're happy to hold on to going into the second round. A stack over towards A, maybe another tick of progression. You got the double stack in, so this one's going quite fast. Nobody's going to get here to touch, and it looks like Lux Eterna are just going to give up A.
I wonder if you bring an op out if you're Lux Eterna, right? Washed has his ready to go. You might want to, because you don't want to lose this round. This is a big one. You've got to win some of these fights in the cross. You're only able to take 1 player down, and those players have now got in towards screen.
Hunter killer drone from Washed. He's shutting down the flank towards Stables. Kuda still silent as ever. Looking for a way back in. Only good for the 1, and it looks like Lux Eterna will be able to shut down that offense. They give up the A zone. So 3 ticks of progression for 117 not found. That is all you're going to get from that round. A couple of streaks burned. Yeah. Lux Eterna as well towards the end there. It does get a little bit scary, Brody, but this is even scarier for Lux Eterna. Can they win enough offense versus 117?
And this is the key thing for me, actually. 117 not found at the end of that round. Doing what they did is so massive, because they burned through a couple of bits of utility for Lux Eterna, right? We talked a couple of those streaks, those hunter killer drones coming out, and they earned some themselves. So generally speaking, when you go into round number 2, you see a mountain of operators and streaks coming your way after a dominant round number 1. That doesn't happen, and yet still Lux Eterna are starting to be on the better side of these gunfights.
It's going to be the War Machine having to be burned from Lucky just to break back into B. You get that tick of progression at B, and you're already holding back a little bit of time here. If your Lord hiding in the corner shuts down Kuda, and maybe a stack here if Mori can get a kill onto Yuck, but 5 down for Lux Eterna. They're going to have to work back off this respawn and work up through Tractor.
You'll start to come through now. 3 in the feed for a 117 not found.
Down.
Good investment coming through from 117 not found as well. This is dangerous for Lux Eterna. This is the biggest issue you have right now. I wouldn't invest anything else into this round. Like, you're only down by 4 lives, but being in this position is never good. But they do take Grizz down before we can do any more damage to their equals, and that's a much better position to be in. I will say, I feel like this investment from Kirby's overkill. Like, yeah, you make the round better, but you already had them in a spawn trap. You probably didn't need that claw.
7 lives for Lux Eterna. You only get that 1 second over towards the B zone. And you just continue to get shutdown after shutdown. Senga has found his way into meat. And maybe a quick wave of kills that can get you onto A, but you need a stack and you need it quickly. Only 13 seconds left. Grizz is the R9. He's going to rotate back over. A shot in the back from Mori. And here we go over towards A. Mori trying to get into the zone, but nobody walking into the objective. 1 life left. It's Helios all alone. Only 1 second as well, so you can't even leave this zone if you wanted to.
Yeah, they're not going to kill him as well. They're just going to wait. Obviously, as is always standard, they are currently behind in the operator economy. They can afford to give these ticks away. They also aren't giving any lives away as well. Like, they're playing real sneaky here just to make sure they don't feed Helios any potential streak. All right, Grizz going in. They decide that that's enough. They do not want to give that second tick away. That balance has been made. And I didn't get to see how close those guys were there to their operators. But I've got to imagine if you're making the call to take Helios down, you should be at least somewhat closer than you were previously. So good call there from 117.
You still got a streak from Maury. A couple of operators going into this one. Nothing for 117, but you're attacking me. You got that A zone. You didn't give up that third ticket progression towards Lux Eterna, so technically you do have an objective advantage going into this next attack. And already a push out towards B. Maybe you get an operator on board, but you have the R9 in position for Grizz. And this is where things can get a little bit nasty for 117. Lux Eterna, gotta be careful here. And you're already seeing player number 2 saying it, try to break back in. They gotta take down Grizz. They do it perfectly.
Yeah, I'll be honest there. I don't think I'm happy with that. If I'm Lux Eterna, like, you've just invested so much at the start of the round. You're only up by 3 lives, and you gave away the first tick of progression. So, really, I think it's from what happens at this point onwards that's important in the round. Because 117 not found are going to start to cycle into operators of their own. And it's whether or not they use them. I actually don't know if we see 117 not found use them at the end of this round to perhaps try and upset things, because you are already down 8 lives. At some point, it becomes a bit of a question as to whether or not you do. And that question is being answered right here. Lucky is bringing this war machine into play.
Or he's going to instantly shut that one down, but Senga there to follow up some of this pressure over towards A. It's Yuck for 2. He's going to find his way into the objective. Push towards the back of Brown out of Grizz. The R9, he is finding space for 117 to set up shop inside of A. Kuda's going to be contested. In the switch play, the hipfire is going to land there. 3 go down for Lux Eterna, and they got to find a way back into this A zone. Second tick's already in. The triple stack on board. Lucky finds Helios. Here come the nades. Slide out from Lore, but it's still Kuda inside. Kuda and Yuck getting it done at A, and there's the capture.
And that's detrimental now because you've got 4 ticks in total for this round. So you're teetering closer to a defense for a round number 5 guaranteed. And the operators, in this round here are pretty much even. 3 apiece for the team. 117 not found though in a 3 versus 8. How much more damage can they do? They're going to go for the triple stack. I absolutely love this play.
And you got the Tempest from Kuda to lead it. However, the Tempest doesn't hit and Maury closes it out. It's exactly the strategy that I think you bring into that if you're 117. I mean, why not take a shot at it? Give yourself that chance to get that triple stack, let it go fast. Maybe you get that second tick of progression, but Lux Eterna, deal with it quickly. Big round there from Maury towards the end, and 2-1 up, heading into the attack.
Yeah, that was a good play with the Tempest, by the way. I want to make that clear to everybody. The Tempest doesn't find value. It is still a good investment of the Tempest into the play, though, to try and gamble for the round. 117 not found, though. Without a shadow of a doubt, though, they are on the back foot because those 3 operators that we talked about previously from Lux Eterna, they are still in the bank, ready to go. Yeah. And they are starting to get aggro here on towards A. They've also got Lux Helios behind enemy lines with that R9 doing damage. Oh! Big shutdown.
Oh. Big play there from Kirby. Helios not able to stay alive towards back warehouse. 2 down, though, for 117 not found, making a quick 3 down. It's only Kirby with the R9 picked up off the ground. He's going to try to hold down A by himself. A 2-life lead for Lux Eterna. They need to start stepping onto one of these objectives. Only 34 seconds. Here's the death machine from Yuck, and that's going to make it even harder to step onto A.
Yeah, you're down in the lives right now. You got to start winning some of these gunfights, and you got to start getting something going right now in terms of the move forward. Lux Eterna now going to invest some of their operators, but they're losing some of the lives here. Wash, can he find anything of the Tempest? The kills now starting to come through. This is where Lux Eterna invest their ops to close the game.
Wash going to be on the inside. Watching the push through Broken. Senga from Tank. That's a good shutdown to the middle of the map. No pressure through mid means all the focus is going to come out of Brown with a hunter-killer drone in these skies. I mean, you have a full rain towards A. However, Kirby with a double kill through meat, and that's actually going to stop A from getting capped.
Oh, Grizz, you have to survive. He does. Big survival there. But 117 not found. Undoubtedly in a terrible position in a 3 versus 6. You don't have ops. Lord still has his. Although I don't think Grizz, Lucky, and Yuck have had them yet in this round. They could still get them towards the end for a clutch. 20 seconds on the clock.
Only 2v6. Lux Eterna looking to push this one to Summit. As you got Maury shutting down the play through Brown. It's just Lucky against the world. Sangha says, let's go to Summit. 3-1 on the control. Standoff goes the way of Lux Eterna. And we're not done just yet, Brody. We got a couple more maps in the book for our winners round 1.
Yeah, that was really good from Lux Eterna, and, you know, the name of the game in Control very often at this level is value out of your operators. That operator economy you talk about, round in, round out. And I have to give 117 Not Found some credit, because at least through the end of each round, we saw it at the end of round number 1, right? They did their best to try and make things even. But I think right from the rip, as soon as that kind of mountain of operators and utility was built up by Lux Eterna in the middle of round number 1, at no point did it feel like 117 Not Found were ever kind of in the operator race. And actually, one of the most important moments in that entire Control was probably that Tempest investment from Lucky towards the end. I think it was round number 3, right? 117 Not Found. They try to make that play call. Let's triple stack on towards B to get control of the point, to really take control of the control. We got to try and figure out a synonym for the word control and control, by the way. But, you know, it was a good call, but actually, when you look at it down the line, it's like, yeah, in the moment, it's a great call, but if he hadn't invested that Tempest, if he had it there for round number 4, maybe things might have been different for 117 Not Found. That's a lot of ifs, a lot of buffs, but at the end of the day, Lux Eterna, they just looked better when it came down to operators.
It's the same thing, though. 3v6, if you hit that shot, bottom red with that Tempest, though, it's a complete different story in the setup that you have for that attack. The triple stack would go fast, and I think that a lot of people are going to overlook that. That's why you're saying, Brody, that it's a good investment, because if you do hit that shot, tough shot to hit, it's a different story for that standoff control. I mean, it's a gamble that 117 can take, being 2-0 up in the series. And although you give up the standoff control, you're now heading into a Summit hardpoint where, I mean, we talked about towards the end of Hacienda, they just looked better in terms of the rotations for these hills. And for Summit, there's a lot to get off of these money hills. If they do what they did back on Hacienda, there should be no problem for 117.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting for me, right? I mean, again, the question has become operator efficiency in this series, right? I mean, we talk about Lux Eterna kind of changing the entire game on its head when it comes down to control. They looked a lot better with their operators in control comparative to that map number 1. And really, what were we talking about, right? It was like every single time, more or less, that somebody from Lux Eterna pulled out an operator in map number 1, Cmoore, they really only got 1 or 2 kills at most of it. The value just wasn't there compared to 117 Not Found. And really, I think just with kills in general, that's something that Lux Eterna will need to fix. Right now, they're not moving off the spawn, so I'm just going to go ahead and assume that this is going to be a restart. Yeah, one player's not in the game, so we'll get a restart on this game. But yeah, I mean, it's that kill efficiency, Cmoore. 117 Not Found, they kind of won it despite the fact that they were getting outslayed massively. And that's the concern for me here.
I think that that's something we'll look at too. I think for Lord and Sanga, they put up 108 kills together in that map number 1 for the loss. So going into Summit, it's just got to change in terms of where you're putting that value, where you're putting that power for Lux Eterna. Maybe a little bit more focus onto the hills itself, because you know you can put some fight into these battles for the gunfights, and right away, 4 go down. You're going to get some time immediately off this P1.
This is one of those deceptively good hard points here to try and get a lot of time off here on P1, because Lux Eterna and 117 Not Found, they are going to be dicing for it. You can walk away with about 40 or 50 seconds if you get players in the right positions, though, and that might be the game plan right now for 117 Not Found. They're currently in control of the time. Can they actually win the gunfights, though? You had one player pushed up. Grizz is doing so much damage right now with the R9, but you do have to be careful how far you push out here, because you might inadvertently flip those skills.
Yeah, he doesn't want to flip them at all. Wash finally going to be able to take down Grizz, looking to watch over the rest of your team in the hill. And nice slide out from Kuda. Does get into contest for a second, but relatively close and even game off this first hill of Summit. You go into P2. Lord looking to set up with his teammates, and another wave of kills coming up from Lux Eterna to lock it down.
All even Stevens here as we go in towards this next hard sprint. Cmoore, it's about to pop, and Lux Eterna, you have players over here already. Grizz, though, has been a constant nuisance with this R9. How many more kills can this guy get? Spawn's now starting to flip out. Split's coming through for Lux Eterna, and Grizz needs to be shut down. He is, but the rest of 117 Not Found. They are stacking this hard point.
Mori, how good he was back on that Hacienda. Won't be able to break down Kuda just yet. Lucky's going to do a good job, and Yuck the only one in the hill off of a brilliant nade from Wash. Sanga follows it up, and a break for the moment. Can Sanga stays alive? Wash won't be able to get any shots down, and 117 not found, albeit you give up a little bit of time off that P1. This P2 rotation has been so good, just dominating this lane.
117 not found right now. In control of this game. They will give up this back 15 seconds to try and get control of the rotation. Right now, only one player's through. Big scrap time. An investment from Kirby that's immediately shut down. Whether or not he shot a bullet is going to be the question, as you will get a charge back if he didn't pop off for a kill for it. But Grizz has gotten behind enemy lines. Is he going to get read by Maury? No, he's not. Grizz, though, needs to find more value because his teammates fall around him. If he survives for a bit longer there, those spawns flip. But for the moment, Luxaturnum have him.
Kirby finds absolutely nothing, and you got lucky on the long flank at the back. See if you can pull these spawns for the team, maybe even just block them in general. Helios is going to spot that with a death machine and assistance on that kill for Lucky. So far, so good for Luxaturna on this P3 rotation. It's just locking down the remainder 40 seconds to see if you can flip this lead completely in your side. Luxaturna doing a great job at slaying out off this hill. Helios finally goes down. It's a war machine from Lucky, but it only finds one because he falls off the map. Kirby goes down. Grizz goes down. A momentary break from Kuda. You got Yuck with the death machine doing his best. And it looks like Yuck's best is enough to break back in for 117.
Yeah, this isn't dreadful for 117 not found because you're holding Luxaturn towards those back spawns. Problem is one player has managed to slip behind enemy lines, and that's going to be washed. Are they going to know about him, is the question. Because technically speaking, you don't have those back spawns. You should know that somebody is in that backline being a nuisance. And yet they still don't. Like, Wash is going to finally get shut down. The Predator missile is going to get used to shut him down. And now 117 not found. You've got a real opportunity here to take a serious lead in this game.
It's such a weird thing, Brody, because every time that we see Luxaturna, even on that Hacienda, like, you're finding kills. And in our perspective, it feels like Luxaturna just continued to dominate the hill time, or at least the kill feed. But then we look towards the top of the screen and still 117 leading by 20 after that P3. You go into P4. It's a quick break from Luxaturna, but they need to turn this into a good chunk of time because 117 not found just continue to take it away.
I mean, you're absolutely right? This is the kind of the point in the game where I'd be like, Sanger's on 21 kills, Maury's on 18. Like, that's great numbers for this stage of the game, right? Like, yeah, it's a lot. That's a great performance for Luxaturna. But the fact that it isn't resulting in a lead is concerning for Luxaturna, and it is something they need to be looking out for a little bit, is that how relevant are some of these frags that they're getting. But hey, you still got a little bit of room to maneuver here, wiggle room through this game. You are only down by 25 points, but that lead is actually going to grow down to 35 off the back of that hard point. And again, the question becomes for me, if Luxaturna are going to find kills, I gotta imagine they're going to find some value on P1 because this is the mixiest hard point of them all. Yeah. Just do not let 117 into this hill.
And so far, again, so good. Kirby going to get around for the contest, takes one down before dying. And you can see just across that P1, even when you're just looking at the minimap itself, it's just 117 not found. Continuing to hold on to this winner's advantage. Flood this hill as best as you can and keep a player in to contest. Keep this on the tip of a needle for Luxaturna. Trying to break back in. Lord up top. Lord finds two. The Switchblade getting active. Can he get all three? No. Grizz comes around with the back. The Equalizer is going to be invested here. And he's looking to take them on the P2 rotation with 22 seconds. He's already looking just to flood this map out and keep Luxaturna so far away from the hill.
And this is where you're starting to see some of these operators coming into play for Luxaturna. You feel that they're desperate operators, right? You're down by quite a large margin now. And desperate operators never really work. You just saw it there from Helios. Invest a death machine for what? Like a couple of frags? Like, yeah, it kind of delays 117 not found on the rotation, but does it really find you any value as far as getting to P2 is concerned? Look, 117, they're already knocking at the door. The answer is very obviously no.
And it's, again, another 3 down, a setup early towards P3, and then a war machine from Lucky. The Tempest from Kuda now going to be invested. And Kuda, what a play, runs it down with the Tempest. All 3 kills for Kuda. And it's another blue kill feed for 117 not found, in full control of this best of 5. Full control of the summit, doubling the points of Luxaturna.
Yeah, the fundamentals have just looked significantly better here on Summit for 117 not found. And that same thing that we talked about in map number 1 is also still true here. Every single time we're on board with an operator from 117 not found, it is finding significant value. It's being used in the right places, and that's resulting in a scoreline like this. The things just couldn't get any worse for Luxaturna at this point. You got 10 seconds left in this hard point. You're trying to surge through, and you don't have spawns for P2. Things might be going from bad to worse here, Cmoore.
Might be. I mean, Lux Eterna, this is kind of where we were scratching our heads back in the first rotation, where they just continued to dominate that kill feed, couldn't turn it into time, and since P3 of the first rotation, it has been nothing but 117 not found. So hopefully for Lux Eterna's sake, this is where they can start to show up. Cmoore on the flank. Cmoore looking to do it all. Goes for the reload. Slides out. The switchblade. Oh, it is so shaky. Finally puts it away. 31 kills for Cmoore. Here's the hunter killer. And you get a full flank coming out from 117 not found again. Just looking to flip this map. Triple digits now for Lux Eterna. Another hit from the front. A pinch from the back. Lucky and Yuck combined for 3 to break back in.
This is just not good whatsoever. 25 on the clock here. And again, desperation's going to set in. Lux Eterna will full send in towards this time. The smoke is going to obfuscate things enough that they might get a shot at the hard point, and they will actually win the majority of the trades here. And you are ultimately in that same position, actually, that kind of they were in their previous rotation, right? Where they are the ones in control of P3. They are the ones that are pushing 117 not found towards the back spawns, and 117 has one player in rotation, and Lux Eterna has actually just removed them. So this is not a horrid position for Lux Eterna. It's just whether they can hold it.
Yeah, it's just can you find these kills around the hill to hold on. Hunter killers in the sky for Lux Eterna, but it's going to be the equalizer from Grizz and the switchblade from Kirby that just topples the entire setup from Lux Eterna. Claw from Cmoore now. It's desperation around the back, and the Claw's not going to get anything but 1. Lucky for 2, lucky for 3 across mid, just continuing to keep Lux Eterna spawning so far away from this hill, Brody. It is a massacre on Summit. You might as well be painting the peak of this mountain red. The snow not going to be white at the end of this map.
Yeah, this is not good whatsoever. Lux Eterna again. Talk about desperate operators. This is yet another one. Helios pulls out the death machine, gets 1 frag, and immediately gets wiped off the face of, well, Planet Summit. As 117 not found, they can't finish things here, but even this last 15 seconds is just twisting the knife into a salted wound that Lux Eterna have in the sternum right now.
One more break for a little bit of scrap, but we're heading back to the third set of rotations, and it's only 12 seconds left for 117. Lord over the top. He's going to try to make a play for the setup at new. 5 go down, however, and the respawners from Lux Eterna, I don't think they're going to really get here and do enough to dent this setup of 117. Time just continuing to dwindle away and slowly bleed out of the favor of Lux Eterna. 3-1 we go as 117 not found. Push on to the winners round 2, and they send Lux Eterna down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, same situation, same problems that remain from map number 1, this time exacerbated, because every single time that we saw an operator coming out from Lux Eterna, it was useless. Just you gotta call it for what it is. You got 1 or 2 kills with something like the death machine on Summit. That is an indicator that things are going very, very wrong for Lux Eterna. And it results in 117 not found just looking miles better. And, you know, albeit I think the kill disparity wasn't as big of an issue this time around, right? Cmoore, we go back towards map number 1. And, you know, 117 not found, you know, they, with the kills in map number 1, they were going out of Slade. That happened at the start of this map, but it didn't happen towards the end. This time, it just felt like 117 not found were just outslaying them every single kill.
It's because even if the operators were working on the Hacienda, at least you saw some breaks with the switchblades. The R9s really coming in handy there back on that map number 1. For Summit, it just wasn't the case. When the operators weren't being found, you were still getting outslayed in that kill feed in the neutral fights from the side of 117 not found. And I can't even tell you, Brody, like, I'm scratching my head to think, did I even see an equalizer? Did I even see a Tempest from the side of a War Machine out of Lux Eterna one time on that Summit? Because I'm looking back and I can't even think if I even saw them pull out the equalizer or the War Machine.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. It was just not a good look whatsoever. So that means that 117 not found take this series 3-1. I don't know if we can bring up the maps to show you guys how that series has actually fully gone down. But, you know, those hard points, 117 not found, ultimately just looked a little bit better here at Cmoore. Lux Eterna, I think they can be happy with that standoff control, but they got to fix things because they got a long lower bracket run ahead of them. Yeah,
but I mean, that search and destroy was so clean from 117 not found for the majority of the middle. Like you said, there's a couple that, you know, they trolled, but I mean, in the longevity of that S&D, they looked pretty good on Coastal. 5 rounds in a row after losing the 2 to open up that map, and then you go into that Summit hardpoint and you just absolutely mollywop Lux Eterna out of this winner's bracket. 117 not found, of course. I mean, you're going to have a long run through the winner's bracket, a very difficult one for sure. I'm just kind of taking a look at where they go from here. I think you go into playing the Rangers now, who 3-0'd Self-Made Unit to move into that winners round 2. So, I mean, it doesn't get any easier through the winners bracket, but, you know, at least you're in winners round 2. You make it to the quarterfinals, and you're giving yourself that chance to push even further.
Yeah, it feels like we're going to see a little bit more of 117 not found later today. We'll see how they progress through the bracket as the European qualifiers continue. Next up, we have a banger of a matchup. Get yourselves all of your snacks ready, folks, because it is the European Sluggerfest exclusive take on Animus in winners round 2. We're back with that after this break. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2026. This is the European qualifiers, and it is week 1. We're about to get into the second round of the upper bracket. We switched out the casters. We've got Mr. Verdict on the mic, because this is going to be an incredible matchup ahead of us. It always happens in Winners Round 2, apparently, but I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with Winners Round 2. It's like it's a blurst round of play, apparently. We have Exclusive versus Animas ahead of us. This is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, I have a feeling that the tournament admins just, kind of cooked this one up perfectly. It happened in India last week, happened in North America, in the Winners Round 2, or the quarterfinals as we're naming it. We've got potential grand final matchups coming through. So it's a tale as old as time here in Europe. It's Exclusive. It's Animus. The rivalry that will continue to give on and given. And to be honest with you, Brody, I don't know where I'm going to fit in after the cast that you and Colin just had. Immaculate, brother. What a great way to set the stage, and what a way to bring in the energy early on here. Yeah,
this has been an exciting day already. Europe has already provided us some banger matchups. This one is going to be no different. The beauty of this matchup actually is that they were basically waiting for us to finish. Unsurprisingly, Exclusive and Animus 3-0 their first round matchup. I don't think anybody should be shocked about that whatsoever. And this is our map set for this best of 5. Hacienda Hardpoint. We're going back there for map number 1. Coastal Search and Destroy from map number 2. Not different to what we saw in our last series, Verdict.
Yeah, pretty much the same. Copy pasta, maybe just a little different there in the control. We did get a game 4 last series, a lot closer than I anticipated too. I thought 117 was going to handle business. Then we got in a standoff, and I was like, ooh, it got ugly, and it never really redeemed itself. I'm hoping this series is going to be a heavyweight bout from beginning to end. I would not be surprised to see a game 5. If you're an Exclusive or an Animus fan, you definitely want to see this one close out 3-0 either way. You want your team to be on top of their A game. And, some stories of what ifs here in Europe. I know that both of these teams competed last year in World Championship. Didn't really deliver except for Exclusive. That is the biggest what if I'd have to say. Yeah. Possibly one of the best hardpoint teams of that class, and it's on, and I don't think it's being talked about enough.
Yeah, right? I mean, that was one of, the underdog storylines in Champs last year, was that Exclusive went into a group with, by the way, arguably two of the best, inarguably the best hardpoint team in the world, in the number 1 team in the world, right, in Elevate, and then OUG, who were also, one of the best hardpoint teams in China. Maybe, at the time, Wolves were probably the only team that were better than them. In hardpoint, maybe godlike. It was insane just to see them go into a group with 2 of the best hardpoint teams in the entirety of the World Championships, and at some points beat them, at some point hold them close. I'd say that Exclusive were a top 5 hardpoint team at Champs, right? I don't think that's I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. It might be top 3. I honestly don't know. Either way, it was phenomenal to see them play well at hardpoint. And so I guess the question for us becomes, are they going to maintain that? Have they kept that hardpoint play that made them so good at Champs here into this matchup, into 2026? If they had, boy, Animus are in for a rough time.
No, they are, definitely. And you can see it here. Both of the hardpoint maps here being played out. Very wide open. Not so much close quarter combat oriented. That's kind of what you expect out of a great hardpoint team. They don't like to see these bang out maps, combines, summits. We saw the summit already banned there for Exclusive, and then Combine was left on the table. So when you look at it from that perspective, you start to see a little bit of a pattern. The teams that are really great at hardpoint, they love these Hacienda maps, they love these arsenals, they love to see some takeoffs, and we love to see the action. We're not going to hold you dear. Well, maybe we will. We're going to go ahead and hop into it. It's game 1 of our grand finals potential rematch. If you come back and join us tomorrow, let's see who's going to come out on top here early.
Alrighty, well, let's see who's going to come out on top in game number 1. This is going to be our big matchup of the day. Exclusive taking on Animus, and we're kicking things off here on map number 1, Hacienda Hardpoint. And this is always an interesting one as we kick things off here. Exclusive starting things relatively strong. They're going to be the first team to touch in towards the time. I think Exclusive are the kind of roster here, Verdict, to try and keep players back, though. I don't think they're going to full send in towards this time. They're going to try and at least hold those spawns where they can.
Yeah, and they got to deal with Shark on objective. Keep them at a distance if you can. Narc's up top. SMG at the hand. He is going to be sniping this series, so I'll be excited to see what he does in the search and destroy, but it's all about the hard point here as the Smokester out and very present. One shot is Caesar, who's going to take gunfights galore. Going to get some help over the top there from Beard, who's going to be able to find a nice 2-piece, who's finally shut down as well. A little bit of a dominant presence here off the rip. Exclusive claiming their throne here early on.
has been a good start for Exclusive. This is a worrying position to be in for Animus because Exclusive are also starting to really push up the map here, Verdict. They are getting aggressive. They are pushing Animus as far back away from that 50-yard line as they can possibly be, as they are going to be the first to be touching towards New. And Lighty really starting to heat up here. A couple of kills to his name. He's going to get shut down. And now Animus have managed to get behind enemy lines.
Yeah, he's the newest addition to this roster, but he is not new to this scene. He has been lighting it up here for years. And while he's doing it right as well, P2 rotations, the garage, Lambo, lockdown. It's a sea of blue. Saturn getting mixed with one, but it's a plethora of nades as well as Hunter Killer drones. And they're keeping them at bay. This is getting ugly here early on. Brody Animus gouged here through the first 2 hills. Damn near 60-point lead. Say's pulling out the big guns. Gadilla finally going to be able to shut him down. They're trying to get on the objective, but the reinforcements are too tight. Brody, they are running amok here throughout this one so far.
Yeah, we asked the question, are Exclusive going to keep their hardpoint proficiency from champs? I think we got the answer, Verdict. This is looking incredible. This is not the slogger we promised you guys. This is not how we expected this to go.
There's some slugging, all right.
Yeah, there's something going on. I don't know what is going on here. Exclusive right now, just dominating Animus. This is not a good look whatsoever. And Animus don't even have that much utility to work with going into P3, right? They've got 1 operator from Saturns. That's really it. That is not a lot of freebies to work with here going to P3.
Yeah, well, if you're looking for freebies, you're not going to find it here. I was taking a look. I was like, you know, this Animus roster, I thought we were going to have a slugfest. I thought we were going to have a heavyweight bout here in the hardpoint. We got in, and they're about as, you know, present as the A in their logo at the top right-hand side of the screen. You just can't see them. They're on the map, surely. They're there. They're outlined. They're getting pieced up. Exclusive just had this one down to a T. Not even a bit of ingress here in the P3 site, man. This is where you start to see matches start to unfold. You want to see Animus step up. You want to see them contest at the very least. And, brother, they got 5 points on P1, and they haven't gotten anything since.
Oh, my God. Can we get Exclusive in CDM, please?
Oh, yeah.
What is this? What is happening? By the way, shout out to Lighty. He was on 20 kills right now. I feel like Lighty is going to be like kind of the player that people don't really talk about Exclusive. He is the newest addition to this roster, and he has been kind of an up-and-coming player in European COD Mobile, so people aren't really going to know much about him. I didn't expect him to show up like this, though. Like, this is well beyond anything I expected from Lighty. He is having a game and continues to tear through everyone. Flanking play now being made from Sawo. Looking for the kills of the Tempers for players coming off spawn. This is everything you would want from a team in Hardpoint and more.
The smoke, too, to go along with it, man. They're dancing circles around him. You got top office control, but you can't even touch. Shattered. He's getting sniffed out. He's getting wall banged. He's getting shut down. The collateral damage. They're just getting banged out. Brody, I mean, it's gotten bad. It's ugly. It's disgusting. This is nasty work off the rip. K-Roo at a distance trying to make something happen there with the War Machine. But, brother, they are getting absolutely shredded. Finally, a little bit of time. Nope, not so fast, my friend. It's Exclusive. They are little broing them early here in this series.
Yeah, bro, you're saying they're getting banged out. I think they're getting straight banged. Put this one on the hub, man. This is crazy. Animus right now, 5 points to their name. 5 seconds left on this hard point. Everything going all right. Everything going perfect for Exclusive. And, I mean, we should probably talk a little bit about why, right? I mean, beyond the raw kills, everything that Exclusive are doing right now in terms of the reading of the spawns is everything you could ask for, right? They know exactly where Animus are going to be approaching the hard point from every single time, and they were appropriately reacting to it. Animus, however, it feels like they're in a flight or fight mode, and it feels like a lot of it is more freeze. Animus just don't know what they're doing. It's shocking.
It's like the moment when you get hit in a professional box fight. I've never been in one, but I would imagine that first time you get punched right in the jaw and everything just like starts wobbling. The lights are getting bright. You feel like you might pass out. You may fade. This room right here, they're completely faded. They're wobbling. They're on the ropes. They're about to go down. Finally, a little bit of time coming through. This P1 needs to be everything. And Brody, I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but they got to be flawless from here on out. That is mission impossible, but would be one of the greatest comebacks in the history of COD.
Yeah, let's at least entertain the idea that Animus can come back here. They, obviously, again, fundamentally speaking, things are not going well for Animus right now. If they can fix that, if they can plug some holes in the gameplay, they will be fine. I like this play from Gefilla, trying to send them. Wait, never mind. Lighty goes to the revolver for the kill against Gefilla, and there's the immediate trade out coming through from Shark. Finally, a good investment of the equals, pushing deep in towards rocks, but that means Exclusive are going to be spawning these guys towards that fence's side. One player not in towards the lobby means that Exclusive are going to get a chance over and over to hit this hill.
Oh, big shutdowns. Gathilla waking up too. The gunnies there with the death machines. Going to be able to plow him through. Lighty's the last man up. Gonna off the pop the ball. Hell, why not? Does find one. Gets taken down two inside. Why? I didn't know that thing could blow up right there. Sure, we're, second set of hills through, and it hadn't gone out just yet, but Exclusive, they're trying to put this one away. Finally going to be able to get a break with less than 20 seconds left to go. Plenty of time for them to capitalize on. They're up by 150, chat. They don't need to stress or worry about it. Sawo putting him in the back pocket there as he finds a plethora of kills there with the Tempest. Says is well off in the pop. They're dumping everything in the kitchen sink, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, why not? At this point, you've got that leader's advantage. You might as well just get everything in towards this hard point to close out this game. Animus just trying to make whatever this is look a little bit more respectable. They have opportunities to do so as we move in towards the next hard point. Players now starting to get those split spawns through, and an early gunfight crucially being won by Satins here, but he's got a little bit more to do inside tin.
Ooh, shut down. Business open up for time to be collected. K-Roon, last man standing on the side of the map, is going to have a little bit of help coming throughout the respawn. And it's shut down. Only 20 seconds, 23 to be exact, as the Pred comes through. You're going to be able to find one as a part of the three-piece. The break is imminent. The time, only 20 seconds needed to finally shut this one down. And Animus, it was an admirable fight there in the second set of hills, but we're going to go back and have a study open for that first set of hills. That was probably one of the most gruesome things I've seen all year long.
Yeah, dude, I don't even know what this is. Gruesome is a word, and I think it definitely describes whatever the hell this is. Exclusive can close things out here. Generally speaking, you don't see a team take this much time on P3. That should tell you how much of a battering this has been. Animus, one last little chance to extend it. They will do so. We will see a foot race in towards New. At least Animus wins some fights.
Let it go, bruv. I'm kidding, man. This is competitive. Give it all you got. Lighty, he's giving it everything he has. Only need to shut down, find 1 second here. Animus on the brink of losing game one. They have been since the first set of hills has finished. And it's only been a matter of time. Caesar putting the final shots in. That's going to do it, 250 to 74. Bar that first set of hills, we had a competitive ending, but man, dude, I'm struggling to find, topics to talk about through that one. It's kind of like watching your best friend get beat up, and it's like you don't want to jump in, but then also at the same time, it's like, damn, he's getting blasted.
It felt a little bit like Hulk versus Thanos at the start of Infinity War. If anyone, I don't think that's a deep cut. This is a reference everyone should get. But when he's just getting thrown around by Thanos, Hulk shouldn't be. That should be happening to Hulk. Like Animus is the Hulk in this situation. That shouldn't have ever happened. Massive shout out to Lighty, by the way, because just even outside of the fundamentals, which you already talked about, why Exclusive are so good in hardpoint and why they showed up at champs in the way that they did last year, and very clearly they are showing up right now in the exact same way. 40 kills from Lighty. That is not the performance I expected whatsoever. He was my biggest question mark about Exclusive in 2026 by far. That question has been answered. He's phenomenal.
Yeah, then you got another new addition that came through, Says, who was added to this roster recently as well. We're talking about Sawo last year being the up-and-coming, the newest addition as far as the competitive scene goes. Made his rookie debut. Lighty, lighting it up here early on with that 40 kills. And we'll take a look at the right-hand side of your screen, but there ain't much to talk about. It's only uphill from here because it can't possibly get any worse, Brody, right?
Can it? Well, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see, because Exclusive, we talk about this one as being like the match of the tournament. This could be grand finals. I hope it's not grand finals if that's what's going to happen again. We'll take a look at the series here in just a second, folks. Look, here's the big thing for me. Exclusive were a greater hardpoint. They didn't lose a single hardpoint at 2025 champs in a group full of great hardpoint teams, which is something we knew they were good at hardpoint coming into this. We didn't think we were that freaking good at it, to the point where they were going to do that versus Animus. What they weren't great at was search and destroy and control. It was something that actually, going back to it, and here's a little bit inside baseball for you guys, we had extensive conversations with Veer at Champs, and he was very frustrated with their hardpoint performance, or their search and destroy and their control performances, excuse me. Like, he was like, hey, we put so much effort in a hardpoint, kind of just forgot about search and destroy and control. Like, it wasn't something that we were very good at. They recognized that. So, just like the question was, are they good at hardpoint, just like they were at Champs? The question is, are they doo-doo at search and destroy and control? We're about to get that.
Yeah, that's been the topic. And as any good competitor will tell you, man, anytime they hate losing more than they like winning. I think that's the case. I mean, they desperately try to improve their hard point, and you see what it yielded. Is the time going to be enough? Are they getting those reps? It's very difficult to do so at a scene like EU, but also just in general, man. How do you get better in search? I'm sure you just watch VOD. Do you find teams that you can actually scrim against? Are you scrimming against Animus? I'm surely thinking not. We're about to find out. Is game 2 should be a much brighter light at the end of the tunnel here for Animus. Is a very bleak hard point to start off this series. This is where the banger begins, though, Brody. This is where it starts.
This is it right here. This is where we expect Animus to have some kind of resistance about them. And already off the rip here, Verdict, we're seeing them use some utility down long. And almost immediately, Veer with a sniper rifle says, bugger off, mate. I don't care about you.
Quick nades there to trade on through. Middle of the map trying to get taken through. Shark. Nade over the top. Going to be able to find a little bit of a hit marker. And he's got bomb in hand. That's a very questionable spot to have it. But and then also on top of that, no one there to get a trade. But he knows what he's doing. He's a seasoned vet.
I think we might have lost Verdict.
Elite in this scene for a very long time.
Hopefully we didn't lose Verdict. I'll ask production here real quick if we have lost Verdict, if he's coming through on the stream, because he is not coming through for me on the Discord. So just going to assume that we lost him. I'm just going to ask real quick, did we lose Mr. Verdict? Hopefully he comes back here in just a second. I don't want to keep on talking over him if he is here. Nope, he's not here. Okay, he's disappeared. Verdict's gone, guys. He's abandoned me in the middle of a search and destroy. Either way, Animus don't have the numbers here, but they do have most of the site control. Lighty with the R9 is the big question mark in this play. How much damage can he do? And is he going to get timings on towards Kairu is the question. Yep, yes he is. Has to fight 2 fights at once. Can't do it. That's a big shutdown. There goes Saze as well. And now Animus, a 4 versus 2 here. Exclusive. Now looking for a way back around. Going to go through red. This is being watched from Satins. So as soon as they turn this corner, if Satins doesn't walk away with the kill, at the very least, they should walk away with the information. Yeah, Satins has no reason to play this. Just get the R9 out for the gunfight. Does exactly that for the first. And now there is just no time for a player, even as good as Sawo, to win a 1 versus 4.
Ready up.
All right, Verdict has currently got some internet issues, guys, so we'll get him back in here in just a second. For the moment, it's going to be 100% British broadcast. For the moment, we'll just solo our way through this. Animus now right back on that A offense once again. Last round, Lighty was the issue that they dealt with pertinently. Early util going out towards that back staircase. I believe that was probably caught by a trophy system, so information has been garnered. Lighty up close. Big gunfight here. How much value can Lighty get? Last time around, he had to look in 2 places at once, and his eyes don't work that way. Oh, they can hear Verdict? They can hear Verdict on broadcast? I don't know. We'll get him back in here in just a second, guys. Either way, Lighty looking for some value. Saze will now make the call. Lighty worked off that information, and Saze just takes both players down just like that. Beautiful little team play coming through from Saze and Lighty in that round. And now this leaves Animus kind of high and dry because that bomb was in that connector. Shark will make a little bit of noise over by B. It's not going to work, though. It's not going to pull any exclusive players away, or at least it shouldn't, because exclusive should be aware that bomb is down. Lighty has just spotted out Shark. Does he put himself in a bad position, perhaps to find this frag? Because Kairu is on the other side. Doesn't matter. Yeah, beautiful play from Lighty. It's very easy to overcorrect there. Not going to happen, as now the kill's now starting to come through on the other side. Sharks managed to find one. Lighty with the trade out, and, well, over the course of the last 60 seconds, the situation hasn't really changed for Animus. They've found a couple of frags. They've kind of dug away at exclusive defensive line, but they haven't managed to retrieve the bomb, and now Shark needs some great timing. He should get spotted out here by Saze almost immediately, and that is exactly what happens. Great play there from Lighty and Says in that round at the start. Lighty finds value. Says gets the double. Just really good team play from those two players. And that bomb being down is really the bane of Animus' existence in that one. So Animus playing this one a little bit differently, I think, this time around. Just playing somewhat more steadily. That's a beautiful nade on the defense there. Actually going to tag Nox down to pretty weak. Kind of some information. Exclusive. Doubling up in towards B. You just love 2-minute search and destroy rounds, guys, when nothing happens for a really elongated period of time. Exclusive still just waiting, and it is a similar setup, it should be said, once again in towards A. Lighty's going to be the player that is in position. Animus should have the information, because this is not a play that's dissimilar from what we saw in the last round. Smokes over the top. Is that the crossbow? Did I just see the crossbow? Says will take Shark down. Now come to help out his teammate here. Lighty's backed up a little bit. Spots out Saturn's. And Animus have burned so much time off the clock. They've got nada for it. Finally do even things up a little bit here. Veer down for the count. Exclusive still have to commit to presence on both sides, because for all they know, Animus, with the bomb in hand, could well rotate away from this round. They lose Narcs in the play, though. All of a sudden, Kairu becomes the big player in this one. Has to try and generate space. The issue for Kairu here on the flank is that they don't know there isn't somebody around the flank. No idea where these players on the defense are located. And that double up from B that was there from the beginning of the round finally plays off. Kairu, though, going to bring this down to a 1 versus 2 now. 9 seconds on the clock. You should have time to get that bomb down. It's all about the close part. This would be a prospective 1 versus 4 for Kairu. But surely about to get R9 on the ankles, and that is exactly what happens. Kairu can't even exit in time. And Kairu really needed his teammates to stay up there just a tad longer.
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
Our verdict should be back soon, guys. I know you want a little bit of the American in the voice, alright? We'll be there soon with it. For now. Animus. 1-2 down. Says. Opening blood looking pretty good here. Opening gunfights in the hole looking pretty good for Exclusive. They seem to be getting the better of Animus more often than not on this A entry. Caesar with the opening blood on this engagement once again. Bomb has been picked up, but this is a costly victory for Animus. In towards the site now. You're in a 2v5. At least you got the bomb, and I believe we've got Mr. Verdict back on the line.
They're trying to nerf me, Brody. They're trying to get me out of here. Oh, they're trying to get Shark and get Thilla out of there too, and that's a nasty 2-piece to close it out. Exclusive sharpening their search and destroy here, and it's just like I never left. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how the internet popped off, but hey, we're here and we're ready to roll.
I'm just happy you're back, mate. That's the main thing, all right? We're all good now. We're at a couple of rounds, but Animus are just losing these opening bloods. And that, if you weren't here, which you weren't, Verdict, I assume you were kind of scrambling around your router.
Yeah.
It's been the problem for Exclusive so far, or for Animus so far, excuse me, is that they're kind of losing some of these opening fights more often than not. It's not been good whatsoever, and that continues to conflict them. Nice double, though, coming through from Narcs, and, well, that will bring this down to a 2 versus 2, and they do have bomb control. Exclusive know it. So they're now going to be more proactive here in this 2v2.
Yep, go ahead and pick this baby up. B should be free to hit. Last 2 players get Thilla and Narcs. Intel for the first 4 rounds should have let you know that these guys have possibly been on that A side, and the reads are there. Clearance, however, yeah, they're going to throw a shoulder, make sure they get everything cleared on out before they stick this plant. Now, 50 seconds left to go on the clock, and the bomb's going to go down. So this is going to be a big advantage here for the boys over at Animus. This should be a redeeming round for themselves. We'll see how they do on the post plant.
And there's still an R9 up for Exclusive. There's a Tundra up for Narcs. Those are the big players here on the defense. Mutal going out. Doesn't actually tag Kefilla despite landing right next to him. That nade will tag Says unless he gets the hell out of it. It does brings him down to 50% HP. Now Animus, steady. 15 seconds of the clock. Says not going to get back up towards 100 HP. Via not at the range. And trust me, there is a long range of that R9 that you can be effective versus the Tundra. And yeah, you said it, mate. Good play there in that 2v2 from Animus.
Good doink there from the nade right over the top. You're looking at the player who is getting those wall bangs through. You hit them right in the head. Force their hands. They have to push up. Time was of the essence to go along with it. So perfectly orchestrated that R9. You already know it, man. It's a MG. It's a shotgun. Thing that you want more.
Apparently there was a crossbow kill at the start of that last round.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, I saw it very briefly, the crossbow in the previous round. I was like, well, we're not going to see anything from that. Evidently, new metas are being created here in Europe, and Europe paving the way as always. You know, Europe's the best region. I'm taking the nick, guys. I'm taking the nick. All right, it's a joke before anyone goes, oh, it's actually China and Garena, guy. Obviously, I'm joking. Animus. One man down, though, on the offense, and they get the smoke down. Looks like that might be the play call. If they could take Sour or Caesar out of the bar area, that would be nice, but just not able to do it. That double up, I think, is too much to ask for in a 1v2.
And you can see they're backing down, too, man. They don't want to bark up the alley if it's not there. Lighty. He's the only man you need on this side of the map. Oh, he's got the crossbow to go. Oh, this is a dangerous combination, brother. And, you know, if you're trying to find clips, you'll certainly find on the flip side. You got Saturns who's doing the same thing. R9 and crossbow. These guys setting the trend there for the meta. A little argy-bargy here early on, you know what I'm saying? I like to see them do something crazy here in Europe. They're always doing weird and exuberant things. Says, oh, yeah. A little patience, a little virtue. Going to be able to find one there for the opener, but Shark quickly there for the trade.
Right, Exclusive might have a man disadvantage here, but they're going to get this rock down. It's a triple stack for Exclusive. Kefilla should be able to work. Turn around, Kefilla! Come on, man! His thumb must have been slipping all over the phone screen. Now down to 1v3. Not going to happen. And how about that for something that, generally speaking, doesn't work verdict there? Yes, you've got the number advantage of Exclusive, but like just 3-manning it through one area of the map. They're very lucky that Kefilla wasn't looking at that stairwell.
Yeah, I could have gone really, really poorly. But it didn't. That's a great thing. Hey, that's all of the luxuries of playing Search for Destroy in Europe. You know, things like that happen. They slip through, and rounds like that aren't completely blown up. A little quick smash to the middle of the map. They have taken up a lot of space. Sawo realizing, hey, dude, my life's in jeopardy right now. I need help. Can't get the shotgun through. It's going to be able to find one shot, but Shark can continue to run through it. It finds a second. Bomb's going down quickly. This run has escalated very fast. 40 seconds down, and Caesar going to be able to finally return the heat now as things are getting a bit mixy. 3v4 here for the retake.
Shots coming in through Saturn. Looking pretty good here on the defense are Animus. Oh, nice nade over the top from Lighty. Worth saying, by the way, Lighty's still in the play with the R9, so that's huge here. Can he get the kill, though? No, he can't. And now it's down to Veer. He's already down to a morsel of HP. Not going to find the fight. Why would you? You're expecting a little bit too much out of him there in that situation. Animus, they are trailing at the moment, but they are hanging on.
Just one morsel of health. One grain. Not happening. We could be tied here. We might have a series on our hands. I wouldn't have thought it after that hardpoint, but brother, we have long since left Hacienda. And this Coastal has played out fairly well so far. Let's see if Animus can get back into the swing of it before we get a flip. Sawo going to be the tip of the spear here to hold off the push on through. They have buckled up for that 3-man stack over there, but have since kind of just left their feet dragging. So looking for somebody to make a play through the middle of the map. It could be Shark. It could be Kru, who has not been tremendous with the SKS, but could go big here.
Some of this open util has been brilliant from Exclusive. I was going to say, that nade is 100% going to land. That is now the second banger nade we've had in consecutive rounds from Exclusive. There is a trade out, though. And that might actually lead Exclusive here to fully commit to the defense. I think they might be ready for Veer to do it with the Tundra. Oh! Oh!
brought the boomstick
Spotted.
through the smoke.
All up to you now.
Gathilla, last man standing on this side of the map. Yeah, there's 3 right there swarming you.
Next round.
Defense swallowed him whole, invited him in for a freebie over the B or the A site rather. And Veer said, "Nothing free over here. You got to earn your keep."
Defend the objectives.
Man, some of this util from exclusive early in these rounds have been phenomenal. I kind of question the lack of trophies in the play from Animus, I gotta admit. But some of that util gave exclusive a fair few rounds there on defense. However, we now switch sides. It's now going to be exclusive on the offense. And there's that opening sniper battle. Narcs will win it this time around. It's a really important one to keep an eye on. And that is going to make things difficult here for exclusive. I guess the way back into this round is maybe some crazy crossbow play. Lighty, just give it to us. Let's just see a kill, swipe around the corner, get one for free. That's all we need.
We're all looking for handouts around here. Shark says, "Buddy, you cross the corner, I got you. Trophy's going to be picked up, collected. They're going to go ahead and take a lot of space up here in the corridor. Nades over the top. Plenty of trophies there as they are working overtime. Smoke's on through. Stun's going to be able to hit. Caesar going to be able to find one. That's the opener. Second's going to be collected here momentarily. No, Shark still in the corner, tucked away nice and tightly. Is going to go out guns ablaze and Says puts an end to his misery. 3v3 here for the retake. Got a trophy on site to go along with it. It's not necessarily in position to stop, but the nade twice baked over the top does not land.
So he's going to get cut down. Exclusive are really starting to fall away here. Little flanking play being made from Caesar, though. Sao just needs to hold on long enough. Does so. Ooh. Almost gets the turn on as a second player. Unfortunately for Caesar, he makes Gathilla weak, but not enough for the frag. I like the setup in the 2 versus 3. The execution, just a tad off.
It's not over yet.
Just a bit, man. You like where the head's at. Play could have developed. Would have been crazy. Caesar sniffed out almost instantly.
Defend
And a great hold after the take on towards the B site. Comes through. Clint from Veer. Keru trying to avoid all damage off the rip. 2 nades over the top. Going to be able to force one back. Saturn's waiting for the hit. Gets shots on one. Has to reposition. Shark there for the top enforcement. Saturn's going to be able to find one, but it's Sawo.
the bomb.
Cleans him out for the 2-piece. Then that's going to get another free plant over towards this B site. Lighting. Jesus Christ, brother. Leave him down the 2, Brody. These rounds going
Bomb's been
quickly.
planted.
Yeah, exclusive have actually gotten away here with numbers. This is going to be very difficult to win. Nade isn't going to even get anything. Lighty just keeping an eye on that angle with the R9. It's an easy dub. And look, I got to see some phase 5 stuff here from Narcs to win this round. He's already found the first. Can he find more?
Oh.
Nice work. Next round.
Great
It's
attempt.
like so many of these round verdicts are kind of right now kind of decided by who wins those gunfights at the start, right? Exclusive have the numbers there and they're able to hold on. It's very different to where they were at before. And they are teetering close to that 9th round.
Yeah, and you start to see Animus now starting to reallocate players over towards that B side too. And look at this hit. It's right down the middle of the pipe. Sawo opens up the first blood over the top. They've already got side control. They've already forced Narcs back down. And Narcs not able to hit a shot to follow up. Gonna have to wait for the Calvary here. This bomb's gone down very quickly. 40 seconds and it will go boom. Shark waiting for the chance to go ahead and pop. Lighty right around the corner there with the R9. Location, give it away. Yeah, he's collected. Lighty's doing his thing, brother. Lighting it up. Sawo with another. This is going to be a clean one. Yeah, no bloods found on the right-hand side.
Next round.
Exclusive just running away with this one after finding the keys to success. It's just get the bomb down as quickly as possible. Find those open bloods. It's no miracle in the sauce.
I just don't know what else there is to say at this point. It just feels like exclusive is so much better at winning some of these fights, and the House of Cards just collapses from there on out. How about this for a start, though? Aggro down A long from Animus. Gathilla starts off with the first couple of kills. And yeah, exclusive do get a little bit of a punch back through. And another one as well. How are we letting Veer wide peek you with the sniper and take your head off like that? Now we're down to a 3 versus 3. And that start from Gathilla completely fallen by the wayside.
Going to Vayne. Let's see if they can redeem themselves. They're all split across the top side of the map. Looking for intel. You got one middle lane. You got Saturn, who we're spectating here. Looking to get the intel on what is going to be a B hit. Shots do land. Half health. Says they're not going to stop. They're going to go ahead and push the agenda. And Narcs now that knows the hit's on. Nades over the top. Is going to land. Perfect timing, but it's not going to be able to find anything other than a bit of damage. And this 3v3 smash is coming through. Kru is going to be the tip of the spear.
He's going to get shut down. Now, numbers not in favor of Animus. Nice kill coming through from Saturn, bringing us down to a 2 versus 2. And there goes Lighty as well. I was about to say both R9 players are still in the play. Says, though, now going to have to back away. Still time on side for Animus. Says, though, gets the first. Shots in towards the second, but knocks to the L-Car for the final kill. Trades galore. It's a big round for Animus to take away.
And the drought's through. Maybe Gathilla's first 2 bloods didn't go in vain. Love the reposition out of them. The retake was on point. The nade shot started it off. They were able to push right on through. And it did get close there. I mean, just one more shot out of that SKS would have been lethal. Fortunately, that's not the case here now. Explosive up, 7-5. Nades over the top here at the B site. They are all stacking it, with the exception of Veer, who's on the back line looking for the approach on through. Shark overwhelmed. And Lighty finding the first blood. Saturn's finding one before he's gone. This one's getting ugly. Brody, we got a 1v3, and it's all on Arcs.
Yeah, and this is very similar to what we saw before. Narcs is going to get very quickly shut down. And once again, Exclusive win those opening fights in towards P. They maintain the numbers while doing so. And it's just so difficult to re-enter in. Animus not able to do it.
Destroy the objective.
Feels like Narcs maybe needs to get a little bit more involved, because right now, even though he's got 13 kills, it feels like so many of them from being from a kind of a, I want to say, defensive positioning. That is more like it. Veer gets shut down right off the rip. Veer with the jump shot to take him down over the boxes in the middle of the map. Exclusive trying to appropriately react here. This is a very fast swing towards A.
Redirect. Narcs, you said it. He's got to be active here on this site. Is not able to find one. Kru, though, for the save. Finds the wall bang through the middle of the map. And that's going to be able to find another player advantage. Shark and Sawo quickly through his trades are in. 2v4 here for the hold. Lighty on point with an R9. Sometimes that's all you need. We'll see. Sawo taking some shots, but he's going to be eliminated. It's all down the Lighty 1v4 style.
And there it is. Lighty! Oh, the R9! Ban it now! 3 for Lighty! And there is the trade coming through from Kru. Lighty almost ended the search and destroy all by himself. Kru says, not today, mon frere.
I was going to present a game to you at the beginning of our cast. Like, how many times we say R9 and broken or disgusting? You know, and every time we say that, we take a shot, but it's way too early in the morning. And I'm just going to shut my pie hole. Let's go ahead and dive on into the next round, man. Light it up. Finds 3. 4 is just too much. That's the number. Quick hit over towards the B site. Redirect in the middle of the map. Smokes through. Clearance. Narcs. Whiffs. Second shot is the same. Gonna get the intel on through. Might have a clean 5v5 here for the retake as Caesar's gonna go ahead and stick it. And Brody.
The bomb has been planted.
There it is. Rocks down 40 seconds and that won't go boom.
Yeah, good news for Animus here is they don't have anybody lost in the round. They're going to try and take this fight through Connector. Lighty has been the playmaker, and he's gone. Do they recognize the second player in the corner, though? No, they don't. Sawo pops off for a double. Trades, though, in favor of Animus. Now down to a 4v2 in their favor. And Exclusive have to do so much. Caesar over the top, not looking properly where Saturn is located. Veer now has to pull off a Skull Guy, and he's more like a Skull Y. Exclusive not able to take the W. Animus holding on.
I see what you did there.
Ready up.
Oh, clutch guy. Oh, pistol guy. Oh, skull guy. Oh, my. Oh, me. Oh, my. Not this time around.
Defend the objectives.
Animus living to fight another round. Got to take it. Just one more to get that OT. And it does look like the all's fair is an A-long hit comes through. Only one player to deal with. Narcs has been on this back line all game long. He is going to be sniffed out. Does find one as Lighty drops, so playmakers out of the equation. Bomb site should be free.
The bomb has been planted.
Here he's trying to get some shots through the wall. It's not going to happen. Already seen them pretty good at the retake already once, and it looks like they might be again. This is going very well for an overtime here, folks. Caesar, last one left alive, hasn't even hit the reset on the HP. Overtime we go. Animus, these retakes on towards A. Name a better duo.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet.
I thought we were a pretty good duo, but damn, these guys. They got it on lock. You and Colin were pretty damn fired too earlier. I gotta say, man, we've had
Destroy the objective.
pretty good start here in Europe. As I read in chat, it's afternoon somewhere. It ain't afternoon here, brother. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you, Smoke OT. You already know the win rules condition. You have to win by 2. That means an offense and a defense round back to back. K-Roo Narcs opening up with 2, but Sawo and Says quickly there for 2 of themselves.
Yeah, they've still got bomb as well, and full site control. So this should be an easy plant coming through for Animus. What does a post plant look like? What does Exclusive have in the bank? They've got Fear, who has been, I want to say, somewhat lacking in the sniper category, especially compared to his compadre on the other side. Only 7 kills to his name. Of course, Says, who has been incredible with the marksman. Got to find a way through. Do they predict Shark in the corner is the biggest question. If they don't, round's going to be over. And Shark just plays his life. No, he gets shut down. How has Shark not found a kill there? That's ridiculous. Saturn, though, brings it down to a 2v2. Has the R9 and is making them look like clowns. Says now looking for the 1v2. Gets Gifilla. 1 versus 1. Says has the SKS. Has to challenge him out. But Saturn with the heady and the R9 will win out. Animus defend the site.
Of course, it's that guy, Saturn, R9. Finds the 3, keeps the dream alive. Animus, right back in it. Taking the control after what has seemed to be an exclusive map yet again. Not so fast, my friend. Last hit, quick sides, push over towards the B. Saturn could go massive through the smoke, waiting for the hit to come on through, and you can see it. They know Saturn's there. They're getting the hell out of Dodge.
Exclusive are terrified. I mean, they're terrified right now. Yeah, no, 100%. I don't. I mean, what's this, like 4 or 5 rounds on the bounce, more or less, for Animus to win? It's something to that effect, at least. Maybe 3 or 4. Maybe I'm exaggerating it. But, like, Animus have just won round after round after round. Exclusive now know they are on the precipice of losing game number 2. You have to win these opening fights. You got to have it. And Saturn and Gifilla are staring them down. Gifilla with these opening bloods. Can he find anything? Yes, he does. 1-for-1 trade. You've got Saturn in towards the site, though. He is still the biggest playmaker in this play. And there goes Saturn.
Huge.
Narcs will trade things out for 1, though. Make this more palatable for a retake.
Bomb has been planted.
This is tough. Certainly doable. Finding Lighty was massive. Now the hard work begins. Sawo on the back lines. Narcs looking to find any and everything through. You've got a marksman and you've got a sniper. You've got to go quick. 30 seconds. Secondary is going to be picked up. K-Roo not finding anything. They are all on site. They've got to clear. They've got to go. Veer right down opposite side of the barrel. Say is going to be pinched. Is going to be able to push on through, and that's going to be able to find us some more overtime. Just when you thought it was done, the delayed hit onto the B site was perfection.
Destroy the
I
objective.
thought for a second there Animus might have it, but no. Beautiful setup for Exclusive. Take out Saturn in that round. It feels like it's theirs from that point on. As soon as Saturn's done inside the site, it's over. Look at this for an early round play. Says gets tagged up with a nade. Caesar gets tagged up with a nade and actually taken out by way of said nade. So now if you're Sawo, you need to hold on towards B because that's where that bomb is heading, despite the fact that Animus do not have the numbers in that direction. And Sawo's just going to back away. I don't like that play from Sawo whatsoever. Don't worry about the middle of the map. Let Says handle the middle of the map because you're over there.
Oh, yeah, you just let the floodgates out. They've got the clearance. Lighty able to find 1 on the back line. Sawo able to get 1, too.
Bomb has been planted.
And even with a 3v4 hold, I think the call is to go ahead and stake this bomb and play to your advantage. This side is damn near impossible to break, especially if you have an R9 player on site. And here we go. Buckle up. The hit's on. Narcs. Oh! Finds the first, but is shut down almost instantly. Veer now trying to insert himself in the equation. Saturn. I mean, you throw a shoulder, you are getting obliterated.
Nice nade from Saze, though. Down to a 2v1. Gefiller doesn't have the R9. And you say it's a difficult site to break. That is true, but not when Exclusive are the ones playing it. They had the numbers. They traded out every single fight. Every single time that Animus had one player on Animus was in a fight, it was a 1 versus 2. Every single time. And Exclusive just play those trades pretty much perfectly. And now they, on the offense. They were terrified to plant the bomb last time around. They managed to do it this time. It is straight triple nade set up towards A. They're going to get into the site. All what can Kayru do off the back of it?
Oh my god, that's tough. And look at Veer. He's in a prime spot to capitalize on the replacement. Kayru going to be forced down. And he's going to be forced to deal with the player on the backside. Luckily enough, he's going to have the cavalry there. Veer going to be able to get shut down. Shark living to tell the dream. Sawo and Caesar right here looking for the enforcements. Where are they coming from? Caesar spotted one, and he is done. Kayru able to find another. It's only one player left standing. This one should be it. Sawo goes down guns a-blazing, but goes down nonetheless. And this is the series that we were promising you guys earlier. We said this is grand finals material, and this is what we meant. This one could have the potential to go all 39 rounds.
Don't even entertain the idea. Yeah, that could well happen. Animus and Exclusive continue to bounce back. And it's worth saying, that was Exclusive throwing everything in the kitchen sink at that round, right? I mean, that they threw all their utility early on to get into the site. They were gambling on the fact that they were going to be able to hold it afterwards. Says now, big player on the defense for the opening blood. Backs away, plays his life. That's good. Nade bounce, doesn't find anything. No, trophy system down, stops it. Animus now with a flanking play, though. They're starting to win some opening gunfights. Lighty, all of a sudden, becomes significantly more important around the site, and he is playing off that performance to perfection.
Oh,
Lighty will not deliver for another, but brings it down to a 2v2.
Oh, he did his due diligence there, too. Is all you need, right? 2v2 is where we are left at. Kayru going to go ahead and stick the rock. Hits on. Caesar making the wrap on through. Narcs and Kayru are effectively in the corner. Shots come through. Caesar's forced to back down. The old bait switch. Well, guess what? Bait's not taken. And you down one more. Exclusive. Not going to be able to take this one. And Caesar shut down. A massive round here for Animus to bounce back. And what has been a phenomenal overtime game so far. We'll see if Exclusive can strike the pot here and even us up yet again. Or, hey, just hear me out. Animus tied series up. Either way, it's win-win.
Take it either way. It's very similar setup here from Exclusive, though. Is that opening you still? This time they don't exhaust everything, I believe. I think they've still got a couple of nades left in the bank here. For the post plant. Never mind. Kayru completely blows it up. Numbers now falling apart. Exclusive. They're crumbling.
Down to Lighty. An R9 in a dream. This gun is everything. You can't push them all stacked up. They stagger perfectly. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going in the control tied up.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up.
What a wild search and destroy from both teams. At one point in the game, it felt like Exclusive had it. I think they were 8-5 up, I want to say. Animus strung round after round after round to send us to overtime. And in that overtime, Animus are the ones that come out on top. I'll say this much. Exclusive entry into the site looks great. I mean, they looked solid every single time they need to enter in the site. They managed to do it successfully. It's that post plant. I think that's where it feels like Animus, they have the edge.
And that's one of the things about this map, too. It's like you can get the plan on A, but where are you going to set up post plan? If it wasn't B, it wasn't going their way, all right? So the quick plants didn't pan out. And that's where we see a lot of the struggles, even in CDM. If you remember back last season when we were watching, or the season before last year, when we were watching teams that, you know, Zem coached, sold in that regard. They get the plant down, but dude, afterwards, it was just all out chaos. They spun the block so many times on Coastal until they finally figured something out and finally started getting the approach. It's very difficult to hold the setup after that rocks out on A. B is definitely the easiest case to get, but you got to get that side control. We'll take a look at it. 23 and 14. This one had potential to go a little further on through. Animus putting him out there as Lighty leads the pack on the left-hand side of your screen yet again. Narcs, you said he didn't have very much impact. He had 13 kills through the first few rounds, but very much so not in a way that could dictate the sway of the game. He found 7 more after that, but Saturn and Kru were, I mean, pristine. I know Saturn goes 14 and 16, but brother, if Saturn's not there finding 2 pieces at a time there with the R9 and Kru's not getting wall bangs, that game's not won.
No, 100%. Shout out to Lighty, by the way. My concern here is just really that Animus's Search and Destroy was predicated upon Lighting finding kills, right? I mean, Lighty almost won that 1 versus 4 to win the Search and Destroy, right? When it was like 9, I want to say it was like 8-5 or something, maybe 8-6. Like, so much of the setup there for exclusive was predicated on Lighty, and you saw it there at 23 kills. It was just a bit weird for sure. Either way, here's a look at our scoreboard then. At the end of that one, Animus take it away 12-10. They now tie the series up at 1-1. We now have a crossroads strike control, and we're not going to make you wait any longer for it. We're going to jump straight into game number 3 here. As honestly, I don't know how to predict this at this point. Exclusive, we talked about them being a phenomenal hardpoint team. We already said that their Search and Destroy and control isn't up to snuff comparatively. I mean, have they improved control is the question.
Well, we saw tremendous leaps and bounds being made there in the Search and Destroy. That by no means was anything to be ashamed of, right? A real tell here is in the controlled swing mode. This is where you often see those respawn teams start to thrive. And then again, some of them just fall flat, just like we saw in the, previous series. 117 need to figure their stuff out. Right now, it's Animus cramming them on through, and the spawn is going to be relieved. They're looking for a little bit of side pressure, and well, life's pretty much dead even as they are sent back to the respawn. This map, huge, minute 30 rounds, not enough to really develop. You've got to play offense off the rip, and this one can go quickly. As you can see, 50 seconds still left on the clock.
Immediate trades here looking pretty good if you're exclusive. You've got a 6 life advantage early on in this one, and this is one of those spawn traps that are really starting to get put together here from Animus. They are being pushed all the way deep into their spawn. 3 kills through for Sawo, and a 7 life differential now with 30 on the clock. This is going to be a difficult one to scramble back from, and it kind of poses a question now. With 25 on the clock, what do Animus do here? Because your backs are well and truly against the wall. You also don't really want to be feeding exclusive any potential operators towards round number 2.
Yeah, we say that, Saze has got 8 already, and he's working on an Ani. As he's finally going to be shut down there as Animus trying to get their wits about him. Only 3 lives remaining, 10 seconds. Again, I mentioned these rounds are going to go quick if you're not playing the objective as you should. Down to the last 5, Kru. I mean, they're not going to come at you, buddy. They're going to allow you to extend this game if you can. And look at it, they're just going to go ahead and stop the contest for the time being. Playing with their food is one thing. They are absolutely trying to cycle through for those streaks. They're looking to steamroll.
Yeah, just really well played. From exclusive there in that round, right? I mean, it's just one of those quintessential spawn traps early on. Exclusive win the first wave of gunfights, and they do not let up. I'll say this much though, in terms of sort of like the rollout in towards round number 2, there isn't that much difference between these two teams. As a matter of fact, I'd say Animus are more well prepared, and almost immediately we're going to see the investment of the War Machine so that Animus can do what was just done to them. However, that has not worked out in that way. War Machine's still in play, but exclusive are winning these fights.
Oh, yeah, they're rushing the side effective, too. This is exactly what you want to see. Kru, Predator at his hand, ready to roll. Lighty playing the objective and getting some kills to go along with it. Gathilla, the timing couldn't have been any better for him. And Lighty somehow just managed to stay alive, brother. He's got some kind of aura about him as he slips on through. The cavalry's there to help, too. Sawo looking to piece into the back line. He's going to be able to find another. They are hemorrhaged lives here early on. Narcs trying to reel things back in. Does find one. And just like that, they've got control back over site, but look at that. Damage already being done on the B side. Things are getting crazy here for exclusive.
Yeah, exclusive are just dominating right now. This is insane. Kills looking so good. Animus now in that same position they were previously. I mean, what do you do here? You are down by 12 lives. I wouldn't invest anything. I will say, exclusive have actually invested a fair amount to be in this position. Kru's bringing the Predator Missile. Why? Why are we bringing a Predator Missile down? And 8 versus 21 was that at that time? Like, just hold it. You don't need to use it.
Overkill? I don't know. Maybe cycling? Dude, just want to go ahead and put an end to it. Saturn putting an end to his. Caesar finds the last 2 and Brody, as I mentioned earlier, they are steamrolling. They were setting it up, and they executed. Animus, down to their last chance here. What are we doing? Shark, only operator on the table on the left-hand side. They've already cycled through, Brody. What are we doing?
Yeah, this is insane. And Animus, again, you know, just the fact that they've let this happen is wild. The kill disparity between the two teams is massive. Exclusive running through Animus. I think it's crazy, by the way, that Veer hasn't even hit double digits just yet. That shows how quick this game has been. Exclusive looking phenomenal. Animus, nobody besides K-Root is having anything to say whatsoever. If I'm Animus, I think now we start to look at some of these desperate utils to just bring out all three operators. And do it now. Like, you are down in this game. Use your ops now to get out of this spawn trap.
Oh, from here on out, it's on site, brother. You got to pop as soon as you got him. Shark, he's not waiting any time. Does waste, though, as finds one and is done. Godzilla, next man up. 40 seconds on the clock. They have yet to really put a dent on any of these objectives. And, well, I mean, it's because they're struggling to get a little bit of map control off the rip. This should help, though, as K-Root is able to find one. Shark is able to find another as well. Caesar on the redirect. Gonna get gunned at a distance. Narcs is popped. As soon as we said it, they have executed. So this one's about as competitive as it's gotten so far.
Already in here. On towards A. Animus now looking a little bit better. And we talk about their backs being against the wall. I would say they've played really well in this round at trying to hold Exclusive at bay. Exclusive, though, they are a dangerous animal. Push them up against the wall, they are going to bite back, and you're starting to see that bite back come through. Sour is going to invest the Tempest here in towards the plate as they move forward. And already finding value off the back of it as well. Animus now pushed back into the spawn. The one player that's pushed out of this is going to be K-Root, and he gets shut down. This is not good for Animus.
This is ugly. Sawo, nothing to lose here. Even if you do drop this round, you've got another to close it out on. So Sawo's pop perfectly, and it just coincides to the fact that you can close this one out. Caesar on the approach, able to get some shots on a second there as he evens out the lives, looking for the spawn trap. Finds another, but he's going to get gunned down. Godzilla going to get the respawn, going to get the trade, and we're down to 4 on the left-hand side.
Exclusive have one up. K-Root has one up. Does Lighty want to use it is the question for me. K-Root now down. Lighty brings out the death machine, but doesn't shoot it. She will get the charge back for the next round. Sour trying to survive. Get the hell out of dodge here, but Narcs cuts him off before he can escape. And now Veer, with the sniper rifle, has to pull off one of the craziest 1 versus 4s. Snaps on to 1. Looking good. 20 seconds, though. Animus, they could just try and hunt him down.
I don't know if you send one out here. I know you got only 20 seconds left. You 3-man bully. He's got a sniper. Pay him respects where it's due, I guess. Narcs.
Enemy taking B.
Looking to find anything. Nate's over the top. Just a little bit of damage. That's the intel, but he was collecting time already. The hop up here. Or rather, the hop down. Yeah, Saturn's is going to collect them. And we've got another round. Still, even the rounds that are won by Animus, super close. We'll see maybe the tides turn after that round. 2 operators on the right-hand side of your screen. Let's see if they pop them almost instantly or if we see this one extend out.
Immediate investment coming through from Animus. Oh no, and both those investments goes awry. Again, not too sure if they got a charge back on either of those, but either way, it is an investment that doesn't work out for Animus. You got a 1 life advantage right off the rip of this round. Trade out coming through. Veer finding one with the war machine before getting shut down. So really for both sides, the operators haven't amounted to that much control. They are still juicing out in the middle of the map here. And Exclusive feel like they might be winning those fights. As long as Exclusive aren't being pushed back in their spawn right now, Verdict, I think they're happy with this situation.
And I think K-Root is just happy with keeping them off the objective. And that's exactly what you need to do. Force them over towards that out and open. Instead of getting crammed on through, you allow them to get up into that fire site, and that's where things get a little too hectic. Lighty trying to find something on through as he's able to make it out of the spawn trap. As Godzilla is also going to be sniffed out. Say's now popping. This could be silver lining. Lighty shut down. And while Exclusive have tried to pretty much ate this objective so far, has had no success off of it. Say's able to piece on the outskirts, but again, does not mean anything here for the objective. There's only 15 seconds left to go on the clock.
Nice. Ally from Say's. Gets a second as well. Nicely done. Time will stop now as Veer gets on the point, and Animus are going to have to swing a lot of the momentum taking Say's down. That Annihilator will now expire. And now the 1v1 towards the point. Fear will win it versus Shark. Gets to play his life still. Has help through the middle of the map. If I'm exclusive, honestly, I just stack this point. I try and play for the extra 60 seconds. Because right now, this feels very precarious. If Saze goes down, they will be in panic stations. But elsewhere, gunfight's going in their favor. And it looks like the slow and steady path has been the right one to take. Because it's all been blue in the feed. And B is about to be captured. We go to an extra 60 seconds.
Norse pop. Minute on the clock. They played this defense to perfection up until this point. They've gotten a little hands off over towards that B site. And allow this one to extend. Saze finds his 28th kill, has been absolutely cracked with the SKS. Shark pop, desperate times, desperate measures, shut down. All down to 2, making 1 is Lighty. Finds a freaking 3-piece. This one's done. A 3-1 control victory as that escalated too quickly. Nfinity, what did we just see there? It was a collapse, man. They played defense to perfection up until that point. They give away B, and then all of a sudden, they just drop lives like it's nothing.
I feel like Animus just didn't focus enough on the actual B point itself, right? I think they sent a couple of players in really delayed 1v1s against Saze on that point. Like, you're not going to win that. Like, maybe you win the 1v1, but, like, past that point, you're not going to do anything else. Like, I don't know why they weren't focusing on the progress that was being made towards B. I think there's a really concerning setup there for the defense from Animus. However, on the flip side of that conversation, I got to give a lot of love to Exclusive for the way in which they played that offense, because they got a consecutive, like, 10 kills in a row or something to that effect. That is phenomenal play from Exclusive. To not lose a single life despite having a, again, it has to be said, it is a precarious setup. Like, they had players split across the entire middle of the map. There wasn't that much maneuver for trades. Like, Exclusive just played that phenomenally well, and Saze absolutely spearheading that at 8, 28, and 14. Lighty is having the best performance I think I've seen from him in any Call of Duty Mobile match ever at 29 and 21, continuing that through this series. Exclusive look phenomenal here on Control.
Oh, they absolutely do, and, you know, the name of the game is play the objective. I know, sidebar, I like how we were both having a conversation in chat while we were also casting WS. Yeah.
Listen, I saw somebody say extend the control out.
Yes.
Put it back to 2-minute search and destroy. Listen, I don't want 2-minute search and destroy rounds. Okay.
No.
I also don't want.
Go.
We need to fix this. All right. This needs to be an issue. We need to put a poll up. We need to get someone going to CDM to fix that, because I can't live with it anymore.
2-minute control rounds, especially on maps like Crossroads, and especially on maps like Raid, where you're coming out of spawn and it is just damn hard to find anything. You're spending so much time getting out of the spawn trap. You can't play the objective, and it's so hard. Like, 2 minutes would be better for Control, especially for offensive units. We don't see these, you know, I wouldn't say brain dead pushes at times, but unless you're playing objective off the rip, and unless you're getting captures, you know, throughout the first 30 seconds, brother, those rounds go quick, dude. We need 2 minutes to allow the game to progress. And Search and Destroy, I'm all for 90 second Search and Destroy rounds. I think
I'll say this much.
The beautiful medium.
Yeah, I'll say this much about it. I feel like we don't see the full effect of how teams are supposed to play here in Control, because European Control is generally pretty bad. I'll say this much. I don't mean to trash talk European Control teams, but generally speaking,
it's both regions, all regions, pretty much.
Yeah, I'd say we don't see teams play Control to the same extent that you do maybe in Garena or in China, right? Where those 2-minute Control rounds are ineffective points. I would say it's kind of interesting, because I feel like if teams played it properly, I don't think you need the 2-minute rounds. If teams are like, we got like 20 seconds left to hit a point, you hit a point. You don't do what Exclusive just did, which they only got away with it because Animus were playing kind of bad on the defense, right? So it's kind of an interesting. Look, should we do a podcast? Can we do like a podcast episode?
I think we need to bring the spawn back.
Oh, that would be great. I would love that. Let's do it.
that.
Anyway, right now, we're not going to be doing the spawn. We will do it, maybe. Who knows? I don't know. Anyway, Exclusive. 2-1 up right now in the series. They win this takeoff hard point. They win this one. They go through the next round of play. Animus have to take the path of Sybarites from North America. If you guys remember that from last week, where they had to go through a grueling lower bracket to win. And Verdict, if our first hard point in this series, if anything, go by, Exclusive have got some good chances.
Oh, absolutely. It was first set of hills through, and it was like 150 to 5. Brutal. Go back and rewatch it, or don't if you're a fan of Animus, because that was an ugly game. That series progressing. Big 2-piece there for Savo. He's like, hey, I'm gonna get some free shots on through as well, get some free time. 20 points and counting. Last 15 seconds now is set up here for Godzilla and crew. They're looking to piece on in, trying to find anybody out in the open. Gets gunned. Lighty needs to be studied. This guy is gunning ARs at a distance with a switchblade. And he is top frag pretty much the entirety of this series.
Yeah, it's wild. Honestly, I have to... I haven't seen Lighty play this well. Like, it's insane. I think Lighty's been a good player. He's never been like this kind of player. I don't understand where this has come from. This feels like a totally different performance from him, and it's one of the most incredible changes I think I've seen in a player over the course of this short period of time, like just ever. So shout out to Lighty for playing the way he is right now, and Exclusive on the whole, just shredding. Veer is shooting through walls. This is a very usual spawn trap situation for a team in control of P2. Veer gets the war machine and decides to use it straight away. Fire back from Saturn, though. Takes Veer down, and he finds more value right off the back of the Sparrow. Saturn's burns through 4 players, and Animus able to battle back through here for the back 25.
Brother finds 2 operator kills to go along with it, too. Saturn's backpacking. Shark shut down Lighty. Man, he is that guy. Saturn's fills the place here for the objective as well as getting some kills. Now we're trying to get the extension over the new. Looking for players on the scaffolding. There's one more there. The hop on up. Say's going to be able to find it for free. Now we rush over to the opposite side of the map as things starting to progress. A lot closer of a hardpoint game than we've seen in the first of this series. This ain't Hacienda. That day's long been gone. K-Ru up top. Ooh, good turn and burn there. Now they got him a little bit of a spawn trap now as Animus seemed to have locked it down. Say's trying to reel it back in through the smoke. Can't find anything.
What the? Back spawns. I have no idea what's going on, mate. This is just kills after kills after kills. The investments from Animus, I'll say, have been pretty good here in this hardpoint so far, especially from Saturn's, I think, with the Sparrow that we saw earlier on. Good investment coming in there with the Cmoore as well from Animus. Now K-Ru with the war machine to try and find some value. Gonna get a couple of kills before falling. Animus will hold it. Spawn's very readable here for Animus towards the backline. Exclusive tries they might to get in. It is just continued operator utilization from Animus, not allowing them to do so. Now you've got to start to focus on the rotation, and with those back spawns, really only way to do it is to push through the hard point. Only one player doesn't do it, and it says, and they can only find one before being cut down.
And for the first time in this series, we see a hardpoint lead in favor of Animus. They got a connection over the new, too. One man hit over through. Sawo going to wait for the entry. Predator the missile up top. Not going to be able to find anything. Trophy saves. Animus still very much so in control of this P4 objective. They have chained Exclusive out, and Narcs is going ham. 18 kills to his name. Topside control. Lighty and crew need to find the kills. And even with them, not going to be able to take the objective along with it. Operators at the ready there for Lighty. On the right-hand side, nothing to work with, but the Gunny has been everything as well. 2-piece there from the Pred. Exclusive are getting manhandled.
I just don't understand what's happening in this series anymore, to be honest with you. Exclusive
Not at all.
literally dominate Animus in matter of what. Animus might not have well have spawned in. Let's call it for what it is. This hardpoint, Animus is showing up. They're finding much more value out of every single kill. They're finding especially value out of their operators. Things are just totally different here for Animus in this hardpoint. They look much, much better. Towards the end, finally, Exclusive going to have some things to talk about here on this hardpoint, as they are going to close the deficit down to about 10 points or so going in towards the second set. And Exclusive have a bit of utility to work with as well. The thing for me is Exclusive probably would have got a lot of P2 control on that first set were it not for that break coming through by way of the Sparrow for Animus. So I think if they get that setup going again and they're able to prevent the operator, things look totally different.
Yeah, it was massive. The timing couldn't have been anything better. Right now, Exclusive says, to hell with this. We're a hardpoint team. Let's take this lead back. They do it out in the open. K-Ru at a distance. Gonna get caught out there on the scaffolding. The hill's still very much so occupied in blue. Lighty doing his thing. Gonna get ducked by the man on the opposite side of the screen. And Saturn has been the counter objective. That S&D Thumper, the R9 coming through, the SMG for both of these players. They have mimicked each other through. Lighty's done it better so far. It's now a chance for Saturn to do it on his front and extend this series on through. As we get geared up for P2 yet again, we'll see if maybe some operator timings come through better for Animus, or not Animus, but Exclusive.
Yeah, look at those operators for on side for Animus. They've got everything. They've literally got 5 operators to use if they want to. So without a shadow of a doubt, they will be utilizing some here coming in towards this hard point. How effective will it be? 4 operators on side for exclusive. This thing is about to be chaos inside the next hardpoint. Flanking bait from Shark. Is it going to be red through? It should be, because another player spawns right behind him, and it is. Double operator investment now coming out from exclusive towards the time. Looking for the kills, and Kru comes through. There is Satins with the Sparrow again. It takes 15 seconds this time, but Animus, that hardpoint is theirs.
Oh, Whitey says, I'll jump right back in it, and back to the respawn they go. Wait for the hit on through. It's a one-dimensional one, and it's going to be red. The Equalizer is going to be able to find one, and guess what? The Death Machine's going to eat him alive. Kru finding some with the gunny. Aggressive push does not pan out there for the Death Machine player, but hey, the Cavalry's here in full effect. Kru at a distance, going to be able to get some wallbang shots on in, and guess what? We've got another lead change.
Animus once again taking control of this game. P2 is always a mixy one though, so it isn't surprising to see a team try and not really get much time off of this hard point. It's worth saying off the back of it, yes, Kru has a Predator missile in the back pocket, but exclusive technically do have a little bit more utility as far as the next hard point is concerned. We looked at this rotation last time around. Exclusive were the ones spawning towards the backline, Animus holding them in. This time it looks like things might change unless Animus can find a wave of kills now.
Yeah, this is way different from the last P3s. Animus was there early. They chained him from P2 all the way to P4, and the break finally came through for exclusive to try and save some face. Now exclusive getting a chance to put him in the blender themselves. Sawo, he's the next man up. Yeah, he's him. Finds a 3-piece in the feed, puts him right back into the blender. They go. 2 split on into the front, and guess what? His name is Sawo for a reason. I don't know what it means, but that dude is synonymous with frags. Exclusive running crazy through, as this has been their most dominant one through into this takeoff map. And this is the biggest lead we've seen all map long.
Now, fundamentally speaking, I mean, that is exactly how you should play that hard point. Of course, exclusive were on the receiving end of it last rotation. This time around, exclusive looking a little bit better. I like the rotational play coming through from Animus here, right? I mean, they send players deep to try and flip the spawns out instead of just going straight through the ult and feeding exclusive anymore. The problem is they don't find the kills. Investment from Veer with the War Machine means that exclusive will once again be the first team to touch. And now this is starting to look like the exclusive hardpoint team that we promised everyone in map number 1.
EMP pop there. Sawo went hammer time. Only at 28. Of course, Lighty's 100% got that dog in him. 41. It's his name. Break looking like it might come through for Kru. Looking like I might be lying to y'all. Shark, Darks, next min up. It's a sea of blue in the feed. Caesar, piecing as well. Exclusive are here and finally starting to flex. Animus can't handle it. Lighty, 47 to his name, chat. This one might be done.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it. 10 seconds left on this hard point. Feels inconsequential. Animus, even if they get this time, it will be putting a very small band-aid over a very open wound. Animus have been torn apart in those 2 hard points. It is classic takeoff. You take control of P3 and P4. The game is yours, and that is exactly what exclusive have done. We get into the next set of hard points here. Animus have to have a good P1, and you have to follow it up with that brilliant P2 that we've seen from them previously.
Yeah, it's like we got into that P2 on the second set of hills, and things just went downhill for Animus. They don't get the spawns for P3. They're not there early. And then P4, I mean, just the same. It's a brutal way to go out if you do happen to lose this game. Still a little bit of light here for Animus to get the job done, but again, out in the open here in P1, it's very difficult to get time as is. A lot of contests going to come through, and well, exclusive are going to continue to build on their lead. Saturn, only man Nick here, is not going to be able to win the gunfights on the outskirts. It's Gadella doing his business, and well, they might be able to extend this one. They're definitely going to be able to extend this one to another P2, but is that where we see it in?
Very similar situation as well as we go in towards this final P2 here. Animus do have all of their operators bar 1. They can use them to break. This time they're going to have to do it a little bit quicker though, because they are only 13 seconds away from L. You've got to make sure you get these kills now.
13 seconds and counting. Narcs, Claw. They clear the site. Shark going to go ahead and clear out the heady on the other side. Narcs is collecting time now. Kru trying to thread the needle there with the War Machine, as he's done so far, is so well. Kru going to be able to find a 3 in the feed as well. Saturn's, we know the time it is there with the Sparrow as well. Everything's been dumped out. Shark's the last man up. Caesar gunned down. They're all spawning right in front of him, and now they're on the opposite side of the map. Caesar going to be able to finally get the trade. Lighty here for the last hit. No, they're going to be denied. We might get an extension.
Yeah, potential here for it for sure. Animus holding on here. Says, though, now starting to find some kills. Shark and Keiru fighting back. Shark with 2. There it is. Keiru, the final say. Now here's the big problem, though. 10 seconds left on the clock. Exclusive has spawned out with the way that Animus are pushed deep. They will get first touch on Nu. If I'm Animus, leave this hard point. Go to Nu. Don't worry about that 5 seconds of time. You need to get towards the next hill, because if you don't, you're going to be in the same situation where last rotation.
Oh, Saturn spawned right in a perfect spot, but Saze is in the corner waiting for him. It's all about the rotation, and Saze has won it. Only 3 seconds separating them here from this series, and they're not going to be contested. 250 to 179 is where this one ends. Exclusive sends Animus down to the lower bracket. That may not be the worst thing to hear as an Animus fan. If you took a look at what happened last week in India and North America too,
yeah.
This series definitely has potential for another rematch for Grand Finals appearance, but until that time, Animus just got to battle it out in the lower bracket.
It's true. Yeah, absolutely true. The way that the Sunday is formatted, the winners final is the first match that is played. You get a little bit cold before that grand final. As those thumbs sometimes, you've got to warm them up a little bit, do those thumb stretches. Because, yeah, coming up from the lower bracket, there is that advantage of potentially coming from back-to-back matches, right? That would be the case for Animus now in that lower bracket. We'll chat about that in a second. What we have to chat about right now is who the hell is Lighty, right? I mean, I want to know, like, is this guy, like, taking the CODM equivalent of Super Soldier Serum before this matchup or something? Because this is not something I've seen from Lighty at all. He is a player I've seen in the past in COD Mobile in Europe, and he's never played like this. So shout out to Lighty for having an incredible come-up in this matchup. I was seeing chatter in the chat that he's potentially the sub for exclusive. Neil obviously being on the roster. Bro, I'd put him in the team. I don't care. I don't care that Neil's like a storied player. I don't care if you want to drop somebody else for him. Lighty needs to be playing, because if he's playing like this at the highest level he's going to play in Europe, this is the kind of player that's going to win you a championship.
Yeah, Lighty is all caps HIM. He's him. I don't need to spell it out for you anymore. Exclusive are here. They played, they devoured, they conquered. And they're going to continue their winter bracket series. On a side note, you mentioned subs, and well, there's a reason why Neil's out of the equation for the day. Happy birthday, brother. Happy 24th, Neil. It's your day to shine. Guess what? You opened up a can of sunshine here for us to see as well, too. Lighty, brother. You're disgusting. We loved every single second of it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching that matchup as Lighty effectively doesn't win the series for them, but he's a big reason why they won that series. Let's call it for what it is. Brilliant player. Of course, Exclusive and Hardpoint continue to be the best team in Hardpoint in Europe by a very large margin. And that's going to get them that 3-1 victory. They move forward into the next round of play. Next up, we'll be taking a look at winners round 3. I believe we're going to be sticking on board with Exclusive as they take on their next opponent. I don't know if we know who it is just yet. But either way, it will be Exclusive next up as they take their opponent, try to get into the top 3. We'll be back with that matchup after a quick break. We'll see you for more CODM in just a moment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Obviously, we had a little bit of an intermission trying to get this next match set up. Exclusive, not able to get the job done 3-0 fashion, 3-1. We've got them on the agenda here moving forward. Again, it's Verdict. Joining me back is, another North American brethren. I was about to say American, but Canadian. It's all the same, right? At the end of the day. Colin, brother, you get a little bit of rest on the turn?
I did. I went and laid down in bed, and it was nearly the end of my day. I won't lie, but I'm here. I just got back up out of bed, and we're ready for another cast go around. No, and I'm excited for this one too because Exclusives obviously just a banger series. That Search and Destroy, even if they lost all the way to overtime, but they get it done in 3. Their hard points look sharp. The control looks sharp, and now they're taking on a Wanted team that hasn't dropped a map today, but it's been a little bit of a different story for their own right. Not to mention a little bit of bad blood here for Wanted, as you were saying earlier.
Oh, absolutely, man. This roster, I do believe Spy, Champy, both former members of Exclusive. So I don't know if it's bad blood in the water, but these guys used to be on the same team together. Now they're on the opposite side. And if I was hearing from production and admins earlier, they were like, what's that sound in the lobby? Brother, they were going back and forth in the lobby, letting them hear everything. And let me just tell you, it wasn't PG or stream friendly, so we won't mention it. So I'm sure these guys are all, fun and games, but it's no fun and games when we get into this best 5. We'll take a look at the spread now. Wanted hadn't dropped the map yet. Exclusive only dropping one in the last series. It was a Search and Destroy on Coastal. Won't see that here. It's Hacienda Slums Raid guaranteed. Anything else is earned. Combine and Tunisia on the agenda for maps 4 and 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for Wanted, we definitely have our eyes on them to really step up in this series. Obviously, everybody's going to be looking at Exclusive, especially the way they took down Anima, just in such a simple fashion for those respawns. I think Wanted really needs to go above and beyond to steal a map away from Exclusive. Hacienda Hardpoint, we saw it earlier. Very straightforward, very kind of easy to understand. I think for Exclusive, same can be said for them, and the same like going into a Hacienda, you expect them to be sharp on a map mode combo like that, and the Slum Search and Destroy, where Exclusive, yes, they got pushed to an overtime, but it's kind of says a lot about Animus and how good of a squad they are in Search and Destroy, more so how bad Exclusive might be in that game mode. So I think a lot's going to be on Wanted right now to perform exceptionally well if they want to take down Exclusive right now.
I'm going to tell you, the bar is set very low as far as expectations go. In Hacienda, let me just tell you, the first set of hills against Animus, what we expect to be a grand finals worthy matchup, it was like 155.
Yeah, it was hard.
It was tough to watch. Animus fans certainly covering their eyes, but certainly they're watching all eyes on deck here as Hacienda is ensuing. Exclusive have been flawless here in this map alone. We'll see if that changes. See a little curveball being thrown out.
And see if Wanted can maybe get a little bit more than 5 points across the first couple of hills as well, as they're already off to that early 3. Still haven't been able to flip this map just yet. Exclusive doing a fantastic job at holding on to the left side. You can even see a play coming in from Caesar just behind the play for the rest of them. Smoke's out on the point. Hard to really see where these Wanted players are, but even still, it's not going to stop Exclusive from getting these kills. And Wanted, they do get the better side of the map right now, but need to start focusing on this B2 rotation.
Yeah, they call it Smoke of Duty Mobile for a reason. Let me just tell you, gotta go ahead and limit those, man. Seeing 2, 3, 4, 5 up in the air gets aggravating, but the shot's still crispy. 29 and counting now as we're getting geared up for that P2 rotation. Lambo's where we got our eyes sight on. And it looks like it's going to be a plethora of blue kills coming through in the feed. Exclusive going to be shut down to deny here on this rotation early on. Wrong. Veer and crew, clean house. Even with Sawo taking his on, it doesn't look anything like an early Wanted rotation 1. It is Exclusive. They win the gunnies. They've got the hill. They've got the time.
I'm looking at Lighty personally because he had quite an incredible takeoff versus Animus to close out that series in 4. Just the absolute takeover from Exclusive was really a step above, and you can already see operators getting invested here from the side of Exclusive just to rub some salt in the wound for this P2 rotation. The Equalizer, the Tempest, both going to be involved. Sawo, nice shot through the smoke, and it chains over to Spy as well. Another wave of kills. Spawns are going to flip out, and this is where you start to look at these Exclusive players to kind of fight their way through the front of this hill, flip this map, and start working to 3.
Yeah, this is one of those maps you got to smoke them if you got them. You get them specialists, those operators early on. You got to start getting those rolling because that timing is going to be oh so crucial to how the map develops. And you'll see it often here in COD Mobile. You want it waiting for a perfect time, but sometimes that perfect time doesn't go. Best bet is just to go ahead and pop it when you get it, especially that Tempest. You cycle into it earlier. Right now, we're cycling into a P3. Predators coming through, and they are cycling through streaks. Tempest out there and finds absolutely nothing. And we're just gonna continue to see the dominance here from Exclusive as they are just continuing to flex their muscles here in Hacienda, and it's looking basically the same right now, John.
It doesn't really get easier from Veer than that, and he's going to be waiting for the top deck push for that Predator missile to take down Axis. Lighty, he's got the claw out. Could be hard to get through, but the Sparrow Spy will get out. And Saucy invests the War Machine, so a lot here for Wanted to just get into this P3. Hunter-Killer drone from Veer. Hopefully looking to punch a hole through this defensive setup, but Wanted still doing a great job at just finding their kills, getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, that you want to see a competitive map, this is where you're going to see it. I can understand the P2 rotation, right? P3, there is no excuse to have at least contesting through. Now, you got time to show for it as well. P4, now this is another one of those money hills if you can go big. You going to be left on deaf ears after finding only one. Breakthrough is not going to be coming through. Saucy is actually going to be able to find a 3-piece in the feed. Finds 2 with the gunny, 1 with the pred. And right now, it's looking like a solid.
Well.
Yeah, there you go. This is a solid approach. This is exactly what you want to see.
Not a big pickup here from Wanted. I mean, it's still a mountain to climb in terms of the scoreline, and Exclusive know that. They didn't bat an eye to that setup whatsoever. They just regained, got set up, and they're going to break back in, flip this map out. Sawo with the Switchblade. Nice double kill around the side. He's looking for a little bit more to Veer for a third one, and Wanted finding their way back in. 23 seconds on this P4. Wanted doing one hell of a job at just keeping this one competitive. Just how long can you hold on against a team like Exclusive? Another War Machine from Saucy. It only takes down 1 before getting traded out by Sawo. 41 points here for Wanted. Exclusive, maybe not as clean as their game versus Animus, but you can't really ask for more.
No, yeah, I mean, on the other side of the map, you're fighting tooth and nail, giving it everything you got, and you have 41 to show for it. Not even 10 seconds on the P4 rotation, and it felt like they were in there for an eternity. That wasn't the case. Exclusive, I mean, just roaming the map as freely as can be. Not a worry in their mind. The confidence is just on another level. Spy up top trying to make something happen now as he's got a Sparrow ready to roll. Champy finds a 3-piece in the feed. Time's now being collected is 20 seconds now off the P1 side. This is about as perfect as it gets. If you want to spark a comeback, it's got to start here.
Yeah, and I invite you to kind of look at the stat lines for a couple of these players on Exclusive. I mean, 23 kills for Caesar, 22 for Sawo, 25 for Veer. And Say's just chilling. He's got his feet kicked up, 11 kills for his team. Soaking up some hill time, just being the support for your squad. Not really have to get too much when everybody else is just ripping through the competition. You got Lighty on top of the fountain. He's just running circles around with the Switchblade, and Exclusive continue to hold quite a considerable lead heading over towards New. Hey, there's Mute going to be there. He's going to see if he can hold off a couple of these players. Loses the battle inside the hill to Sawo. Death Machine from Axis as well. Fails to find any kills. And now it's the Tempest from Sawo. We saw this in P2 last time, and again, it's going to look to light up and electrify this hill.
I said it, the timing is everything here for these op pops. You get those rolling early, you set the precedence, and surely enough, right around P2 popping, they've got the timing down to a T. I was thinking that the early rotation might have been 1, and then I saw yellow spawns in at the top side of the garage, or the driveway rather, and I was just like, this one's going to get uglier. There's a 100-point lead rolling into this last 30 seconds. We're on the back end of what seems to be a pretty competitive hardpoint. Break might be coming through his 3 feed, make it 4 through for Mute, stays there for a quick 2-piece. And Caesar right back on the objective. Just when you think the map's going to get flipped on its head, it's Exclusive. Again, just walking oh so confidently back into the objective.
Yeah, and a quick play from Caesar, and that's really going to clean up any damage that Mute did with that equalizer. Death Machine from Axis yet again is going to fail to find anything on the back end of this P2. Looking at P3, and there's going to be a dormant spawn in the back. Hunter-Killer drone also going to be used there from Wanted. Finds nothing. And regardless where you spawn, it's The rotation going to be won by Exclusive. Sawo popping off with Stays. A good chain of kills. A good setup inside the hill. A contest from Mute that will break for the moment. And Saucy's going to pull out the War Machine. Finally, we get to see an operator. Well, he's nuking some players from Exclusive. But for 40 more seconds, I mean, you win this, you're still down by about 50 points.
Great feed. Saucy finding some there with the Pred missile to go along with it. You're looking at a 5 full wipe off with the War Machine, but you mentioned it, dude. You're fighting what seems to be a losing battle, but you've got to play. You got to continue on. Brick's going to come through on the back 15. They can afford to make these late rotations. Exclusive have done everything to go ahead and put this one away early on, and Sawo is just going to continue to light up the feed. He's got another Tempest, and we talk about the operator timings. Look at it. He popped it P2. He has it ready for P4. It is, I mean, in sync perfectly for that operator span here for the closeout.
And Wanted, and granted, I mean, they're doing better than Animus did on this map, but 94 to 207, how do you take this one back? Fear playing in through the cut. He's going to time that Sparrow, waits it out, pushes at just the right time through the smoke for 2. Exclusive going to have to set up now in. 2 players here. Sawo with the Tempest yet again. Slides out. Misses the shot. Spy waiting in line. Going to be able to put some work into your former team. Unfortunately, still can't find anything off the back of that. Caesar is going to pull out that equalizer. And a hunter-killer drone. A double kill from that streak. Exclusive pulling out all the stops right now. And even when you're trying to flank them, Spy gets caught through the corner. And you flip yet again. 22 seconds all you need. You don't win off this hill, but I mean, it is so far gone.
Yeah. There were sparks and glimmers. It was a better start, obviously. No different. The results very similar. 241 to 97 here for P1 a third time around. Veer pulling out the War Machine on the flip side. You've got Axis there with the Death Machine to try to extend this one. Well, they got to be 150 and deny just 7 seconds. You know, I'll let you do the math, Chet. That's basically impossible, but hey, with those kills coming through in the feed from you, anything might be.
You can at least make it look good towards the end. That's what I'm getting from Wanted here. I mean, although Exclusive are kind of blowing them out of the water, I mean, you're having some just flash in the pan moments where this team just lights up the kill feed and really shuts down any of the pressure that Exclusive are throwing here. Do you hold on for a full comeback? Very unlikely. And so you get a break back in for Exclusive. Sawo's going to be in position. And that 250 marker is going to be met. Exclusive kick off with map 1 win. But Wanted, man, they showed up. A couple of moments there, like I said, really impressive for a Hacienda hardpoint after especially what we saw from Exclusive just moments ago on Hacienda.
Yeah, this is a team that has all the guns rolling too. I mean, we were talking about how dominant they were against Animus. Of course, it's going to carry on and continue on through. The most important thing is you were never really completely out of it. You had some, you know, shines of glimmer there on P3. You contested where Animus just looked clueless at times. That P3 sets you up for a decent break and a potential rotation over to the P4 site. Exclusive, again, just too overwhelming. The gunpowder is all too powerful. You know, we didn't even have to mention Lighty going big because Sawo did his thing as well. Caesar had 13 in like the first 30 seconds of the game. Just an absolute freak. It just kind of tell you how that pacing went. And then on top of that, you look at the ARs too. Veer was absolutely on point too.
It's just every single time that Wanted had a setup in those early hills, the P2s, the P3s, it was just a quick break from Exclusive. And I mean, you said it too, it's just the timing that they have, the understanding to use these operators at just the right time. As soon as that hill pops, it's the Tempest, it's the Equalizer, the War Machine, everybody having their moments from Exclusive in that map 1. 250 to 124 leads us into the Slums Search and Destroy. We saw the Coastal versus Animus and Exclusive got pushed all the way to a 12 to 10 loss on that map mode combo. You switch things up to Slums Verdict. Does that really change anything in your eyes?
I mean, this is a completely different map. I won't even begin to tell you about the flaws. You think you've seen some crazy wall bangs in Call of Duty before. If we see any of the cheese that we saw in CDM last season, brother, you're just going to hate this map. Not only that, it's not a traditional search and destroy map. I know it's, you know, how it's played in mainline. This is a bang out map for sure.
Yeah.
but it's very, very one-sided. You're either getting over towards that brick site, or you're getting wall banged through like 6 walls that look like they should withhold bullets, but they do not on towards the backside of blue. So we're expecting this to be a very, A dominated map or B dominated map. I can't even remember, but the brick side is where you're going to be mainly focusing it at.
It might be bricks, but they are paper-thin walls for sure. No, yeah, I mean, fantastic map for Hardpoint, fantastic map back in the day for Capture the Flag as well, for Search and Destroy. Bang out for sure. And then it's like what I was saying about Standoff back in the day. It's like these maps were built for 4v4. You put a whole extra 2 players in that map. I mean, it's hard to keep track on these 3-lane maps sometimes where all these players are just flooding in at. And we saw that kind of on Coastal earlier in our first round matchup. I think that was where it was 117 not found on Coastal, just decided, hey, like at some point we just recognized that we are the better team. We could just fully bang out on our defensive side, push out to the spawns, and as long as we're winning our trades, we just dominate the map. And, a moment like that for exclusive is kind of what I'm expecting here.
Yeah, I don't think you need to put too much thought into it. It's trust your gunny, play those trades you just mentioned, and based off of the maps and rotations, I'm assuming exclusive are going to be on the defense to start it off too, so they don't really have to play aggressive off the rip. They can if they choose to, but you're inviting yourself in to set yourself up for failure. Just wait for the offense to make a move. You get there first. You've literally got site controlled. There's nothing they can really do about it if you are, again, like you just mentioned, winning your trades.
So going into this map number 2 for Wanted, a couple players definitely to look forward to. I think Spy, Mute, both of them just had a fantastic game number 1. A couple moments where they really started to take over on that map, especially for Spy, where this is just such a big game playing against your former team. There were some moments too towards the P3s where we saw Saucy invest that War Machine and really take over. He had the Predator missile and he was really coming alive. Can he do that without the War Machine and the Search and Destroy? I guess kind of hoping to see in this map too if he can get it done. Verdict. I think for Wanted right now, yes, that you've really hit a brick wall with this team. How good can you crack this wall before you go into what seems like a loser's bracket run with the way that exclusive have been playing?
Defend the objectives.
We'll find out. We'll see some bricks be cracked here. Trust me, this map, very cheeky. There it is. That's the PKM. Things that are going to haunt your nightmares, brother. Saucy opening up with the first blood. There's the SKS coming through. They've got complete side control. Champy going to be able to find one as well. Axis acting like the middle of the map as he's drawn a line through it. And, well, the defense, they're forced so far back as the bomb carrier finally goes down. It's Veer who's going to be able to get the wall bang to land. Makes things a little interesting.
Yeah, right away, bomb getting planted at B. Sawo trying to work into a position to get this LMG into a bangable position. Light, the SKS. See if he can land some of this close quarter shots. Great swap over to the second. Almost rips the head off of Axis. 2v3, now into a 1 versus 2. Mute in the post plant. He's got the Tundra. He's got a lot of work to do. Good shot on the first one. Looks for the second. Instant swap over to the secondary, but as soon as he slides out, Veer holding him down. He's got plenty of time to hit this defuse and exclusive with the retake on B after losing out on 2 initial kills off the nade spam.
I mean, it's just like a continuation from the hard point. The amount of swagger and confidence this exclusive roster, no glaze yet. I'm just adding context to it. It's just cool, calm, and collective. Veer pieces in, finds that bomb carrier almost instantly after the 2 trades come through, or the 2 kills come through. And then on top of that, he finds value in between that and finds the clutch to close it out. Mute opens up with yet again another first blood. Caesar, wall bang to hell and back. He has not had very much luck here in this Search and Destroy. And, well, the defense is just going to let them have this site for free again. And you can already see it. They're second guess it. They don't want any kind of wall bangs that come through like last round. They need to mitigate the damage and take out Veer.
I mean, you don't want to let Sawo get this LMG out towards blue, because as soon as you do, and he gets the corner, I mean, you saw how easy it was for Sawo to rip through that post plant. Bomb gets planted, but you lose Spy in the meantime. Axis with the R9. Bit off angle, very aggressive. Watching for that early push through mid. And Wanted tie things up here. Mute's going to find a second for the round. Sawo instantly trades, so it's going to be a 3-on-3. And you have the R9 now on the flank. Gotta look at Axis here. He's going to be the one to make a play. All the way behind. Closes it out. Axis. What a shot.
We'll play that R9 drinking game here soon as well. As soon as we say R9, you got to take a shot, brother. We will continue to harp this. Ekting is an SMG, a shotgun, a sniper. It is everything that you want it to be. The first and second shots are lethal. Surprised it took 2 doof-doofs to mitigate. Range there, not going to hit. Sawo, Caesar, they're lighting it up. They said, forget being patient, brother. This is what pressure looks like.
Yeah, it's just a switch up on pace. I think I like that from Exclusive because both rounds, you drop your trophies, you try to kind of hold off the attack, the nade barrage, and then retake this time around. I mean, you just switch it up. You get that timing through mid and get that job done. So how to Wanted adjust for this pressure? And it looks like it is going to be a look over towards A. Nades over the top of Blue from both sides, and that's not going to stop Exclusive from getting to that bomb site early.
Yeah, those first 2 rounds through, they're testing the waters to see what Wanted would want to do. And the aggression was met that last round. Now they're kind of dragging their feet. Lighty, nothing dragging about him, brother. He's a fire-breathing one. Champy able to find one, but damage is done. Lighty's eating you alive. He's taken down Mute. Champy finally going to be able to get the drop on him. But the damage is done. The backline's still held, and Champy is running like hell, tail tucked behind his legs.
He's just looking to group up a spy here. You got minute 8, lots of time still. And you're trying to look for any sort of an opening to bring this into a 2 versus 2. SKS for spy, so still a chance to catch a good shot, maybe rip a heady. But instead, Wanted deciding, hey, let's just hold this 3v2, play for a retake.
Let's see if Wanted overplays their hand here. I know you want to get map control, and I mean, Champy, yeah, that's just basically giving them a free kill. You got a bomb carrier that's trying to plant as well. Of course, this one's going to fall on its head. And the fallback was desperately needed. You know, you put the pressure on them, go ahead and relieve it, you know, get back to backlines control, wait for them to make a mistake. And what did they do? Champy said, here I am, Veer, take me. I do not want to live anymore in this round.
I think it's a moment, too, where Wanted thought Exclusive were re-wrapping through their spawn. I mean, you can see that there's a lot of, say, confidence from Champy there, but to call it all, Exclusive just been throwing different plays out of their book at this Wanted squad. 3-1 up now in the S&D for Slums. Cheeky angle for Lighty with the R9 as it's Caesar going to be watching through gates. For any oncoming pull, frag over the top of Fountain, nearly catching on to Says. Crossbow for spies. Are you gonna read this? You do not! Oh, Lighty, it's so hard. What do you do?
There ain't nothing you can do. It's a doof, brother. You give him a drop of the shoulder, man, he's gonna rip your head off. Cheeky little angle there. It's known location for shotgunners just to wait for their prey. And, well, Lighty's always going to get paid. Say he's already spotting one on the Axis who's gotten blue control. He's also got a doof. But in the midst of that, Mute able to even us up with a trade of his own. Veer's out of the equation. That might be a floodgate on towards the B site. But, you again, got to remember, Lighty has been lurking over there since the beginning of the round. I don't think he's gone anywhere.
Oh, Lighty goes down, though. Saucy's going to find that with the SKS. Saves the quick trade, 32 seconds. Everybody from Exclusive now going to be rotating around the map, and that's a good pickup onto Caesar. 1 or 2 versus 3, now a 2v2. Trades just continue to ring out from both sides. The issue is, got to get that bomb, and B seems to be the only answer here. Sawo, can you be enough to hold off? You can't. So it's all down to Says. SKS in hand. And Mute's going to get back away from this one, so you have the post-pant. Says is going to have to hit some incredible shots there, and there's the first one. 1 versus 1.
He's been here before. You know he's capable of doing it. SKS this time. Used to seeing him on our roster with a sniper. Right now, he's got a J358. I count 6 shots. Oh, can't get off the first. It was a great wrap, a great read. Knew he had to clear the back lines out, and I love the post-plant setup. Mute not able to get back quick enough. Was spotted on through. Stays. Had a little bit of hope, but
Defend the objectives.
fortunately couldn't get the gunny up.
Unfortunately, even with that executioner in your hands, no executions in that 1v1. Flood out over towards A. It's a triple hit out through blue. And right away, you're going to see that if you're mute. He's backing up. He's only got a Tundra here. He hit a shot. No, saves the SKS. Not just finding mute. Champion. Axis go down too. Spy forced to make a play, but as soon as he gets that shot in the back. What a play from Exclusive. Just ramping up the speed yet again in round 6.
Yeah, that's one of those like pacing situations that you can never accommodate to. Now you're going to be fearful of that right wing, that blue side infiltration. You saw the sniper, brother. He didn't know how to respond. And they're just going to continue on through. You're going to be able to find the first blood. Yeah, again, I have to like to see the numbers on his first blood stats throughout the beginning of this first 8 rounds alone. I can guarantee you he's got at least 6 up, or 4 of them at least through.
Oh, 6 would be impressive.
6, all right, that'd be great, right? 6 or 6?
Oh.
Hello?
Oh.
Axis? There we go.
Okay. All right, for a second, it looked human. The R9, I'm saying. A Spy's going to catch Lighty, and that's going to be the R9 player of Wanted, or Exclusive. Out of the play, Caesar on flank. And the timing works out. He's going to trade out on Saucy. 3 versus 2. Veer has them pins. Caesar on the other side. Is he going to be able to make a play as he slides on in? Spy's going to be taken down. Almost finds Champy. 1v1. Veer with the LMG. On the wrap back, Champy looking to catch him. He's got a Tundra as well. It's going to be a tough one for Champy, especially considering he's at 49 seconds. He's got to make a play for the bomb.
If you were
He
just
has no idea where he is.
Yeah, and you just assume that that bomb is right on site. As soon as it get picked up, you already know where to go. I mentioned that
We got the bomb.
PKM being lethal. You can actually wall bang through all those walls from that dumpster site on the backside of this corner. It's really grotesque. Veer,
The bomb has been
Oh, he's
planted.
got the R9 now.
he's got the art, brother. He's like gun gaming it right now.
It's just upgrades, people. See what's going to take me through this 1v1. See if Wanted can bring this back to a 1-point game. Exclusive showed maybe there's a couple of holes in their S&D armor. At least for Slums. Veer taking things to close quarters. Champion's going to be spotted. The doof not hitting, and Champion walks away. Wanted bring things back. 1 round difference versus Exclusive on the Slums.
Destroy the objective.
On our way back just
Bomb
like that. They've taken slaps in rounds where the pacing has been super high, but they're able to drag these out, and surely enough, they win the ones. Big
Oh, what a
opening
shot.
I'm telling you, brothers, the first blood Reaper.
Oh! Do it again.
There ain't nobody
There's
here.
nobody there.
There ain't nobody. They're all gone.
Spy finds the other one, and it just says, I mean, good luck, have fun, my friends. 5v1? This would be one of the most impressive things I've seen in COD Mobile. In my entire casting career of COD Mobile.
I've seen Says do some pretty crazy things. 1v5 would certainly be up there. Certainly getting past this R9 would be crazy. Look,
Lost that round,
brother.
but it's not over yet.
Huh?
Ready up.
What? Get it out of the game. Chat, clip it. Put that one on Twitter. How far away were they? I mean, you're looking at that's a sniper shot. That's if you're lucky an SKS one tap. That was a doof.
That was a shotgun. 12 gauges to the brain, and Sawo with a salvo. To a nade over the top. Double kill immediately to open things up. It's Exclusive now on the offense. Mute through blue. Good shot. Wall bang. Looking for 2. It's a hit marker on Veer. Spy on the creep up. Looks like Veer and Caesar actually have the read on the aggression, but does he read the second one? No, he's expecting it just to be the 1v. And now it's Saucy, 1 versus 3. SKS in hand, and Veer's not going to let him get anywhere further from that. The Tundra puts Exclusive back in the lead.
You know, Spy smelled blood. Beer was about a quarter health. He just couldn't help himself. Didn't anticipate Caesar being tucked away in the corner. If he got one there, it's, you know, stayed alive. It may have been doable in a 2v4, 2v3 situation, but that's not the case. Quick hits over towards A side. Bricks smash. Spy. First blood. Spy for a second. No. Saucy. Caesar getting involved. This thing is going quickly. It's down the mute on the right-hand side. On the left hand, it's Veer and Sawo.
I'll see if you can silence them with a couple Tundra shots. What a clutch this would be for Wanted to keep things even. I'm going down at B, and just look at the positioning of Veer. I mean, there is no way Mute's going to have the read on this one. And as soon as Veer spots him, he doesn't even take the shot out. Hit marker, Mute. Suddenly a little bit worried about what to expect, but Veer won't bat an eye. 2 rounds up now for Exclusive. Very clean on the attack so far, especially with their initial bang-outs at B.
Yeah, they're one of those trades or one of those opening gunfights. More importantly, they're keeping Mute's damage to a minimum. I mentioned stats earlier. I said he was probably 6 for 6, but yeah, maybe one of those rounds he didn't get. Everything else, he has been instrumental right there through. Veer finding him off the rip, winning that opening trade. Could be everything in the round. They have dragged their feet along with it, looking for that B side approach. Smash onto the bricks. There ain't nobody home. They're all over towards that A site. And they're going to look for the util to find any and everything. Nades over the top, nothing to land. Bomb's going to go down along with it.
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, who's going to kind of pick up this mantle? Retake or kick off this retake. Saucy says, maybe me, and Veer immediately shuts him down. Silence now on the roster of Wanted as nobody's been able to get into a position to come back. Lighty now flanking onto Champy, and Axis won't get further from Blue. 7-4 for Exclusive. Might have been close heading into the round swap. 4-4 at one point, but since then, it has been nothing but Exclusive.
Oh, this is kind of a similar situation that they did against Animus, and they allowed Animus an opportunity to come back in, so I don't think we can discount Wanted just yet. First 2 rounds on through, or 3 rounds through, they have been absolutely blasted. Shotgun v shotgun. Lighty able to find one to equalize. Says gets the upper hand. Mute there for the trade as he's stayed alive. Spy. Player advantage. I said it. Just is about the same scoreline in the Animus game where Exclusive kind of allowed that floodgate to open up and get us to overtime. It's all up to Says and Veer to put us on 8. And, well,
what a
ladies
shot.
and gentlemen, Mute still alive. Gets the wall bang to land. Is obliterated.
It's the SKS. Switchblade in the back pocket. Spy on the flank. Saucy through mid. Got the fountain control, and Says it's not going to read that play for Spy. Goes for the quick scope. Swaps back to the Switchblade. A little bit of finesse. A little bit of wraparound. A little bit of a 1v2. That's not going to go your way. Wanted. Staying alive. Keeping Exclusive away from map point.
This is telling. I'm starting to see a pattern here. Exclusive. They've been cool, calm, and collective throughout this. If they can regain their confidence and figure a way out to put this to an end early on,
Defend the objective.
then there's no harm, no foul. But if they continue to allow Wanted to piece their way back into this game, could be some trouble. First blood's coming through, certainly, no question about it. That's 2 in. As the nades over the top for Sawo, as well as the piece there from
Good
Veer
patience.
and Caesar just, I mean, running it right down the middle of the pipe.
Just to play through the smoke. So clean, so good. Champy essentially be a 1v4. Oh, Veer gives him a chance. Champy's going to get that regen off. Wins another one versus Lighty. And he's still hunting down. Where is Veer? Well, Veer's found himself a Switchblade. He's repositioned, and you got no idea where these Exclusive players are hiding. 8-5 they go. 1 round away from putting themselves 2-0 up versus Wanted.
Finish it.
Destroy the objective.
We're questioning the abilities of this roster in Search and Destroy and Control. They answer the question on the Control. They have yet to answer the call to Search and Destroy. First blood through. Veer. Instantly deleted.
Good heads-up play.
Perfect. Reads it to a T, and all of a sudden the offense is struggling to get out of their spawn.
Is this what we're talking about here?
Yeah, this could be it. That one. Whoa, no. You talking about the wall bangs?
Yeah.
That ain't got nothing on what that B or that A side bomb. Literally, you know the snipe where they snipe in the middle of the map?
Yeah.
There's like a little small heady that you can wall bang directly onto the site there at the bomb site at B or A.
Oh, jeez.
It's brutal, brother.
Axis now repping the R9. He's going to look for a timing through mid, and he may have just been gifting it. Wrap it up with a bow. Axis has found his way through. 4v2. Lighty still with the R9, but he's got Sawo beside him. Tundra in the back pocket. Still with the PKM, and Sawo's just painting pictures on the wall, see if he can find anything on the other side. Saucy, though. SKS has been lethal.
Okay. Good shots. He's got an R9 to go along with it. If the clutch is possible, it's got to have that in the artillery to use. Rotations on 3. He's got bomb, too. Everyone on site for Animus and Lighty. Looking to get the slip on through. Might get the timing. The slide might have been hurt. Axis. We want that shotgun out of it. No, we want to buff it and give it to the next person.
Double it and give it to someone else.
Yes.
8-6. Wanted. Man, I mean, again, just like the Hacienda, it's just like flash in the pan moments from a lot of these players. Mute especially with his initial first bloods. Champy with the Switchblade has been such of like a favorite of mine for this team. It's just not giving up these first bloods has been quite an issue for a couple of these players. And Axis being the first one for this round to go down. Could there be any trade? Spy? Well placed. Nade. Saucy. A second one. Saucy with the SKS. Why not make it 3 for Wanted? Exclusive down to just Veer and Says.
Oh.
And now it's just Says.
He's been in several of these 1v something predicaments. Hadn't clutched one just yet. He's due. We'll see him bark up the avenue here on towards this site. And Spy, it says, no verdict. Not today, buddy.
Round, but it's not over yet.
We are 1 round away from being tied. Colin. I mentioned it earlier. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but Exclusive need to find a way to take this one out. There's no way we see another overtime and they come out on top.
It really just comes down to can they trap a lot of these initial aggressive plays that Exclusive are doing when they change the tempo and not give up these first bloods. Well, Mute, Champy, at least bring things back into a 2 versus 2, but as soon as the dust settles, it's just going to be Mute. What a shot there through the bomb. 1v2 now for Mute. Can you keep his team alive? Send this one to OT.
Bomb has been planted.
Veer's going to drop that bomb. Immediately back up to play with Savo. Veer right there alongside him with that Tundra. Mute has been hitting shots against him all game long. What is one more clutch for this young man?
Oh, extended. Maybe if he just
Maybe
stuck
spotted.
it. Yeah, spotted, tagged, not bagged, half health. Gonna have to go out guns a-blazing. This has gone from possibly doable to mission impossible. Timing just couldn't go. He's dragging his feet. He's got to run at it. He's done. Exclusive. Shut down the comeback and the overtime. Not going to be a factor. Still very much so shaky in that search and destroy. And it felt like they were in control even when they were faced with adversity and potential overtimes coming through. There's still a lot of confidence in this team, but it's still a lot of work that needs to be done in the search.
Yeah, plenty of work that needs to be done in the search and destroy for this team. And for Exclusive, I mean, yeah, you look at the way that you're handling your respawns and you just feel like, yeah, you know, we can maybe give up a couple of these search and destroys against like the better teams, and we still feel better in the hard points and the control to put this one away. But you look at it right there, is that like these players, they bleed in the S&D, and towards the end, you saw a moment there from Wanted, a couple of these members just really, really impressing me. Spy, Mute, Champy, all having so many good moments there. Axis towards the end, even when he had the R9 in his hand, not afraid to take that fight towards them. You just look at the scoreboard and you just look at the stats for a couple of the members on Exclusive in particular. They're going to be on the left side of the screen. And you just got to look at the way that Veer and Sawo were playing for a lot of those opening kills. Just so prime.
And you think, how did Caesar get the 10 after, I believe, like 5 rounds in a row? He was first blooded by Mute. And then I guess he took his sights off of him and he's able to pick up something.
Yeah.
And Mute was an absolute lethal unit. Shots were crispy. That map is his for sure. We've talked about the sniper talent that comes through in Europe and in Search and Destroy in particular. Slum's not necessarily known for, you know, players who stand out, but Veer's setting the precedent early. Mute finding first bloods after first bloods after first bloods. Would be interested to see what the stat line looked like for that and what rounds translated to victory for them, because it seemed like there was just every round it was his. But that game's done. This series not done just yet. We got to get geared up for a raid control. And I mean, based off what we've seen so far from exclusive, the respawns have looked great. They have you know, a lot of power in the respawns. They have a lot of great abilities to close out and find the rhythm early. The crossroad strike, they said it early. They got the kills off the bat. They got the operators to roll in the second round. They steamrolled Animus. Would be interested to see what they do here against Wanted.
Yeah, I think that even kind of going into this raid control, you look at a couple of these players to just continue to be at the forefront for this Wanted team. After that search and destroy performance, I think Champion just kind of put up there for me in what he was doing with that switchblade. You put an operator now in his pocket, and he's going to be able to pull out those operators for the control. And you know that he can do some serious damage. Mute at the same time. Back in that Hacienda, he was fantastic. Can they just hit these waves of greatness a little bit earlier rather than having some late resurgences into this map? I'm looking at them to come out in this round one and really put exclusive to the test.
We'll see if Wanted can get a bit of skin in the game. They've kind of been dominated through. That search and destroy was certainly the open light. Champy, you mentioned, he's the man to watch. Able to slip the back line. You need a player like that. Mix things up, and you get players to allow the floodgate on through to the ring side. So Champy doing his job. Now what's the answer for exclusive, as they have been dominant in control, and they've been doing it by winning their opening gunfights as well as keeping them off the objective. Right now the objective is being captured. Lighty and crew finally getting involved, and that's going to be the full wipe.
Hey, nope, not bad at all. And look at right off those respawns, you can already see Champy is working his way over towards A. He just tried to maybe get to that objective, stop that clock, and keep exclusive on their toes. Champy going down, and it's back to the drawing board, really, for this Wanted squad. Exclusive have so much map control on B. And eventually, you might be kind of hoping that, just as a team, you should full hit that B zone, clean it up. You're starting to give lives away, trying to make a Hail Mary play over towards A now.
I mean, they do a great job of clearing the SKS player out of the perch, but, I mean, not a single bit of map control to show for it. Veer right back into the money spot he goes. A's going to stop the clock. Only 90 seconds here in these control rounds, which means you're on the offense. You've got to jump on this objective early and quick. Champy in the middle of the map finds two-piece. They've got the floodgates open towards the A side. However, the spawns are still right down the middle.
Yeah.
And this is going to be interesting to see how they handle the pressure now, as you've got a little bit of a split hit, and neither side's working at all.
17 seconds, now down to 10 seconds. A tick over towards A, 2 ticks at B. And mid-map control is for Champy. See where they go with this pressure. You got to touch onto the zone. You can't just stay in limbo for too long. You do have a Saze to worry about inside of Laundry. Saze going to be cleaned up by Champy. And now with back Laundry control, can you clean up this B zone? Hunter Killer Drone won't get there in time. 7v5, and B gets captured.
Minute on the clock. Champy pops. I thought for sure he was dead.
Oh, Mute.
Mute. Massive. Takes down Veer, and he's winning this sniper trade. 7 kills to his name. You've done God's work of extending this one, but again, time of the essence. 40 seconds, 5v6, anything possible. Champy's map control now kept to a minimum, and they're just waiting for somebody to make the wrong move.
And they clear art control. That's Lighty going to be cost there. 3 hit from the back line. Caesar going to be traded. Lighty's going to take down Saucy. 3 versus 3 now, Champy down to just Veer, and they're working their way over towards A. 16 seconds. Champy's going to call the Predator missile. He spots out exactly where this last member is, but the Pred missile's not going to be able to hit. 1v2 for Veer. He's got the XM4, but Champy has been electric throughout this series. And in the control, he comes alive to open up the first round.
Brother is pissed. I like it when he's focused. He's a feisty fella. He created a lot of map control early on that ring site, and was instrumental to extending this one. Wins the 1v. Spree finally going to get shut down. Opening round victory going in favor of Wanted. Wasn't on my bingo card here off the rip, especially with how they started. It's all about how the rounds progress. Lighty going to be sniffed out there as he was looking for a little freebie on the back lines. Mutant crew looking to clean out the middle of the map. Second ticket progress looking like it's going to come through. Veer going to get shut down. The Annie coming through.
So good.
Second tick does get locked in, so we're in a similar position as we were last round.
It's just one of those things, too, where you just look at the way that Wanted handled that last one, and, I mean, there's no break in the composure. Everybody stays settled, and you're like, guys, I know it's like a 5v7, but all we need to do is clean up B, and we're cooking right now. Unfortunately, they're going to give up the B zone a lot earlier than before. Playing for the kills a little bit too much. They've given a lot away to Exclusive for their attack. And now for Exclusive, you can see a couple members trying to work into the spawn of Wanted while everybody off spawn works up the pool side. And it says inside wheelbarrow. He's going to get his. He gets away. He's just holding on to kitchen.
Gets caught on the mantle jumping on through. That's bad timing, but Exclusive down in the life count, but making waves as they've extended this one to a minute 40. Champy's up top. He's able to clear out the Lighty spawn presence. The hit's coming through the pool site. Sawo's clean through, but he is going to get shut down. It's Champy yet again cycling through his op. The Tempest has been great for him in this run so far, and the timing has been perfect for it as well. Lighty filling the shoes there of Sawo is going to get gone. Yeah, Tiki Bar not going to be a safe haven for you.
And with this, too, I mean, you just looked at the comfort in 11 lives. Wanted can play for these trades, play for these battles, as long as Exclusive just continue to bleed out not just the clock, but their life pool. Into the back end of this raid. Corner for Saucy. He's going to get overwhelmed. Caesar pulls the equalizer. Can the equalizer maybe start something over towards this A zone? Caesar on the back. He's only going to find that kill on the Champy with that operator. Now Sawo with kitchen control. He's got the Tempest out. 4v7. 48 seconds. And you find nothing with the Tempest. 3 down again. It's all down to Caesar and moments away from Exclusive being down 2-0 in the control.
They popped it Annie too, brother. Shay's popped. I think that the thoughts were you have a lot of map control. Maybe we go ahead and dump when we get a round back in our favor. That wasn't the case. Wanted. Making light work of them. Caesar's down to his last. They're trying to cycle through ops as well. 20 seconds on the clock. Boxing gloves out. He's going to take a few to
he
go.
Doesn't see a second?
Nah, it doesn't matter. They're just allowing time to cycle through those operators. He wants to get killed at this point. 2 rounds in a row. Okay, shoes on the other foot. Wanted coming out the gate swinging.
Yeah, and it's one of those moments that we said, you know, Brody and I said back on the standoff control. It's like moment like that where you have so much map control. It feels good if you pop those ops and it works, but when you don't and you're now staring down the barrel of an 0-2, you feel really dumb right now, and that's going to put some pressure onto the back of it. Another great break off over towards the ring. Fortunately, Champy can't get through Says this time around, so Exclusive do put a stop to the early ops, and they're going to shut down the play to B.
Oh, they read it perfectly. I mean, if this does go to distance and we see an offensive round, I'd be interested to see if Wanted make that push over towards the pool side first, because they haven't done it so far through their first 2 opening offensive rounds. So the aggression towards the B side was very warranted. Right now, it's Wanted trying to get a little bit of map control, and Saucy's peeling the wigs back of any and everybody who pops into his site. No worries of spawn control going through for the defense. It's going to allow Saucy to get out and open with it, and surely they got this map controlled for the time being.
Well, nobody up through mid, but that's going to be a toe stepped over towards A. And 3 go down. Big double kill from Axis. He's going to find all 3 on the flanks. Still 1 more to worry about. It's Sawo. He's just going to post up and hide. 2 segments at A. 3rd one getting worked at. Axis going to pop the equalizer now, and this A zone should be cleaned up.
2 kills to go through along with it. Sawo finds his way out. I don't know how he came out that alive and well. Teammates getting involved too as well. Caesar was able to find 2 on the exit, and surely enough, we're looking at just a B-side hit. Quick rotation over towards the pool side. Oh my God, Lighty flicking. Doesn't anticipate Axis there in the corner, and he's going to get shut down. So Axis and crew very much so making it out of the spawn and keeping this side of the map very open. Here comes the cavalry.
When Axis is going to drop the XM4 for the Switchblade just to clear out Art a little bit better. 12v10. 1 minute of play. Veer Lighty coming up on their ops. See if they can put this one away clean. You don't want to lose this one 0-3. A double kill. Annihilator is going to be used from Mio and only finds one. Say's going to be able to trade it out. Wanted struggling to get out of their spawn. As there's a line of scrimmage drawn through the middle of the map right now by Exclusive, locking down the control of Raid. Sawo through mid, cleans up Mute. Lighty on the driveway, another one for Exclusive, down to the last 5 remaining, and you can see that Exclusive are running their way through the map, just clearing this one out, looking to put their first round on the board.
Oh, and the fact that they didn't have to pop any ops to do it, too. I was sitting there scratching my head like, brother, it's a close one. Maybe you pop one, but whoa, Mute able to find 2. Interesting little dilemma. Spy not able to win the 1. That should certainly be the round. And Exclusive, do it without having to use any kind of operators is massive. Because now you go into this round that is, again, an elimination round for you, with the ability to wheel and deal and offer a lot of power through this first opener. Let's see how they utilize them. Instant pop there.
Power's the name of the game right now, at least for Wanted. See if they can pull some of that power from the first 2 rounds. Oh, whoa. Tempest? Where's that? Through mid? Hits the chain onto 3. And you can see Lighty's going to kick this one into gear with the Death Machine inside kitchen. 2 ops going to be burn. 3 actually right off the initial break off. Lighty not going to find anything more than just that. Still progress being worked on over towards B. Slowly but surely keeping things going while everybody else on Exclusive is just trying to drain the life pool of Wanted.
I love the instant pop, man. You win this round. I know, Brandon, you got to win this round. You got B captured already. You've extended it to 2 minutes. It's crucial that you pop those offs early because you have your chance to pop and cycle through when that next round comes through. So, I mean, tremendous. They might be able to smoothly capture this too.
I mean, you just got 2 players from Wanted who have just been kind of posted up, chilling on the side of Exclusive for a little too long. First segment's going to be already in, and you got to make a play now. Sawo, head on a swivel, doing what he can with the switchblade. You still got another member there. 2 sticks already at A. And man, I know that, you know, in the last offensive round, it was easy for Wanted to hold on to A, but they didn't give up this progress like this on A as fast as they did in the past. Say's here now. He's going to be in, and here we go.
Interesting pop here from Saucy, too. He's going to be able to find some damage at a distance. A kill, too, nonetheless. 12v8. To force the hand. Maybe he gets a rotation for that last round if it goes the distance, or maybe you just shut it out here. 10v6. Only 1 tick of progress. Only a second needed. Unfortunately, gonna come up shy. And the longer this one drags out, the better it is for Exclusive. And Say's able to peel back 2. Surely we got overtime.
But you got to stack in. You get the capture, and this one's going to 5. OT Say all the way through. And with that, I mean, just think back to the rounds that Wanted had. Exclusive got so much done in the last offensive round before. So that's immediately going to set them up for a defense round 5. Wanted, they got to take an offense if they want to take a map. I mean, you are truly down bad.
I was expecting them to smash poolside because they hadn't done it all game. And they, lo and behold, just win the gunnies outright on the ring side. So they don't need to do anything fancy. All reliable. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Champy doing what he does best. The map control on the backside of Laundry with that Tempest pop early is massive. They've got a big life lead as well as time extension potential.
Yeah, this is going to be that 3rd segment. It looks like Exclusive. They know that. They're just fighting for pool control, and you're going to try to get Veer somewhat into top bedroom to force those deep spawns away from this A zone as far as humanly possible for a raid control. And that's all Veer needs to do is just stay alive in this position while you trust the rest of your team to start winning your fights through the spawn. Wanted want to start working themselves a flank here. Hunter killer drone out towards the basketball court. It's going to miss. Sawo with the Tempest only getting 1. That's Mute going down. Another Hunter killer drone. Can you create some disarray over towards the A zone and try to set up your offense? It's 3 down again. And the only member you have to worry about is Veer. He's got the War Machine.
He's got to get on. He's got to get involved. Able to clear 1. Got to leave that spawn site. and is going to continue to do it. But Champy's still alive on this side of the map. I don't know if they've accounted for him, if they've just forgot him, or maybe they know he's there and they just don't want to push him. He slipped on through. Veer able to hold the line perfectly through. Bottom side, Modern is home for him. Lighty popped his op earlier, gets the recharge.
Come on, Champy.
And Champy needs to find a way to shut this one down.
Champy's got to make a play, man. It was an 11v18. Now it's a 9v13. As Exclusive just stranglehold onto the spawns of Wanted. A breakout, minute 4. Steal an opportunity for Wanted to steal this map. Now Champy going to be getting involved. And you can see another triple hit around the back of Laundry. Mid-map control is what Caesar's looking for. He swaps over. Saucy's going to rip him away with the SKS. And now Wanted trying to steamroll roll their way through the spawns of Exclusive. Good trade there from Champy. Putting pressure on the back line. And everybody from Exclusive does not know what to do right now. They're trapped.
I mean, they kind of put themselves in this position. You got to win every gunfight outright. This is what happens when you're too aggressive on the defense. Obviously, you can allow them a little bit of map control in exchange for maintaining that life. And certainly, it just crumbles underneath them. You're still, with 5, 6, 7 lives left, you're in the middle of the map like this is still a 30v30. And that is not the case, right? You're putting yourself in bad positions. On top of that, you don't have players there for trades. That one escalated and never really got back under control. I want to take a moment to really praise Wanted. You saw that last round hit. It was a great one through B. And what do? They look for that post-capture positioning, just like when you talk about in Search and Destroy, a post-plant position, like where's the setup going to be at? Where are you going to be at after you capture? Are you going to be dead in the water trying to make something happen, you know, brute force through the pool side? No, Champy opens up that floodgate and just causes chaos on the back lines and allows his team the opportunity to get that like slow cap, get the kills to go along with it, and the map control to show along with it too. Exclusive were just completely lost in that last round.
And it's mute 31 and 34. That's kind of like at the top of the scoreboard for Wanted, but the impact from Champy certainly going underlooked in the scoreboard aspect of things, and what he was able to do for not just that first attack, but that third attack too. You're painting the exact picture that you wanted to see from Wanted inside of raid control, and it really kind of boils down to the foundation of what you need to do on offense for control. Bang out a site off the break off. If you get that win, put pressure on the spawns, force those spawn outs as far as possible, and they did that. They forced those basketball spawns, and you get that early B capture. And with Champy in position, with Champy doing what he was doing in that spawn, an 18v11 on attack for a round 5 offense in raid control. I mean, it just feels so good to be in that position if you're Wanted. And I thought for a second they were going to bottle it. I won't lie. Champion looked to get a little bit nervous towards the end of that. I thought he was kind of leaving his team out to dry, but Wanted do the right thing. I mean, they just scramble back together. They clean up that map number 3, and what a moment there for the Wanted team, kind of finding their potential on raid control versus an Exclusive team that just looks so good in their respawns, especially against Animus early on. And that brings us into Combine Hardpoint a little bit. Verdict, talk to me about this map.
Dude, you talk about bang outs, brother. This one's about to be high engagement. Depending on how Wanted want to play this is a lot of, you know, sauce coming off of a 3-2 victory. Both games that you lost, or both games that we just played, were super close. This is really going to determine, you know, everything in this series. Is Exclusive the best respawn team possibly here in Europe? Yes. Hardpoint for sure. If you can keep this close, you got something to hold on to. You got something to work with if you're Wanted, because the hardpoints haven't been relatively close in any regard. The Search and Destroys for sure. That control was picture perfect. Great coordination out of Wanted, but more so you go back to those last few lives, like they were down to 9, 10, 11 players, and they were still playing it like it was an even game. It was anything but even. You've got to be a little bit more reserved in that life capacity. And I'm sure Exclusive are going to go back and rewatch it and be like, yeah, I mean, Champy was doing his thing, but brother, we kind of handed away a lot of those kills. I don't expect that to be the case here in the hardpoint. We're going to see a dominant opening, and I think this is where Exclusive bounce back and shut the series out.
Yeah, I mean, because it kind of changes things up. It controls pretty straightforward in what you need to do as a team on attack. I mean, it's really streamlined. I mean, it's difficult finding the kills, but like in terms of going through the motion, it's like step by step, you have a way to kind of break through that setup. For Hardpoint, it's dynamic. Everything's changing, and it's like positioning to rotations into getting the kills. It's such a micro game mode that it's really difficult to take down a team like Exclusive. If Wanted can get it done, and we look back to the Hacienda, we know that they can at least put up a fight with how they were handling that P3 in the second rotation of Hacienda. And you saw Saucy go big with that War Machine, but just in general, when it kind of takes away from that one moment, there was like 7 moments after it where we saw a team like Exclusive just fully control the map. And you go to a map like Combine where, again, it's going to be a little bit bang out heavy. You look at players to just take over for this Exclusive team yet again.
Yeah, they just have the recipe for success when it comes to Hardpoint. Now, this is going to be a true testament for them because they're used to playing long, drawn-out maps, takeoffs, your Arsenals, your Haciendas. Your better Hardpoint teams seem to tend to flock to those maps because it's not so much pure based luck on those spawns. You can kind of manipulate and you can kind of work them as you need accordingly. This one can get hectic. It can get crazy. We're going to see if they can find a way to mitigate the damage and find themselves on the better end of some of these spawns now as things out in the open in P1. P2 is going to be a true testament. We'll see who has spawns after that rotation's made. Right now, we're all focusing here in the wide open. And, well, I mean, be as ballsy as you can on it. Just know that you're going to get free fire from everywhere.
Absolute barrage of nades over the hard point. Good timeout here from Exclusive right off the bat. Looking for a break, but it's Fear on the outskirts. He's going to have the wing, and he's going to have the lockdown force. A little bit extra time here through mid. Sawo has the cutoff. Axis won't get any further than that, and this is as good a start as it can get for this Exclusive squad. Another 2-for-1 trade. Mute goes down, and it's Lighty in the hill just pushing this even further.
Yeah, and it's just so hard to battle off respawn, and you're spawning literally on the opposite side. It's such a linear map, and that P3 side of things, brother, it is devastating to make that hike. Now they're trying to form a strategy to get this flip to come through. Sawwell's reading it to a T. Axis gonna get taken down. Champy there for the quick trade. You can already see the kills are coming through on that top wing of the map. That's where the focus is for the team in blue. Wanted trying to get something rolling here for the flip, and buddy, they are just getting gouged.
43-5 off the initial break, and you got all 4 players set up inside P2. This is going to be a tough one for Wanted, especially with Sawo having the Tempest out. If you want to walk through, you can, but you got to walk through an electric fence. Sawo now back over towards the Switchblade. He's going to swap on back in with the cleanup. It's a good spree coming out from Sawo. He's going to find another double kill before going down. Sawo's got Strake. Caesar as well with a streak of his own. So you got some Hunter Killers. You got the Pred missile. And here we go. Sawo's just going to invest it right away. See what he can get off of that Predator missile. It's going to find nothing, but you still got Exclusive just lighting up the hill.
And, I mean, if it does nothing, it allows you to get the information of where this hit's coming from, or maybe it's just going to sustain them from making any kind of motions out of the trophy zone. Nonetheless, it's a flawless P1 to P2 connection. Wanted need to get their feet about them here now. Don't want to push up too far. Spy, realizing the dangers of doing so, is going to fall back and is playing great for the cutoff man. 3 in the feed for him. Make it 5 is a complete wipe now as P3 opens up for business. This is where you got to put your foot down if you're wanted.
3 dead, 4 Exclusive. Well, here we go for one and trying to put their foot down. Tempest out. Champy. See what he can do. Mute with the equalizer up top. Good shutdown for the hallway. And you look at Champy to get something done with this Tempest. He lands a shot. It's the War Machine from Saucy now. Everything getting popped. Wanted. Want to cut this lead down. And by any means, I mean, they are doing it. Another double kill. Saucy's going to take himself out with that War Machine, but it's Axis to jump in with the Death Machine now, and the cycling is flawless here from Wanted. A fantastic kill coming out in P3.
Brother, they've got each and every lane locked down. You've got an answer, or you got a question, there's an answer for it. Wanted. Showing up and showing out. Sawo quick cycling through. He popped his Tempest at the beginning of P2, and he's already got it back for the P through midst end. Looking for a little bit of scraps. Not going to find it. Lighty and crew now trying to make the transition over to P4. Lo and behold, there are 3 there in yellow. Make it 4 is the middle of the map. There is player number 3 in Lighty. just lurking around. He's going to go ahead and get the lethal wrap through in the backside. That's a clean sweep 3. Back to the spawn they go. They are all spread out for the time being. And, well, it's exclusive. Yet again, locking it down. Not very much success off of the P3 rotation. Finding redemption here is, I say redemption, they've got a 50
Oh!
They're destroying them.
You saw his 28 kills, Lighty 21, 3 members. Caesar, Veer, and Says. You add it up together and they barely scrape what Lighty has, let alone Sawo about to hit a 30 bomb as we're 4 hills into Combine. He is just taking over. Sawo's got another Pred missile. Why not? Drop the hammer onto the top. Lighty's going to pull out that claw. And Sawo's Pred missile might not find anything, but he's going to swap back over towards the Switchblade, and it is just the chopping block for Wanted. Constantly on their back end, constantly on the back foot, considering that it was about a 40-point game going into this hill. Now back to a 100-point game exclusive with a full 60 off that time. This is disgusting.
And this is one of those maps that even if you do have spawns, you can, you know, give up a few seconds of time regardless. And what have they done? They have just been brilliant when they have been taking the opportunities to do so. P2 locked in, P4. I don't think we've seen anything remotely close to as great of a hold on this map that is completely mixy and chaotic. It's hard to keep track of everything, but it is going to be Wanted, taking advantage of a little bit of time. They're stacking it, brother. They're scared. Look at the nade. My God, it's just tough. Where are the trophies?
No trophies to be found because the MP was popped from exclusive. No opportunity to even use that or your operators. And you do a good job at waiting out that EMP, but a nade from Caesar blows it all up. Now with the equalizer, he's got another EMP for his team. So cycling not just through the operators, but through the streaks as well. Exclusive 110-point game heading into P2. The Sparrow only finding 1 from Spy. Lovely shot there from Exclusive to shut down that op. The Death Machine from Access may be looking to turn the tides of battle here, but at the EMP from one side, and Says uses a Death Machine of his own.
Oh my God, he's mowing him down. It's expired. He's found 5. The full wipe, the break. They're smashing through the front side. Lighty, lighting them up. The split comes through. Will they be able to read it? The backline still compromised. Lighty gonna go ahead and branch on through. Last 30 seconds up for grabs. You need every single second of this if you're Wanted. And, well, hell, Exclusive are gonna give you a fight to the front. This is something you don't normally see. Well, this is your normal hardpoint team. Exclusive, by far the best in this region in this game mode. Possibly one of the best in the world. Lighty. Oh my God.
Lighty's just lighting it up with that claw. Yeah, it's a barrel in the front. It is an absolute bloodbath. And Lighty, another triple kill. He's got full streaks. You've had Caesar with full streaks, Saw with full streaks, and now it's Lighty. He's going to pop the Pred, the Hunter Killer, the EMP, everything Wanted. This is going to be a tough rotation over towards 3. But even still, Champion making the best out of it. Spy and Mute now trying to break through just with guns alone, but close spawns be damned. Exclusive still fighting in for the contest. Still throwing their nades. Throwing their bodies at this hill. 212 to 76. There is no way back in for Wanted.
This is what, the 6th EMP in this game, 3rd on this set of hills alone. That just paints you a picture. It's been Exclusive from beginning to end. They are wiping the floor with them. And Wanted, I mean, they're just trying to get here and contest in time to extend this one to another hill. Brother, I don't think you want the smoke. Champy, guns up blazing, goes down nonetheless. Only 20 seconds needed to close it out here in game number 4. Exclusive, handling business. No ifs, ands, buts about it.
I had no chance to climb your way back into this game. I mean, we thought that Hacienda was one thing versus Animus. And good for Wanted for playing that Hacienda as close as it could be and stealing away a raid control versus a exclusive team that just looks step above so many of the rosters we have in these European qualifiers. But you go to the Combine and you get rinsed. 250 to 78 Exclusive. Taking another round in the winner's bracket, pushing even further through the qualifiers.
And yet to drop a hard point, and if you watched that game, you would know why. That map was left on the table in the first series and in this one. And brother, somebody took the bait. That was disgusting.
Yeah.
Exclusive. I mean, I don't even know what words can't explain it, brother. It's just domination after domination. They find a way to have the objective. They have the hill. If they don't have the hill, they still have the objective. It's the next man up. In any case, Lighty drops 55. Sawo was right there along with it, with a 49 piece to go along with it. And this is not just 49 and 40. This is 49 and 23. This is 55 and 26, brother.
Yeah.
2.0 KD is easy.
It's funny too because Caesar even got himself full streaks, and he's only 21 and 20. I mean, 2 minutes in the hill, 24 assists. Like everybody from exclusive, I feel like had a moment. And Saze and Veer, although we didn't really have to say much about them, they didn't have to do anything. Like, what do you do when your teammate is dropping 55 kills and 49 kills? Like all you got to do is say, all right, guys, I'll get the hill. You do what you need to do. Can I get you a coffee in the meantime? Like you're just the back rub, maybe a massage at that point. Exclusive just look out of this world when it comes to the hard points. And like you said, I mean, they haven't even dropped the hard point yet on the day verdict, on the weekend altogether. Even yesterday, they went undefeated against both Oxygen, both teams that they had on their day one single elimination bracket. And you're pushing on into now the finals, the winners finals, where it's 1-1-7 not found against you. They dropped a match versus Troglodyte Tribe. So, I mean, maybe you go into this one, clean up your controls, clean up your search and destroy, look to get even better. If you can put all that together, who can stop this exclusive team in Europe?
I don't know, brother. I was looking at the interactions, over 100, and the game wasn't even close for Lighty. Just imagine what kind of numbers he could pump in if we actually have a little bit of competition step up for the hardpoint, because they have yet to be tested. They have yet to be warranted for, a great matchup in the hardpoints. They need to brush up on some of the control raid rotations and reads, as well as the search and destroy is still questionable. They won it here in this series. They're able to take the series 3-1 in that cap. As we get geared up for them to play in the winners finals tomorrow, that's going to conclude their journey for the day. As a matter of fact, it's going to conclude mine as well. Colin, it was a blast, brother. I know it's going to be you and Brody on the other end of this break, but I had a great time.
I had a great time as well. And you know what? For myself, it's just like, I mean, I'm loving this like dynamic that we're getting in COD Mobile. Like Combine coming out for a hard point. Who was expecting that? Not me, not Verdict. I'm sure he was not expecting to cast a Combine today, but hey, we're getting some treats here for Europe. And like Verdict said, we still got another match to go before we close out on the day. So we'll head to a break. We'll come back. We'll get Brody in here, and we'll see you soon with some more CODM. Welcome everybody to day 2 of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship qualifiers of 2026. We're in Europe, Brody, and we are all the way into the lower brackets. Round 3 as we get a little bit more fun on our docket as we're heading into Empire versus Rangers. Weren't able to hop in with Team Saints versus Animus because they are already deep in their series, and per Verdict's update, they're actually tied going into the control. So big things going on that side where Animus might not be having the day that we would have expected for them, Brody, but we don't get to talk about them right now. We got Empire and Rangers ahead of us.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting matchup. Empire and Rangers, two teams I think in very different spots, at least from my perspective. One of which I know a lot about, and the other one I don't really know almost anything about. I think I should probably start the conversation with the team that I do know about, which is Empire. So for people who have been around before in the last few years, this is effectively the Special Suicide Squad team that we had from like Season 5 or Season 6 of SPS. They were a team that came out and basically became the third best team of that season. They shocked absolutely everybody. For those of you guys who don't know the roster, it's Majora, Chuso, Secret, Cuban, and Nazen. Skinny is also on the team, but I'm surprised that Skinny is not playing because he's actually a pretty damn good player. However, the big thing for me in this team is 110% Chuso. He is an absolute god. He's dropped numbers in respawns in the past. I expect him to do it again here.
Yeah, and you know, for Rangers, it's like, which Ranger do we get? Do we get the New York Rangers, the Texas Rangers, is the Power Rangers, or is it my favorite Ranger, Strider, aka Aragon, aka King of Gondor? For Lord of the Rings. Empire has their hands full for this matchup as we got Hacienda to open things up for our hard point going into this one. Just in general, both these two teams knocked into the lower bracket. Empire by Troglodyte Tribe 3-1. They were able to steal a map away there. Rangers, they lost 0-3 to 117, not found, dropping on down. Empire's beaten Lux Eterna 3-0. Rangers have beaten Revenju 3-0. And that brings us here. So Empire looking to kick us off into the hard point for Hacienda. Going in for P1. We're already locked in. And for the Rangers, I mean, it doesn't take much time for them to come back into it. SKS for PG. Over the top. He's able to kind of get around for a little bit of top control of Hacienda for Brody. And Rangers, I mean, you don't know much about them, but they're coming out swinging for this map 1.
Yeah, so the team names are flipped right now for those of you guys who don't know. Rangers is actually on the left side, Empire is on the right. We'll get that fixed for you here in just a mo. But yeah, I mean, this Rangers team, I actually don't know that much about them. I've heard of one player on the roster, and that's Ryu or Ryu. Pronunciation is different depending on whether or not you're playing Street Fighter or Yakuza. But he's the one player that I know a little about. I've seen him play a little bit in the past, and he's played relatively well when I've seen him. Outside of that, don't really know that much about the rest of this Rangers roster. But as I always say with these things, it's always about knowing these new players and seeing them come out and surprise. Right now, they're about even Stevens with this Empire roster, and they are in control of the next hard point.
Already set up, already getting it done. So Rangers, good read onto the back spawns as well. You get a jump in for Empire, so contest from Chuzo. Nobody's going to read this right away, and even with the XM4, can't swap over to Ryu. So Chuzo, only limited damage there, still going to break in from the front for the rest of Empire, are just flooding on through the halls of P2. Trophy's going to be down. Enki with the Tempest, looking to break back on in, and looks like he's able to get done. The chain onto 2, 3 go down, and Rangers holding on to a tie game.
Yeah, this is a really close game right now. Rangers continue to replenish their forces around the backline. Free melee by shock onto the Majora. I have no idea how that has happened. Rangers now looking for that scrap time, and they will not get it. So the foot race will begin here. On towards the next rotation, and Empire should be the first team to touch. Right now, they're looking pretty good. Kills starting to come through in their favor. And Majora currently leading the squad for the team. A player that I'm learning a lot about right now. Haven't seen him play before. He's doing pretty well.
Rangers coming out with some fire. 11 for Enki, and that's off the back of that Tempest play he had back on P2. We'll talk about Tempest. We got Nazen here with one of his own. Nice snap over to the second, and even though it's not going to show up for himself, he gets a little bit of assistance there for the break. Majora in with Empire. This is a cheeky little one from Nazen. So up top with the Switchblade, going for the spawns. Another double kill coming through. Empire wiping Rangers on this P3.
Empire right now ahead by about 20 points or so, and this is where we're going to start to see some of that investment of those operators come through. Not a lot actually of that Death Machine, at least, War Machine's finding a little bit more value from Majora, is kind of clearing space inside the hard point. This is not bad whatsoever from Empire. Things were even in towards this hard point. Now we're seeing investment at the tail end of this one. If Secret can find some value, no, gets spun on. He needed a little bit more there. That is the best operator in the game, and it amounts to nada for Empire.
Yeah, I mean, that is a huge shutdown for the Rangers heading into P4. I mean, you know how good that equalizer can be for the break. Suro also with the claw, he's going to use that, and it finds nothing. Predator missile from Empire is going to assist them in the break back into this new Money Hill. B-Shock, he's got the SKS, and he's looking for some heads. However, as soon as he slides in, good shots from Chuzo, and it just continues to be a nuisance for this Rangers team. Another break-in for the Rangers. Contest just cannot be settled, and the Rangers are struggling to put some kills behind these breaks.
Now this is starting team that's performed well for the highest level in European Call of Duty Mobile before, and they're doing it again right now. Chuso with the double. That's going to be yet another set of scrap time for Empire. And, you know, it's interesting. It's actually kind of the newer players for Empire that's really showing up right now. Majora at 19, Nazen at 17. Chuso is the guy that on this very map, I think he broke like a record in COD Mobile history. The highest number of kills on any competitive game at like 74 or something to that effect. Here on Hacienda, it's kind of surprising that he's maybe slowed up a bit. Maybe just trying to play a little bit more selfless. It wouldn't surprise me. Either way, doesn't matter. It's working. Empire are running through Rangers right now.
Maybe there's just no kills to get when you look at everybody across the board doing well on Empire in terms of the slaying. So Rangers just struggling from top to bottom. 48 seconds is all you get off that first set of rotations, and they're into P1 for the second set. So hopefully looking to hold on for a little bit more time as Empire working towards the top halls. I mean, they're just doing a good job at not allowing Rangers to get any setups. Good trades coming through. Nazen over the top. He's got the switchblade. Shock inside the hill. XM4 good for some damage. These guys have some help there, so although he goes down, it's still going to be Rangers in 20 seconds that you'd love to get some time off this.
Empire now looking for the basic scrap time, Rangers not going to find anything, and they're also really not got the rotation. A couple of players do spawn in towards that fence's side. Empire not blocking appropriately means they will actually lose their grip over the rotation. So this is an opportunity here for Rangers. If they can hold this appropriately, you've got 3 ops in the bank. There is 4 on the other side, though. You've got to win the operator battle if you want to get control of this game.
Well, that's what we're getting so far. Majora's got that War Machine out. Nazen with the Tempest. Good snap on Ryu. Into the hill, though. Can't land anything other than that. And his Spy Shot going to pull the War Machine out now for Rangers. However, misread on the spawns, and he is just firing it at absolutely nothing. Blows himself up. And it is as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Empire to get back into this hill now with trophies.
Empire now in control. This is a horrendous position for Rangers to be in, and now more of those coming through. You gotta get kills if you're Ryu. Can't do it, and it's an immediate equals coming back from Secret. Immediately shut down. It is operator on operator crime right now, and Empire now looking for the back 15 seconds. We talked about that operator battle between these two teams, Cmoore. Unsurprisingly, Empire have won it with all operators exhausted across the board.
You just take that all day long if you're Empire. Just buffing things out into about a 100-point lead going into P3. You are going to get an early rotation from a lot of these members from the Rangers, but same thing with Empire. They got plat control, and Secret's already opening up with a couple of these kills over the top. Secret finds a second one. Nazen follows it up, and Secret for 3 off the break. It truly doesn't get easier than that for Empire. Just in full takeover. Another Tempest. Shut down Enki. Although back in P2 early on in this game, he found so much with that operator. He just hasn't been able to replicate that at all. Nades from Majora now into Tin. Cuban going to be running on through. And although the Rangers are in for the contest, they just struggle to put some kills behind it.
Just every single time, Empire are in control of the hard point. They're winning the majority of the gunfights. They're reading the spawns exactly how you should read the spawns. And Rangers, I'll admit as well, I think Rangers on the other side, a little bit too individual on the way they're hitting this hard point right now. It feels like it's kind of scrappy. You're down by a large margin, and sometimes that can feel a little bit like, well, hey, we just got to try and desperately get into the hard point. And that desperation is showing in the gameplay as well. Empire, right now, they have the better looks on the operators going in towards the next hard point. They don't have first touch, but I don't know how long that will last.
And it's really hard to tell, like, where do you even get advantages? Where do you even improve on this one? Because, I mean, you're doing the right things if you're Rangers. You're just losing those fights. It feels like it comes down to a lot of the mechanics for a lot of these opening breaks, Brody, or, you know, Empire. They don't miss. They are going to lock down those Tempest shots. They are going to get some good timings of that equalizer, and that's bleeding into now a Pred missile, an EMP. You got so much in your pocket right now for Empire to close this out, and Rangers just haven't been able to step up in their own right.
And there's the EMP as well, so even if you do get an operator now towards the end of this game, which, let's be honest, it is unlikely, you're not going to be able to pop them. Empire trying to close out this game. Look, it's back 15 seconds, and this is maybe the best look we've seen from Rangers so far in this game, but to be perfectly honest with you, I don't know how long it's really going to last. Again, individual plays now. Empire just going to win the trades very easily in towards the time. And at this stage, even 5 to 10 seconds of time is a knife in the gut for Rangers. They are going to cross that 100-point barrier, but Empire just 22 points away from victory.
Okay.
They have dominated this game.
Hey, we're getting a little bit of life here from the Rangers. Nothing can be doubted in that aspect. Rio now with the equalizer, and here we get it. Turn it into a double kill. See if you can find anything more. Rio, this is what we've been waiting for. A great moment to come alive, at least at the back end of this hard point. You might not walk away with the map, but I mean, this is a feel-good moment for sure. Ryu chalking up some more kills with the op. He's up to 30 now. His Empire struggling to put this one away off the P1 at least. You got 28 seconds. You can still win here technically if you're Empire, so Rangers need to dedicate themselves to it. But with Ryu off that Pred missile, another 4 go down. They flip the map out, and where was this team 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, dude, honestly, they've just woken up. What the hell is happening with Rangers? They're now starting to find some kills. You know, actually putting something together.
Ew.
This is a good operator coming up from Enki as well with the Tempest. Well played. The coverage is good. 3 seconds left, though. You're going to have to start winning some of those rotational battles, and Bischoff was the only player anywhere close. Backspawns aren't being covered here by Empire, so they have an opportunity, and they're going to float with kills as well. There's an opportunity now. The front door is open.
Cuban's got the claw at the doorstep. That claw is just going to rip through 3 members. Looking to push out for more. 4 for Cuban. Make it 5 kills in a row for Cuban with that operator. 10 seconds left. Spawns are going to flip. You get one last chance. Secret, he's locking the door. Hipfire from Nazen finds absolutely nothing. In for the contest now for the rest of the Rangers, and they walk into the slaughterhouse of kills for Empire to put this one away. May have taken a few more steps, Brody, but they get the job done. 250 to 134.
Yeah, Empire, I mean, they struggled to close it towards the end of that game. We've got to give Rangers some credit. They bounced back in, what, a 60-second window, I think is probably what we can say. They managed to get a good P1 going on the final set of rotations, and they almost had a solid break towards P2 as well, despite not being the first team there. So we have to give them a little bit of credit. Outside of that, I ain't giving them anything, mate. That was not a good game from Rangers. They were getting brutalized every single hard point, and you know, we often have this conversation about wanting to analyze things like, how did Team A beat Team B? Here's this really complex way in which Team A played X, Y, Z situation better. No, Empire just outslayed them. Like, straight up, they were just running through them.
Yeah, it's just kind of top to bottom. It's just like operator usage, kills, like everything was being won by Empire for a solid 5 minutes of this map. And then you go into the back end. I mean, you see Rio get, what, 5 kills with that equalizer, a little bit more. He drops that Pred missile, and I mean, you see that the Rangers had a little bit of a fight towards them to the end, and it was a good resurgence, don't get me wrong. It's just like the lead up to that felt like it was way too long, and I mean, you go out with a bang, that's going to feel good going into the Search and Destroy, but for Empire, I'm sure they'll be able to shrug it off like nothing really happened. So looking forward towards these maps. I think for S&D, I'm excited to kind of see where we do go for this, Brody, because S&D's been a lot of fun, but between a lot of teams that we do see, especially with, you know, a little bit of struggle coming out of the side of exclusive. We got Meltdown coming in here between Empire and Rangers. Another new look map that we haven't seen yet today.
Yeah. And this should be an interesting one, I think, right? Because from my memory, at least, I think, you know, Empire back when they were the Special Suicide Squad. Hardpoint, I think, was their specialty. Again, this is like a long time ago now. It was like last year sometime, so again, I'd have to actually look at the stats I've got, but I remember Hardpoint being their thing. And so maybe there is a way back into this series for Rangers, and it has to be by the Search and Destroy. You got to LG your way through this one, I feel like, to bounce back after that Hardpoint. Maybe they can. Empire, I mean, Rangers... I don't know who to even ask for here to perform, come out and show well. I feel like if you're going to have a sniper rifle player, which looks like it's going to be Enki, they have to be the one to pick up these first bloods. I mean, that has to be everything for me if I'm Rangers.
Yeah, I agree. First bloods, finishing these rounds, just kind of getting off to a good start here for Rangers is key. Empire, very slow off the attack, and you can see that bomb in hand of Bioshock. I think I have it backwards, too. It's Rangers, yeah, off the attack here. First blood from Zero. The drawer goes down. Nathan's going to trade it out, so 2 dead for Empire. Traded by Fly. 4v3.
You've already got the numbers in your favor here if you're Rangers, so you're going to get that rock down. Easy peasy.
Bomb has been planted.
Now for the retake. And the thing is, for the last couple of players here, you kind of have to take these individual one-on-ones. And that's a good start for a Cuban. Picks off one. You just need to kind of poke the bear every single time you peek.
Yeah. Just slowly shave away off of the layers of this setup. Zero looking for a timing. Cuban. Odin in hand. He's not going to be able to catch Zero, who fully wraps it around. And Secret, even with the R9, can't get through him. Zero is going to find 2 to close that first round. And it's a big one there for the Rangers.
Stick around. Again, you just win those opening gunfights, you get on towards B. And I like the confidence as well, especially after what happened in the hard point, to actually just hit the site, not worry too much about the previous history. The way you need to be playing. Empire this time, reacting appropriately. It's going to be a straight hit towards B on the defense. That's not the play call for Rangers just yet, though. As a matter of fact, Rangers haven't committed to anything. And I think it's because of that fact that Empire on the defense here might actually find a way back into this round.
Chuzo looking for heads. Maybe even a couple haircuts. Fly's going to trade out 1, but it's 2 kills early for the Empire. Looking to shut down any play over towards A. Rio with the R9, teasing at maybe a trade here. Stun out, it's perfect. And that gives Chuzo the chance. Won't turn it into anything. And in fact, Bioshock's also going to follow up with a kill. So this is completely turned on a dime. 3v2 now for the Rangers.
You've already lost Immature as well. Nazen now has to find a way back into one of the most infamously difficult sites to get back into. With just a Switchblade and a Tundra to work with. He'd need these players to get split up, and I think he's going to get shot out from Enki in the middle of the map. No, Enki actually now finds himself out of position, so missing that smoke. And Nazen goes for the jump shot. I was going to say, if these players split themselves up, that is the way to win this round.
Well, he's got the Switchblade. He's got to read Rio, though, and I mean, do as much as you want. That is just a hard site to chow into. Too early for Rangers. I mean, off the attacking rounds, 2 for Meltdown. That's not too bad. You lose the first blood. You trade it out. You go down 3v4 early, and you're still able to walk away with a round win. That shows a ton of resilience on the Rangers side.
Yeah, Rangers in Search and Destroy looking really good at the moment. And they're winning that first blood again. Empire now looking for a man down. They're going to lose another one. Nice pre-nade from Nazen. I don't think that was intentional whatsoever, but you know what? If he gets it done. And Secret needs to find more value out of the R9. It is the most powerful weapon in the game at the moment. If you're not finding kills like that, I don't know what you're doing.
Well, it's good shots, though, from Zero to shut down such an important weapon. Leaving just Chuzo and Cuban. The last one's up for Empire. Rangers again looking to get this plant down through A. 2 versus 3 now that Enki's going to be caught through the middle of the map. And one thing to worry about is that Secret hasn't been getting really too much off this R9. But Rio definitely has, from what we've seen out of him. And he is not afraid to play these cheeky angles. Now down to Chuzo for the post plants. Retake. He's only got the Tundra. Like, good luck, buddy.
Yeah, it's just not possible. And again, it feels like right now, the differentiating factor between these teams in these first 3 rounds has been that R9 success, right? I mean, Rangers just feel like they've been so much better with it. Yeah, Ryo's only got a couple of kills to his name, but he's getting in positions where those kills are important, right? He literally has the final say in the last couple of rounds.
And it's just like the control of it, too. It's like where the R9 is. It's like you don't want to chow that. You're giving up a lot of space.
Yeah, and you look at that on the other side, it's just like... I know, it's Secret, yes, he has 2 kills, but it feels like those kills have been significantly more meaningless. I know, he's finding kills when they're not in a good position. First blood, not happening just yet. Fly will have to fly away. But if Rangers have done it again, right? I mean, yeah, they're a man down, but they've got B-side control.
Yeah, and that's kind of the important aspect right now. Fly nearly goes down, open up this one, turns it into a double kill. Chuso, what a slide out. And if you can take down this bomb planter after he gets the bomb down, I mean, that's another big kill from Chuso. Bioshock gets caught, and Enki, 1 versus 3. Shot in the back. Finally, we're going to be able to see a round from Empire. Nazen goes absolutely nuclear in this round alongside Chuso. It's a full house between the two of them.
Yeah, and the difference there, I kind of said it as sort of a passing thing, right? Oh, you know, they've got a man advantage, but actually that just does work out, right? You know, you've got the man advantage in that situation. They retake the 5 versus 4. Rangers get the bomb down to even the odds. It doesn't work. So big round coming out from Nazen, as you said. 6 now to his name. One of the 2 performers in the hard point alongside Majora. Came out to play for Empire. Rangers on the offense. They have, generally speaking, favored these A hits. And they are once again hedging their bets. This time, though, Empire have players in towards A. They are not playing for a late retake. And that is a big difference if they can find that opening blood.
Yeah. Really boils down to just that fight in the bottom halls. And you can see that Chuso's kind of teasing with taking down Fly. In the meantime, Fly has just been holding down mid. Separate levels for sure, but... you know that Fly, it just takes 1 moment for Chuso to get caught there, and Chuso will be. Fly finds it. Enki goes 1 for 1 inside of the Jennies. And it's Bioshock in a position where Majora needs to take him down. Beautiful shots coming out from the marksman of Majora. Fly will trade it, but it still gives you a chance here if you're Empire.
2 versus 3. And again, it's that same situation we saw back in round number 1, where it feels like you kind of have to play this one a little bit separately. Secret. Again, you cannot find the kill with the R9, mate. You gotta do better than that, Secret, because he is lagging behind right now. Even 1 versus 3, not a chance, mate. And would you believe that Ryu is once again the one to close out the round with his R9?
It's just like every time we see Secret go for the slide shot with the R9, he just gets bodied, whether it's Enki, Suro, or I think in that moment it was Fly. It's just... He truly can't make a difference with this R9. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to just put it down to one player because you're losing out on those bloods. You're losing out on those numbers. It's just in general if you're Empire. But there's been moments where Secret's been in a position where he can and realistically should turn this round, but he doesn't get it done.
Bomb dropped.
Yeah, this is 100% something we're going to be talking about in regards to Empire's search and destroy.
Flash out.
It's just not good at all, is it? And you've lost Secret already in the round. Ryu down for the 1 versus 4, though. And listen, the R9's got some great range. It ain't going to get that kill right there. Not when you're facing down the Tundra.
I don't know if you were watching that Slum Search and Destroy, but
it does some things.
We saw some crazy range out of the R9.
Defend the objectives.
When you're looking at Meltdown, Brody, I mean, swapping sides, where do you generally look to see, like, Empire on the defense? How many, like, do they want to go 4-4 here, or are you not really worried if they're down, like, a good number going into the swap?
I don't know, honestly. I mean, obviously, you kind of want to get as many defensive rounds as possible. I think the thing is, the way Meltdown plays is once you get the bomb down, it's actually very difficult, especially in A, to actually win the round if you're on the defense. So that's just kind of the way they got to play, is just stop Rangers from getting the bomb down over and over again. And they're just giving their lives away. Like, why? Why are we challenging that? You're on defense. You don't need to chow that, Nathan. Chill your beans.
Well, either way, it is going to just continue to bleed lives out of the hands of Empire. Down to 2, Chuso and Majora. Chuso with the Tundra still. Majora holding onto that Switchblade, and Chuso's looking for an angle. He misses 2 shots. Finally hits the 3rd one. That's going to be a big one, too, on to Fly. See if Majora can follow up on it, but he's been denied entry of B. And you just need Chuzo to stay alive as soon as he goes down. I mean, that is going to be wraps on this round. Majora, there is no entry here. Hold up, actually. He's got the SKS. A couple good shots, and maybe you can clutch up, but as soon as Byshot spots that, you still look at the reposition from Enki, and yeah, that's good information. Good change up there. 5 rounds for the Rangers on this S&D. Just for their attack alone. That is sublime.
Yeah, and I gotta say, part of me feels like it might actually be Empire's fault here, because I'm starting to see some really egregious dumb chows. I'll call it for what it is. I mean, that chow from Nason, despite him playing well, like, we don't need to be doing that. Like, we're overheating here. We're putting our team in a worse position than we already are. I love this play call from Rangers, straight from the middle of the map. They don't have a Scooby where he's gone. Secret now finally knows, but it is too little too late. Rangers, this A site is completely theirs.
Yeah. A-site under wraps. Cuban's going to find a kill. That's a big one, too. Brings things into a 4v4 for the retake. But look at Suro. He's just in mid, and nobody's going to know this one. He gets away. Still in the off-site. Suro can do so much damage to the retake before they even enter. Byshot's going to get jumped on. Rio and Suro, the last 2 left, and that is okay because when it comes to closing out rounds, Rio is second to none with the R9 in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key difference right now. Again, it's worth saying that Ryu only has 5 kills to his name. He isn't, like, completely dominating things with his R9, but every single time that we've seen Ryu pick up kills, it is pretty much always a really important kill with the R9. So, shout out to him, making a difference right now. Empire now switching here to the offense, and they are being aggressive as hell. Got to win these opening fights, and Secret just continues to disappoint. There goes Nazen as well. Yeah, this search and destroy is horrendous for Empire. Oh my god, Enki decimates Chuso and Cuban. I think that might have been a collapse.
Oh, jeez. I mean, what is going on Meltdown? It's just a complete meltdown of the Empire. 7 rounds to 2. You swap over towards the defense, and it doesn't even matter. Rangers are just walking over them constantly. First Bloods, doesn't even matter. They come back, they retake. Life advantage, doesn't matter. Rangers walk away with trades. What do you do here for the Empire? I mean, you're throwing up some prayers right now.
I feel like the strat last round was the right play call, right? Get aggressive, get in the face. But when that doesn't work, I think it kind of leaves you in a bad situation because you're now like, well, our aggressive look didn't work whatsoever. So now what do we do? Do we wait for Rangers to get aggressive? I don't necessarily think Rangers are the kind of squad to give you that for free. For the middle of the map, maybe there's a chance. Secret, though, his entries, I think he's got to be like 0 for 7 on entry kills at this point. He is awful with them, and he didn't even see the player behind him. He should be dead very soon.
Should be. Will he be? Yes,
he's going on an adventure. He says this is like, I'm going on an adventure. He's all the way on the flag. He might just be able to do something here.
You walked away, so you missed my Lord of the Rings reference from earlier, but I'm gonna tell you, I was pretty sad that you didn't get to hear it, but we got Secret here with the R9. He's looking for a way in through mid. See if he can find anything. Bomb is down in the spawn of Empire, might I add.
Tango down.
Jesus.
Oh.
It's cooked. I think it's just chalked. It looks like the Empire is just mentally boomed.
I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but like Empire Search and Destroy is ass. How to describe it? It's really not good. I don't know. Like, something's going on here. Their hardpoint's phenomenal. Their Search and Destroy is in the bin. I don't know. Everything you could possibly have go wrong has gone wrong. Here's that aggressive look, and finally something positive to talk about. Great set nade from Secret. Great follow-up kill with a Tundra from Chuso. You're in a 3v5. Just don't chuck this away.
With the way that this has gone, easier said than done. Chuzo's already gone down. So 5v3 for the retake. Majora. Good shots and a good peek out. Cuban's in a great angle. And even if Suro does want to drop out of here, I mean, it should be dead to rights right now. So.
Don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, never happened. Don't know what you're talking about.
Empire. Finally something good to talk about. I think that's what we should say there. Is a good round from them. Great utility. This time, they are going to hit on that B hit once again. It is technically a 5v2 over here. Do they have a trophy? Yes, they do. That should stop the incoming util. Zero is super weak here, so this should be the opening blood. They're required. Zero has survived well past the expiry date and survives long enough that the team can come over. Oh, dearie me, the flank is in. Empire, you've taken too long.
It's just perfect in any sense of the word. Fly now, looking to close out this search and destroy. 9-3. Can he get it done? Good shots coming out from Majora, but it's not good enough. We are tied in the lower bracket. Empire and Rangers going head-to-head, and maybe the hard point was a little bit one-sided, but the search and destroy, it's a little taste of your own medicine, one-sided in their own right. They get it done, and they get it done really well.
Brother, what is going on? Empire, like, yeah, hard point. We're masterminds. We know exactly what we're doing. In a very different way than we expected them to. Like, I expected Chuso to come out and run through the opposition. Didn't happen. It was Nazen and Majora. And then we get into the search and destroy. And it's kind of like they just, like, transplanted their brains out of their body and put it in a dustbin. I don't know how else to describe it. Just some of the plays that we saw from them were really not good. Yeah. Some of the play calls in the second half were somewhat better. Like, we saw that kind of aggressive hit on towards A that we saw from them, or B. I don't even remember off the top of my head which one's on the C side. But, you know, we saw them go for that aggressive push. And both times, the execution on towards B was really poor. Like, they had all the util, they didn't follow up with the kills, they let Zero survive for way too long on that final round, and then they aren't watching for a potential flanking play. Like, granted, that's a great heads-up play call from Rangers, but at the same time, like, it's really poor decision-making from Empire that's making them lose that map.
Yeah, and it's even when you do try to make a play, Empire just kept on getting shut down on their 1Vs. I think Secret, oftentimes pushing into Jenny with that R9, just could never find any value in space, and Rangers are definitely going to feel good just being able to shut down a player like that. So tying it up in a moment like that, I mean, you look at the back end of that Hacienda too, Brody, the scoreline being 250 to 134, with the way that the last minute of that Hacienda transpired, was truly a different game. I think the Rangers took a little bit to wake up, but as soon as they did, I mean, they really carried that into the search and destroy. Now going into the raid control, where this has been like a solid maybe map and a quarter of Call of Duty Mobile for Rangers. Do you expect that to continue to carry into this map?
I honestly don't know what to expect at this point. I mean, like, literally, you look at the two very different maps that we just saw between Rangers and Empire, and it's like, I don't know how this is going to go at this point. Are we going to see that same Empire that was running through Rangers in map number 1? Or are we going to see the same Empire that was making very clear errors in the search and destroy? I don't know. The one thing I will say that should be different here, now, granted, the R9 is very important in the meta, generally speaking, but Raid is a significantly more open map. And I would say there's fewer places for the R9 to be a relevant player that you want in position, right, on raid control. And so I think this hinges a lot less than Meltdown does on the R9 player doing well. And so for that reason, I want to say that I'll give Empire a little bit more grace, because your R9 player, it really did feel like a big reason why Empire lost that search and destroy. It was just Secret not finding any value whatsoever. So something to bear in mind. R9 not as important here on raid. The sniper rifle, though, we need to see some big things from these guys.
Yes, we do. Trophies out right away. N-Key goes for the shot through kitchen. It's going to miss. It's going to be a bang out over towards B. All 5 members of Empire of Rangers looking to at least get this attack going to start things off. And Byshot with the drop shot on the SKS. Real's already worked out towards back laundry. This is exactly what we saw from Champy in his matchup versus Exclusive. What went so well for Wanted.
Yeah, this is not a good start whatsoever for Empire. Now to hold on towards B, they're reliant on a flanking play being made here by Secret. Secret takes a 1-for-1 trade. That will slow things up ever so slightly here. Good play from Secret, because now the trades have fallen back in your favor to the point where you now have control once again. Chuso sniping. Gotta hit that one if you're Chuso. But there will be a stabilization period now. Empire are starting to move up the map, and this is a problem for Rangers. The thing I want to see from Empire, though, is they have to get that bedroom control. If they can do so, if they can get players in towards Art and bedroom, this should be an easy defensive win for them.
Yeah, I mean, this should be, from now on, a really easy round for the defense. Ooh. And it's just that every single time that we do see that B zone not really transpire into an early cap, there's not really a chance to get back into it. And Empire is making sure of that, and even in the fights over towards A, through pool steps, it is hard for the Rangers to walk on by. Rio still, though, trying to make a play. He gets into the kitchen window. He's in money, and he is ripping with the switchblade. 2 quick kills. A-Zone's going to be hopped on. And unfortunately, as players drop, you won't be able to get those close B spawns. You're spawning over towards bedroom still. You're completely forced into an A play.
It's not necessarily a terrible thing here for Rangers, though. All those smokes down is going to obfuscate things enough that they can actually get on towards the point. 20 seconds, the timer will now stop, but you're starting to lose some of the players here. You also do not want to continue to feed Majora, who is on a 6 spree and will be very close to an EMP. That could be a crucial thing to have for the start of the next round of play. But I love this kind of back and forth affair that we're seeing for Rangers, because they give up on A, they immediately switch over towards B, and it kind of speaks volumes, not just about the good play call from Rangers, but also kind of about the bad defense from Empire here. Like, yeah, they're up 9-3 in lives, but they should have been, I think, a little bit more careful about how much they invested in defensive A there and not having anything really to defend B as soon as they spawned up again.
Yeah, it's having that player blocking, and Chuzo did so good for so long to be in that position to block those spawns. It was important for that A zone control. As soon as you give it up, I mean, for Rangers, you're going to walk into this round knowing you got 4 segments out of that round, even though it's a round loss. You go into this defense, and if you could just kind of go a step beyond that, fully shut down this offensive attempt from Empire, and you're going to be feeling good, at least if this gets drawn out to around number 5. However, we can talk about Empire here because you got 2 streaks on Majora. Chuzo still has his Pred Missile as well, and 2 ops to work with.
Yeah, there is a lot that you can use here for your Empire. And this is generally speaking, by the way, where you do see a team just absolutely spin everything at their opposition. I like it. I like it a lot, right? You're basically going to get a free capture on A as long as you get the double stack through. Maybe a triple stack would probably be a nice way to guarantee it. But on the other side, Fly and Rangers, they've got a bit of resistance. Fly has the Death Machine out, and you're going to be very careful that you don't lose A to it.
Fly goes down. Mason's going to cut him off through Kitchen. And now it's Seeker with the Equalizer trying to fly out through Money, see if he can cut off a couple of these more lives. Even more, Suro gets bodied on Wheelbarrow. And this is completely blown open for the Empire in respawn yet again. Secret's still holding on to these Equalizers. He still has so much to do with them. Fly's finally going to take him down, but the damage has been done, Brody. 24 lives playing 18. I mean, good news is for Rangers, you have Enki sitting in garage, so that spawn for Empire is all the way deep into bedroom. It's going to be tough to break.
Be advised.
Yeah, I'd say this is actually not the end of the world for Rangers, if I'm being perfectly honest. Like, Enki, how on earth did he miss that shot, by the way? You can't afford to miss that with the Tundra. I know it's not as easy as it looks sometimes, but yeah, now it is an insurmountable advantage, you have to feel like. And 19 versus 11 is a lot to ask for. Empire are now going to turn the screws on a little bit even more by stacking on towards B as well. Smoke's starting to go down. Rangers, they've got the numbers here, and they should be able to defend it. They will. Why are you investing the equals? This is a big gamble that has to pay off. You've invested your best operator in a 10v15, and the Annihilator as well. Rangers are throwing everything at this to even it, and it's working.
I mean, you need this to win. You can't go down 2-0. So you got to shut the door on this attack right away. And the Annihilator for Bioshock has already done enough. You see that Ryu has extinguished this in the Equalizer. It's a nice shot from Bioshock again. You keep art control, and you're going to be feeling good about this defense just to kind of draw things out. Only a minute left. You shut down the plays through Kitchen. You should be able to shut down this round. And it's just going to be a lot easier said than done. And now you got a flank coming through from Suro that actually gets caught by Nizen.
That's huge. That's a huge shutdown. Another player getting shut down as well. Yeah, now down to a 2v7 are Rangers. This is really not good. And their players are about as far away from B as they could possibly get. Bioshock's going to trade things out for a 1. Secret through the smoke can't get that trade out. So they are going to get away with literal murder. The issue is, again, is... Yeah, I mean, that's what I was about to say. Is the issue is just how far away they are from the B zone. Is they're going to have to basically full sprint to get over here. That's a lot of noise that you're going to be making. It should be an easy read for the last remaining Empire players. Fly will pick up a couple of kills, but is actually going to let that capture go through. So, yeah, big round coming through from Empire. And if I'm honest, you know, we go back to that moment where Rangers invest, what, a couple of operators through the Equals and the Annihilator from Ryu and Bioshock, respectively. That is a big risk because now you look towards the other side. And yes, you have ops of yourself, but you're not exactly in the lead when really you should be.
And honestly, I just think we can talk about it later, but Rangers fully blundered that defense. It just through and through. Empire, I mean, they're getting an inch, they're running away with it. So you go into this round number 3, back on the offense. See if you can take yet another round here. Secret, nice shot with the Tundra. And Fly is going to immediately start working over towards A, but with the MP down for a moment, no op's going to be able to get invested, and Empire just continue to drain out these lives.
Yeah, this is horrendous. And I love the way the Emperor are sort of slowly trickling their ops and their streaks as well, right? They're not just kind of throwing everything at it whenever they want to. They're using them slowly and respectfully against Rangers. I will say they are giving a lot of respect at the moment in the space for Rangers. They have basically full control over A. 100 killer drone in the air. Go down to a player. Nazen on the flank, though. We'll use that Tempest, and now it's all down to just a couple of players that will have to be dealt with by the players coming off of the spawn, because Empire are preoccupied with getting a spawn trap set up of their own.
15v22. Empire all over the place for this defense. Ryu stuck inside Tiki. You get a late effort from Zero over towards B. That's going to stop the clock at 21 seconds, but A's going to get cleared out, and you can start to see these blue arrows working through their map. Hunter Killer Drone's going to be invested here, and on the retake, Empire still have 3 operators to invest to take this one down, and it's Chuzo with the Annihilator to open it up. Cuban's going to follow through with the Claw. You don't want to give up B for free. They are burning through the Rangers, now down to 6 lives.
This feels like it is done. Enki will bring out the Tempest. It won't last long, though. Chusi will be the hammer that strikes the final nail. As it's just down to 1 player. Zero can do naught against the equalizers. Empire, they have to fight for it. It is a deceptive 3-0, but it is a 3-0 nonetheless.
And man, I'm talking about this Rangers team and how much of an opportunity they had in both the first offense and that defense round number 2. I mean, the offense is one thing, because offense on control in general is really difficult, Brody, to walk away with. But you go into that round number 2, and you got to talk about that B setup that they had. I mean, so many times you saw Enki push into garage, and I mean, you're in the right spot to force out those deep spawns over towards bedroom. It's burning a lot of time off that clock. I watched the defensive line start to push up a little bit too far, and it just gives up those close spawns over towards B. Enki gets shot in the back. You give up those lives, and you just kind of take your foot off the gas pedal for what that spawn trap is supposed to look like. And against a team like Empire, you just can't do that. I mean, looking back at that VOD, I'm sure it's going to be really obvious where you went wrong there if you're the Rangers on that defensive play, especially with investing those operators.
Yeah, it feels like it's one of those things where, like, I don't hate the play coming through from Rangers, right? It's not the end of the world, but it's only that way if it works, right? Like, you're in a 10v15, you invest a couple of operators where you probably shouldn't have done. It's fine. It's a fine enough gamble. It's just a gamble that really does have to work out. And in that situation for Rangers, it ultimately didn't. So, yeah, that means the Empire now going to be 3-0 in that control. They go 2-1 up in the series, and we go to the Summit Hardpoint, Cmoore. And this is where I start to kind of query what happens next, because Empire in Hardpoint looked phenomenal at the start of this series. Like, that is a deceptive scoreline, by the way, 251-34. Like, it looks closer than it is, because it should have been like 250 to maybe, what, like 80, 90 at most. Empire had like 1 good hard point. Apart from that, they were basically picking up the scraps that Empire were leaving behind on hills and getting first touch and losing it within the first 10 to 15 seconds. Like, that's where they were getting their time on that hard point. This, I don't think bodes well for Rangers at all here.
No, and I mean, the job doesn't get any easier for either one of these teams if you do win here, especially, you know, when you look back at that scoreline and you see the way that Search and Destroy went on the Melton. I don't even think it was like a map thing. I think it was just a Search and Destroy look in general for Empire was a little bit chalked. If you win here and you move on, you got Wanted on the other side of the bracket, and Wanted looked so good versus Exclusive. I know it was like a loss 3-1, but Wanted really impressed me with the way that they were playing. So I'm looking at both of these two teams to show me a roster, a playbook that is able to rival a team like Wanted now, and so far a little bit worrisome from what I've seen in a couple of these plays. For Empire, I mean, at least in the respawn, they look fantastic. So let's see if they can keep that up here in the hard points.
All right, well, let's see. Big question here for Rangers. Can they have a better performance on this hard point than they did earlier on? It's Summit, so this is a very bang-out hard point of all of the ones available in COD Mobile, and that should even the odds ever so slightly, because, you know, slaying was a big issue back in map number 1, but it is something where at least Empire have been more competitive in every map, or Rangers, excuse me, have been more competitive in every map since. Right now, start of this game, it will even Stevens here pretty much. It will be Rangers in control though here for the moment.
Yeah, for at least a slight moment. Secret, he's going to break in with the R9. Chuzo, a second one. Trades come through, but it looks like it's going to be the Empire trying to walk away on top. Cuban inside the hill, soaking up some of this hard point time with 21 seconds left. Bishock finds himself an off angle. And it's going to break back in for the contest. For a moment there, Rangers trying to hold on to this one as we start looking to new.
I think you're happy with that so far if you're Rangers. Like, yeah, you're about to lose a scrap time, but you are at the very least keeping this game close. I think the question for me now becomes, are you able to kind of hold on to auto spawns? Because only one player is spawning in on that side of the map right now for P3. Heal's now starting to go in Rangers' favor. And I like the priorities here for Rangers. You're pushing up towards the right side to make sure that the spawns flip against Empire. It's a great play call. Even if you don't have P2 control at the moment, you're setting yourselves up for the future to make sure you're on the right side of the map.
Fly. Slides in. Oh, he goes for the reload. Swaps the secondary. Able to finish it with the pistol. But with that, Rangers break down. 3 kills for the Empire to break back into the hard point. And Cuban watching the flank. It is perfect right now in the setup that we're seeing. And Cuban having one heck of a start to this summit. 12 kills already for your Switchblade player. Chuzo pulling out the death machine. Just the cherry on top for this setup. Still 20 seconds. And Empire, they want to get every single drop of it. Unfortunately, they won't be able to. It's going to be a rally back in for the likes of the Rangers to shut down a moment of that one. Secret, though. What a shutdown anew.
Yeah, this is not good whatsoever here for Rangers. Empire starting to win some of these gunfights. They are the first team here. If you lose these gunfights, this is going to spell disaster for the roster. Cuban getting towards the back line as a backstop. Secret wins both of those gunfights. And yeah, this couldn't be worse for Rangers right now. You're already down by 27 points. That lead is only going to grow. Ryu comes through, though, with the equalizers. You can fight this one for the front with those back spawns as predictive as they are, but it is difficult.
It's going to be difficult, but for Empire, this entire game has been pretty straightforward for the hard points. Just flood and collapse. Nice play on the outside from Enki. He's got the XM4 out, so trying to lock down the outer side of this P3 hill. Won't be able to get anything more than that. Bishock invests the War Machine here. Kind of risky. It's the back end of the hill, and it's not really going to turn into anything for the team where we're looking at about a 20 to 30 point game heading into P4 now.
Rangers get into the hard point for a couple of crucial moments there to very least keep this one close, because again, with Rangers breaking, or Empire breaking those back spawns in the way that they did, that could have got nasty very quickly. But they survived. Now we start to focus on the next one. Rangers have those back spawns on lock. They're going to have to start thinking about how they want to hold this one, and so far, so good, but they've let a couple of players split the net.
Cuban, all waiting for the chance. Good shutdown from Ciro. So you lock down those back spawns. You're trying to hold down the hill as well, but keeping away this R9 has been difficult since the search and destroy. We kind of talked about the displease we had for Secret in that map number 2, but since then he has been back into form for the respawns. Chuzo now, it's his turn alongside Secret. See if they can pinch out one more chance for this break onto P4's tie game, as Rangers have managed to bring this one back, but for the Empire, they break in for the scrap time. They're looking to hold this lead into the new set.
This is big for Empire coming in here and actually investing in towards this time, just keeping it out of Rangers' hands. They weren't actually able to do so, so you kind of query whether or not that investment was actually worth it in the grand scheme of things. You probably could have held it for a P1. Either way, Empire are just about in the lead, and we asked the question whether or not Rangers would be as dominated as they were back in map number 1. Well, it looks like that is not the case here. Rangers are fighting back. They've woken up in this series, and Empire, they've got a fight on their hands.
Chuzo around the back. Investment for the equalizer. Secret looking to get involved. And he is just running it down. Doesn't know what to shoot at. Enki tucked away with the Tempest. Good shots coming out. He turns it into a double kill. Not sure if he saw Majora drop on down, but Enki's got a lot on his plate, and without knowing Majora's there, it is going to be an easy cleanup there for the remainder. Nice investment from Fly for the Death Machine. A good couple of kills should soften things up for the rest of your team to try to fight your way back into the rest of this P1 time. And Secret's just going to get rid of it. And he's going to move over to P2 to see if he can put this R9 to work.
Over there right now, the R9, Secret currently chilling inside P1, and we'll start to get some of these kills now. That's everything. Secret being a nuisance. Secret finding more kills with the R9. It's a player that Rangers will have to dedicate resources to dealing with, and they're just not right now. I don't know how the communication is allowing Secret to find these frags every single time. And crucially, Empire also winning fights on the other side of the kill. So Rangers will continue to spawn on the back side of the map, and they're going to have to continue to run through players like Secret.
Fly gets the good timing on in. Still looking to stay alive. Nazen just tucked away, waits things out, and the patience pays off for 2. He gets traded. Here's the War Machine for Shock. But he goes down. Secret's going to be able to shut that down still. It's a break-in for the Rangers. Only down by 30 off of this hill, and there's still 30 seconds on P2. So you find these kills, you close this lead, you're still not out of this map 4 whatsoever. And you're trying to force a map 5, get to that search and destroy by any means necessary. And if you can do that, that's where we look at the upset.
This is huge. This is a big moment here in this game. Empire, first team towards the back line. Rangers now trying to move up through that snow side. Empire technically have the numbers here, and Ryu's a little bit late to the party, so I can't envision he's going to be able to do anything of note. No, he won't. So Empire, first touch now. How much time do they get? How much time does Rangers let bleed away before they break towards the backline? Enki's trying it.
Majora finds nothing with the War Machine. Even still, though, Empire getting some time off this hill. Good follow-up from Nazen. He's got the Tempest out now. Rangers got to dig deep for a break. They cannot allow this to start to blow up like it once was. After how much work has been done to come back into this game, you're seeing the Empire work right back into a lead like we've seen so often from the hard points today. A one side on the summit. Rangers feeling the brute end of the punching bag that it feels like has been these respawns. 166 to 118, 20 seconds at old, and they flip into the back spawns. This is really red alert right now for the Rangers.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit like Empire probably could have drilled the screws in there a little bit more. Like, yeah, they do end up getting that 10 seconds, but they also kind of give 10 seconds away because they push too far out the back spawns. That allows Rangers to spawn in towards the back line, and maybe they were trying to get an early 50 spawns for the next rotation, but either way, it has not worked out. They're going to have to settle for a 50-point advantage or so going in towards the next hill. And now they need to break for those back spawns as well. Cmoore, it's happening. Rangers reduced down to the last couple of players. Just one left inside the hard point. Suro is bracing. Suro is breaking, and Empire are now in the time.
So the equalizer here for Secret, and he is just racing around. He doesn't know who to shoot at. He's going to be stunned up for the second. With a break nonetheless for Empire. Any time uncontested. It's time that you'd love to see out of the Rangers' hands. Ryu over the top. Majora trades it back and forth. Fly inside the hill now looking to contest. Nades being thrown at this hill. And honestly, pressure from every angle. However, Empire still dealing with it handedly. Even though Ryu gets in for a second, it's an immediate answer back from Cuban. Just to continue to climb this lead. Now up to 200 points. So you're fighting for scrap time now, but you need... I mean, you need something magical.
I'll be honest, I don't necessarily think they do. I think they just need to start playing fundamentally a lot better than they are right now. They're losing a lot of these key rotational battles, and that is an issue for Rangers. I mean, if they fix that, they'll be fine. You can take a 50-50 on this hard point and still be in the game. You just got to make sure you do not let Empire roll you over. And Fly is now starting to heat up. That EMP is going to be crucial as Empire start to cycle back in towards their operators. But now, kills going in their favor. You question, does Empire even need operators? Well, Rangers, they do.
Well, Ryu getting something off this equalizer. 3 go down for Empire. And an immediate answer from Nazen. That's going to be the Tempest to trade out from what this equalizer has done, and Nazen's even going to take it down. Enki for 3. Can he stay alive? Can he do it all for the squad? Cupin says no. Dancing around for the finesse here in P1. Fly now with the death machine. This is getting so mixy, but Empire don't care. They still fight their way through. They're going to get the scrap time, at least a little bit off this scrap time. And they got the setup over towards New. It's not too far away. Rangers will beat them out. Can they hold on to the kills, though? Down by 70.
The query hasn't changed whatsoever between P5 and P4, excuse me, and P1. Rangers have not closed the deficit. Now they are not in control of the next hard point. Shock trying to get some preemptive gunfights with the War Machine. He's going to need to find some value now because his teammates have fallen around him, and Empire just 20 seconds away from victory.
Yeah, 20 seconds is all they need. Seeker won't be able to get in there with the R9 just yet. Bioshock drops the War Machine, but so does Majora, and his is a little bit bigger. 13 seconds, and you got a race to get back into this hill. Rio gonna try to make it happen. Good jump across with the Switchblade in for 3. Rio breaks it on his own. 32 kills from your SMG, and he's going for a little bit extra. Suro right behind you, and you're holding on by straws.
Yeah, this is beautiful because that selection of kills here should give Rangers the spawns towards the next hardpoint, but they've got to be proactive. You can't just sit around on old hardpoint. I know you don't want to give Empire the 7 seconds here, but you also need to invest it towards the next, and they might well have been able to do both. Looking towards the next hardpoint, 1 versus 1 around the back line, and Suro is still in that fight.
Suro versus Chuzo, and there it is. Chuzo's down into the hill. Can you hold on? 7 seconds. That's all Empire needs. And Seeker's going to be the one leading this charge. Nason's going to find 2. Seeker around the back. He's going to be shot there by Ryu. And here comes the reinforcements. The cavalry has arrived. Hunter Killer drone right at the ground. And Nason's going to go down, but Ryu takes himself out. And here's Chuzo with the death machine looking to call game. Not yet, says Suro. That's a Brett missile to give him space.
And that's not going to get any kills. It doesn't matter, though. It keeps space. As you said, Empire are just 2 seconds away from victory. They don't have any ops to work with. They're going to try and get it done by way of flank.
Chuzo. Here we go. In behind. Big shutdown for there from Enki, but inside for the contest. Here's the break in. Nobody's going to touch, and the Empire steal it away. 3-1. 250 to 207. One hell of a ride from the Rangers, but it is not enough today. Unfortunately, they're going to be meeting their exit here in our bracket for the Europe Qualifiers Day 2. And Empire move on to take on the Wanted.
Shout out to Empire. They managed to take that series and that second hardpoint. And that second hardpoint was a brutal one for Empire, ultimately. They really had to work with that, I think, significantly more, surprisingly more, than they had to comparatively to map number 1, where they ran through the Rangers. And honestly, off the back of map number 1, Cmoore, I was like, yeah, this series is going to be a quick 3-0. We'll be done real soon. Empire kind of made things a little bit more complicated than they needed to be, for sure. But I think fundamentally speaking, everything they needed to do in that final map, they did exactly that. So shout out to Empire. They look great, and I'm excited to see more of them on day number 2.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. I think Empire did what they needed to do on these respawns, especially that raid control. They looked fantastic. The big thing is going to be that search and destroy. Like, that is a point that needs to be addressed by this team just in general. So hopefully between today and tomorrow, they can figure out how to maybe work a new map into their pool, whether it's firing range or coastal that were banned out. Maybe we can see something a little bit different from this Empire team for those map number 2s, especially going into a team like Wanted that looked fantastic against Exclusive. Like, that is going to be a tough matchup for them.
Yeah, 100%. And the matches are only going to get more difficult at this point, Cmoore, right? I mean, you look in towards the next round of play, and you've really got some names there that are like basically the kind of staple names of Call of Duty Mobile in EU. Obviously, you've got Exclusive and 117 not found in that upper bracket final, ready to go for tomorrow. But in the lower bracket, the likes of Animus and Troglodyte Tribe going head-to-head. Wanted, again, you've said it, is a difficult team to try and take down. That's not going to be an easy match by any stretch of the imagination for Empire. Like, if you were to ask me who I thought were going to be the top 6 teams in Europe before the event, I probably would have said the 6 teams that are currently there. So no real surprises. I'm excited to see how those teams do tomorrow.
We can see if we can get some new names to rise up across the rest of this bracket and take down teams like Exclusive, like 117. Not found, or even Animus versus Troglodyte Tribe is something we're going to be looking forward to tomorrow on Sunday's action. But Brody, that's going to be everything said and done for Saturday. I mean, you said everything has kind of gone par for the course getting set up, but just aside from that, because we won't actually be seeing you tomorrow, you got any finishing words?
Yeah, I mean, I've enjoyed what I've seen today from Europe. I'll say, if we're talking about Europe as kind of this story of like Exclusive and Animus being the top dogs, I think today has put a question mark on that. I think Exclusive at 110% are. I think, you know, we'll see tomorrow, then probably take it, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. I'm an unbiased caster here, but I'm also a caster with eyes. I feel like they're probably going to take it. They look phenomenal in Hardpoint in particular. Animus, more of a question mark for me. I don't know if they're definitively the number 2 right now in Europe. Obviously, they want to be a number 1. they got to prove that they're even in the conversation.
A lot to prove and a lot to get through, as this is only the beginning of the qualifiers. So much COD Mobile to watch, but for today, all the action is going to be finished. We got the top 6 getting set up for tomorrow, so make sure that you guys follow along, tune in, subscribe, do everything that you need to show some love for the broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place.